Good morning, everyone. So before we get going, I'd like to begin by acknowledging the Yagara and Turrbal people, the traditional custodians of the land on which we gather today, and pay my respect to their elders past and present, and also would like to extend that respect to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples here today. And also, before we get going, I just took a photo of the evacuation diagram before. So if anybody, if we have any sort of an emergency, then there's a couple of different directions you can exit. There's an exit in the back of the room. My lovely assistant is pointing to it, and then another exit out through the outside deck area. In both cases, after you exit, the emergency assembly area is in the top car park. So there are people, quite a few people in the room who are based here in Indooroopilly, and they'll be able to help you. I'm just doing a brief introduction now. I think most of you know me, but my name's Rick Valenta. I'm acting director of the SMI, former program leader for complex ore bodies, but have handed it over into the able hands of Steve Micklethwaite, and Steve's going to be leading the meeting today. This is the fifth of these that we have run. So complex ore bodies is coming to the end of year 5, so this is really a good chance to go over a lot of the outcomes from the project. This is not the end of complex ore bodies. At the end of the day, we'll be talking about a new initiative for which we received strategic funding. I see that Anna has quite a long slot to talk about that, so I'm really looking forward to continuing with the same style of research that we've been doing for the last 5 years or so. And I know that during the course of the day, there will be lots of opportunity to thank so many of the people who've been involved in this initiative, because it's involved all the centers in the SMI, a whole range of people across the university, and a whole range of external collaborators. We'll be hearing from a lot of those today. So I'm not going to go over them all right now, but that's probably all I wanted to say at this stage. And again, just thank you all for coming along, and hand over to Steve, and then I'll be back a little bit later on to speak briefly again.
Thanks so much, Rick. Just put this in my pocket now. Just housekeeping. I've been told very religiously by the comms people that anyone who's coming up to speak, try and get the mic lapel as close to your mouth as possible. And if you can hear it, that's good. That should be working. And we can always check online. And we will have a roving mic during the day as well. So for questions. So if there are questions in the audience, what will happen is we'll make sure that you have to speak into that mic. And if that doesn't happen, the speaker who's at the front, please make sure that you reiterate the point. Now, let me just quickly activate my presentation. Lose the cursor. There we go. Right, so I really appreciate Rick kicking off the day. As we all know, Rick has been the genesis of complex ore bodies and the driver of this and the leader of this for the last 5 years. And it's just been the most fantastic, successful program, a real highlight for SMI and for the university, and has led, as I'll talk to about in a second, to many, many other initiatives. This first 10 minutes, I'm just going to give a quick overview of COB and then an outline of the day and set us up for what's lying ahead. So you all have really good expectations about the themes and some of the highlights coming up, and hopefully we can build from there. So the essential idea behind COB sprung from the observation that we as a world are facing quite a significant challenge. and that there is an enormous demand for raw materials that is increasing. That demand is being driven by the electrification of society, by the urbanization of society, population growth, and by the need to build a much better renewable energy infrastructure around the world so that we can achieve net zero. And we are so far from achieving that sustainable future, it's not funny. I continually say in front of groups, I have 3 children, and I am genuinely concerned for their future. And Complex Orebodies, is playing a really important role in starting a conversation about, well, okay, what metals do we need for that future? Where do we find them? And what are the traps and the pitfalls, the things that are locking resources up in the ground? So COB's mission was to unlock future mineral supply through innovation, addressing those complex challenges that surround the metals, and the challenges that are associated with a modern sustainable mining industry. And I've put Rick's mugshot up in lights there, because he really was the genesis of the idea. And one of the beauties about COB is it has stretched across a huge range of fields. So you can see here that it's been doing everything from addressing water supply challenges. And in the next session, Liliana down here, put your hand up. Liliana is going to be highlighting a particular innovation there that she's involved in leading. We've looked at producing metals using less energy that leave safer tailings, and there's a number of talks today that will touch on that. Recovering metals without mining, an awful lot of work in the ESG space, the environmental and the social governance risks that are associated with complex ore bodies. Novel technologies for extracting critical metals, and again, that will be flagged later on today, particularly with Nathan Fox. And different ways of looking at contamination and closure and so on. And it's enjoyed an enormous amount of support. So this is just a snapshot of the number of companies, government agencies, and collaborative research partners, both within Australia and around the world, that we have enjoyed meaningful research relationships with. And on that matter, I am really pleased to say that today in the room, we have a number of supporters with us. So some of them will be arriving a bit later, but we've got, we'll have a talk actually delivered by Euclidean, who are a gaming 3D visualization company, or they were a gaming company, but we've engaged with them in building a digital twin of Queensland geology. And so they're actually going to talk about that project. We've got online, we've got Peter Rea, whose mugshot's no longer there. You can't see him at the moment, but he's from Glencore. He's going to be joining us in a panel, as is Barry Sheen from Capricorn Copper. Stewart Parker, NorthX Exploration. Stewart, do you want to throw your hand up? Thank you very much. So Stewart's going to talk about his insights and appreciation of the support that SMI have brought into the critical metal space and the exploration of rare earth elements. And then we've got, we'll have actually 3 representatives from the Geological Survey of Queensland Department of Resources. Helen Degeling is again going to talk about the impacts of some of the work that's gone on here and maybe ways that we can improve. And we've also got Vlad and Matt Greenwood, who are going to sit on the panel later on in the day. So thank you very much to those supporters who are actually contributing to this day. Just a very quick snapshot of where we're at and where we've come from. The Lego blocks on the right give a summary of some of the kind of traditional academic measures of success, things like publications, greater than 50 publications in journals and conferences, funding revenue, which has now well exceeded that which was expected. So we started out with a $5 million investment from the university of strategic funding that underpinned everything. That was used to then generate projects with yourselves, with industry, with a leverage. And there was an expectation on how much money and funding would come in and that would be considered a success. And Rick and the team have enormously overshot that target. So we $8.5 million above the funding target. So if you're looking at that as a measure of success, it's been a very successful program. But what we're really concerned about is impact. And so some of these traditional KPIs, academic KPIs, are nice to haves. They're good measures of success. But what we're really pleased to see is just how much industry engagement there has been. And the pie chart on the left is simply a snapshot of the kind of funding projects that have been run this year. Rick, do you think there's anything else you'd like me to flag? No, you're happy. Great. So to my mind, when I look at COB, I've been involved with the program for 2 years since I've been at SMI. And I think there's some real highlights. There's enormous amount of work that's gone on, and I'm just flagging a few highlights and successes here. So apologies if you're not on the list. That's it's not intentional, but the things that really stand out, we're going to talk at the end of the day about a new initiative that has just got off the ground, thanks again to Anna Littleboy, who's in the audience, called Resourcing Decarbonisation. And that's a new strategic funding initiative. But a lot of the ideas behind resourcing decarbonisation began in COB. And so we can see both resourcing decarbonisation and Trailblazer, which is a second big funding initiative. They are really, in some ways, the children of COB. They are elements of COB that have proven really important to industry and to this issue of achieving a sustainable future that have now taken on a life of their own. We've also got a bunch of innovations that are coming out and are moving towards commercialization. And I want to flag high voltage pulse technology in that space. And Chris and Antonio at the back will talk about that later. We've also got the coarse particle flotation work, and Liza and Kim have been really successful in building that into joining an ARC Centre of Excellence for eco-efficient beneficiation. Thank you, Liza. And that's a really exciting space to watch. And on a more, not mundane level, but a more kind of standard level, there's been tremendous growth in the mine waste research in my watch that Anita Parbhakar-Fox leads. We've got a number of projects that have come from COB that now stand on their own feet and are getting repeat funding from government regulators and industry, and particularly the critical metals work and the digital twin work that I mentioned. And we've in the room, we've also got Éléonore Lèbre, who has won a DECRA, which is a really prestigious fellowship moving forward. And final measure of success is actually a funny one. There are other groups around the country who are now taking complex ore bodies as an idea, and they're winning their own large consortium projects and running with those, often without really engaging with us in any meaningful way. But that is the ultimate compliment. And so, what we want to see is impact in society, an impact in industry. So we're really pleased to see groups like Codes having success in this same space. So that's my quick overview of COB, setting us up for the day. This is the program here, and I think most of you who will have seen it, it would have been emailed to you. It's also on the website. There are a number of themes that are kind of scattered throughout the day. This one here is the theme of metals for a renewable future. And I just want to flag the fact that just after lunch, we're going to have a big session with Anita and Nathan. Stewart Parker is going to speak from an industry perspective, and there'll be a panel. That'll be a really interesting session that focuses on the theme of metals for a renewable future. But at the same time, Helen Degeling, who is the director of the Mineral Resources Division in the Geological Survey of Queensland, she will be speaking earlier in the day on their government perspectives on that program of work and its impacts. Hopefully, I can't see her in the audience yet, so hopefully she's able to turn up soon. Equally, we'll have a session just after morning tea, which is dedicated to looking at transformative processing and also low footprint mining. So we'll have the high voltage pulse and CPR research that will be flagged. And And there will also be work on electrokinetics, which is a really interesting type of technology that we're hoping can ultimately lead to things like in-situ recovery methods, which are much more sustainable and acceptable to society, where you basically have mining without a mine. And Qing Yi will excuse my pronunciation, but will give us a talk on that. Nathan, who is in the session for Metals for a Renewable Future, in some ways is also touching on this particular theme at 150. And then we have the theme of mapping range of TSG of ESG challenges along with technical aspects, and that really is well exemplified by the next round of talks that are about to happen. So I can't wait to see what Liliana has to tell us about water risks and water management optimization in South America. We will have Éléonore and Katerina talking about battery metal supply and source risk, and a project that's been running this year that's resulted in a number of publications. And Ben Seligmann at the back of the room is going to be talking about a technique that we ran quite successfully on a project with a client last year, Izok, where he trialed a new form of risk mapping, which is gathering a lot of momentum. And then the thing I really want to flag for everyone here, the thing that we would love people online and in the audience to contribute to, will be the very last session of the day. So Anna Little Boy, who's looking a little bit embarrassed at the front of the room, is going to talk about one of these new initiatives that's spun out of COB, which is resourcing decarbonisation. She's going to outline what that is, but then she's also going to lead us in the room to come up with ideas of what other future avenues we see as COB as having. So this is just the beginning of COB Mark II. You know, Rick said we've had a 5-year program. The strategic funding from the UQ is coming to an end, but COB is very much not ending. And so this is an opportunity for you who've been contributing to this program to give us your ideas on avenues that COB could further develop and go down. I'll skip that slide and just go straight to the final slide, which is part of the intent of this day is for us to mix, to share the work that we're all doing together, to meet industry and government. So please make the use of the breaks and the lunches to talk to people whose faces you do not recognize. And the final thing I want to say is a huge thanks to all the support staff who have helped make this day possible. If the day is a complete flop, it's not their fault. You can blame me because they've done an awful lot of work in trying to make it work a success. Particularly this lady on the left, Bridget McPherson, who I hope is online. Bridget was wanting to join us this morning. She's stepped in to Complex Orebodies Program and been the business manager supporting it for the last 2 months while Mary Louise went on long service leave. So she's had to basically go up a massive long learning curve, give me an awful lot of support, both financially in terms of budgeting and project management, and then in terms of this presentation day. And unfortunately, Bridget came down with a really nasty flu last week. So she, just at the moment when, you know, when her, the culmination of her work was about to be, the fruit of her work was about to be seen, Bridget got really, really sick. So she's online, but she hasn't been able to join us in person. And anyway, we want to thank you very much, Bridget, and wish you all the best for the future when Mary Louise comes back. Other people who've done an awful lot of work in getting this day working have been Melinda Winton, Kathy Cato, and of course our wonderful comms team with Gillian and Sasha, who I can see Gillian at the front. I saw Sasha elsewhere. Oh, there we go. Sasha's in the middle of the room. So thanks very much, ladies. That's it. So, Liliana, I think it's over to you. Oh, no, it's you. Sorry, Rick. Sorry, Rick, it is you. My goodness. Where have we gone? Blimey. How do I close this down? Excuse me with me. There we go.
Loud voice, so. Okay, I thought I'd get some complexity going there in the presentation. So this is when I was talking to Steve about how my talk fits with his. He was a little bit concerned that we might be using the same slides. So I eliminated that possibility by using almost all new slides, or well, they're not really slides. They're just photos that remind me of what I was going to say. That's not entirely true. What I did want to show, so what I'm going to talk about today really is just a little bit of the history of COB, but mostly what I wanted to talk about was some of the things that I've learned, not so much in terms of technical detail, but in terms of the way of thinking about ore bodies and mine development, because that's been probably the biggest lesson, I think, for me. I put this up because this is from August of 2017. This was our pitch slide for the program, basically, and I won't go through it all because I think you probably heard a lot of it before, but on the premise that we there's a whole series of there's going to be a great increase in the amount of metals that we need. There are a whole series of challenges that aren't necessarily technical that we need to surmount in the social, environmental, regulatory, and technical areas that make it possible to put the mineral production that we're going to need in the future into a form where it can be available. And so we'd identified a whole series of approaches that have some overlap with what we're going to hear about today, but the program has evolved a lot. And then this is one that I gave a year later where we were already going. Instead of talking about things we were going to do, I sort of talked about challenges, and some of those challenges still exist. In the case of copper, there's about 35 years of copper supply that we know about sitting out there already. And we've got this enormous increase in copper demand coming. We still need to find a way to access that copper supply in a way that will be possible given the environmental and social constraints. And there's still a great need for better social performance. I won't go through all of these, but there's a whole range of big challenges. So what I identified there was, at that point, these were our partners. There were a whole range of different projects relating to transformational technologies, dealing with specific industry challenges and case studies. But what I wanted to do is, so that was I really put those up just to say, well, that was what things looked like at the start of this program. What we're going to hear for the rest of the day is what the program looks like now. But what I want to spend most of the rest of the talk thinking about is how this program has changed the way I think about mine development. And I want to start with this picture, which is obviously a picture of topography. And the reason I'm putting up a picture of topography is that if you wanted to build a mine in that area, probably one of the first things you would have to do would be to do a very, very detailed survey of the topography of that area so you could plan your operation. And you would probably realize that that topography has been shaped by the weather in that area, the topography of the surrounding area, the underlying geology, the history of all those things over the past millennia, and all of those things had combined to produce that topography. And you would also be saying to yourself, well, this is the topography I've got to deal with. I can't negotiate with that topography to change it. In order to plan my mine, I'm going to have to deal with that topography. Now, there are three topographies, at least in this diagram. There's a physical topography. that has all the characteristics I just talked about before. And there's also a social topography. There's a whole series of houses and villages, and that topography is absolutely just as shaped by its history and as immovable as the physical topography. So why is it that we feel that we only need to take a sort of low resolution fuzzy picture of that social topography in order to plan our mineral developments? And why is it that we feel that we can give that topography a good talking to and tell it to straighten up and get in line with our programs in order to develop our mine when it's absolutely as immovable as the physical topography of this region? And similarly, there's an environmental topography in this region that has the same characteristics. So one of the ways of thinking that's changed for me is the realization that there are a whole series of topographies in an area, and when you're developing a mine, they are of equal importance and of equal or greater challenge to the physical topography. The other thing that's changed for me is the development of a mine. So this is I can speak from personal experience on this because I've been involved in quite a few exercises trying to do exactly this. Treating the development of mine like a 100-meter or 200-meter hurdle race. So you jump over a hurdle, it's done, you move on to the next hurdle, and you get to the end, you develop your mine, and everything's wonderful. But this was supposed to be an animation, it didn't work for some reason. But what a mine development really is the superposition of multiple complex systems. You know, as I've already mentioned, the physical, environmental, social, regulatory topography of an area is a very complex system. And what we're doing is superimposing that complex system with an equally complex system associated with the development of a mine. And the way those two systems interact is a phenomenon that's necessary to study in enormous detail, and it's necessary to develop a deep understanding of that interaction. It's not a hurdle when you get across a social or environmental challenge and then can just go into production and ignore those things. The other thing I wanted to point out that is something that I've learned over the course of this program through working across our centers, and I've shown these at opposite ends of the slide, is that we have a mixture, a solid solution mixture between up in the upper left-hand corner, I would say physical scientists and engineers, and then down in the bottom right corner, could have switched them if I'd wanted to. I'm not implying any sort of hierarchy there. We've got sort of social scientists and more socially focused scientists or environmentally focused scientists who might be somewhere towards the middle. And there are very different ways of viewing problems between those two different groups. MVP stands for minimum viable product or minimum viable project, where there's a focus amongst engineers and physical scientists to develop a minimum viable understanding of the problem. There is a tendency sometimes to do that, to say, I've got to the point where I'm pretty sure I understand this through a combination of observation and previous experience and cognitive bias. And therefore I'm going to, having identified a solution, I'm therefore going to move to that solution. And I think that social scientists find that a little frustrating about us, because they're saying, are you really sure that you understand the problem, having got to your solution? I know you understand the solution. It's often something you like doing, but is it, have you really got the right one? And then at the same time, at the other end of the spectrum, we have our group of social scientists. Sometimes engineers and physical scientists look at them and think, are you ever going to finish studying this problem and developing a more and more profound understanding of it, and then transition to actually seeking solutions. And I'm not saying that either of these observations are right. I'm saying that these are very different ways of viewing a similar set of problems. And I guess the argument I would run, and this has come through in a number of different projects we've been involved in, is that those approaches are very complementary, and the combination of those approaches lead to innovative solutions that actually reflect a much deeper understanding of the problem, and therefore have a greater chance of not being misguided. The other thing I wanted to point out, over the last 5 years, the world has changed a bit. So these are just records of Google searches over the past 5 years or so. On the left here, we've got ESG as a Google search term. So you can see that well, first admission, when we started this project, I think it might have even been you, Éléonore, the first time I heard you say ESG, and I'm going, what does ESG mean? I have no idea. I've never heard of ESG before. Everybody has heard of ESG now. Just transition is one that has obviously grown as well, and it's one that we've studied as part of the Complex Orebodies Program. And more recently, the ICMM has become enamored with the term nature positive. I didn't put that search up because it's a little bit patchier, but I guess the point here is to just demonstrate that the last 5 years have been an inflection, and I want to comment on that a little bit, because ESG as a term has kind of evolved a little bit in a way that I'm not sure is the best possible way. So if you follow the simple but wrong, or what I've shown as a simple but wrong approach, what you would think, and I think what a lot of people think now, is that ESG is actually a system of thinking that allows you to satisfy your investors that you're a good corporate citizen. And that's not what ESG is. ESG is actually, the complex but right solution is developing an understanding of the underlying and complex interactions of environment, social, and governance factors to actually do informed study of those characteristics for a given area that allow you to develop an understanding that informs the way that you develop your minds. It's not a box ticking exercise that allows you to get clearance from your from proxy firms relating to your remuneration report. The world has obviously changed a little bit as well in the critical minerals space. You can see again, this is showing basically the last 5 years. So the last couple of years, critical minerals has taken off. Also decarbonization with both spellings. So again, another demonstration of the inflection going on. And I'm going to rush through these last slides because I'm running out of time a little bit. But I have to show this one because it's my current favorite slide. So what we're looking at here is picture of tailings coming out of a pipe down here. And some of you may recognize this as Sydney Harbour. And what I've done here is photoshopped in a picture of Sydney Harbour filled with tailings. And what I wanted to show here was the copper. So that, I don't know if you can see that little ball there. That's a picture of all the copper that we're going to produce for the next 30 years. It goes from Mrs. Macquarie's seat to the Sydney Opera House. It's about 600 meters in diameter. And that's how many times we're going to fill Sydney Harbour with tailings to do that, 266 times. Actually, that's an underestimate because I forgot that there's going to be a lot of water in those tailings as well. So that's just a demonstration of one of the challenges that we're going to have to deal with in order to accomplish the mineral production that we're going to need in the future as in order to achieve decarbonization. And of course, relating to that, and I won't say too much more about this other than to say that one of the main drivers behind the transition to our resourcing decarbonization project that we're going to hear about further on as an outgrowth of complex ore bodies is the fact that when you look at the energy transition and all the different pillars that underlie it, mineral supply is an absolutely essential component of that, and is going to the challenges associated with that of producing those resources are going to have to be considered in order for us to be successful in this transition. And I'll leave it at that. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Rick. That was fantastic. Yeah, I think we'll leave questions for later because, as you say, we're a little bit behind time, but that was a really great overview. And we'll move now to Liliana.
Thank you. Well, thank you, Rick, and thank you, Steve, for this opportunity. I am Liliana Pagliero. I work at the Center for Water in the Minerals Institute, and I will present the work with the title Interactive Online Tools for Communicating the Geographical Dimensions of Complex Ore Bodies. This is a work that we've been developing with Martin Stringer, Pascal Bols, and Neil McIntyre.
Click inside the window and then
maybe here.
Or the
No.
up and down arrows.
There, sorry. So this is a hybrid presentation. I will give an introduction and to set the context. And then we have a recording from Martin, who is currently in London, talking about the tool and its development. And then I will give some concluding remarks. So I will start with some introductions and the aims of this tool. I will briefly present the parent project of this project with the title Delivering Economic and Social Development in Arid Zones Through Smart Water Supply Systems. This is a project that also at the beginning received some seed funding from Complex Orebodies, and then it turned out to be a very big project. Then comes Martin, and then some conclusions. So just to set the scene, so as Rick was saying, complex ore bodies are those facing multiple concurrent complexities that challenge their extraction. And one of the most critical of these complexities is the access to water. So the aim of this project that I am presenting here is to develop a platform for allowing stakeholders to explore relative costs and benefits of geographical aspects of water supply for mining projects. So by using the platform, we expect to develop a public education and a negotiation tool to support regional water supply planning. So this project is based on the northern Chile. And this is a clear example of all these complexities. This is an area that is very rich in mineral resources, but it's also one of the driest in the world. And as a result, this has resulted in a very explosive development of desalination projects, as you can see there in the picture. But this development has been so far individualistic, meaning that and led by the mining industry. So that's meant that every operation has their own desalination plant and their own water supply system to that particular mine. So we see here as an opportunity to go from a very disconnected and not optimum system to one that could connect other water users and why not other sources of water as well. So the aim of this big project is to facilitate the long-term vision of integrated water supply systems by developing and applying tools that identify and communicate water supply infrastructure and management options. So as a very brief overview of this main project and how it works for you to understand then what we are working on in this project here. So the project is seated in the Atacama region in Chile, which is shown there. This is a very good study case because it's an area that's, as I said, it's very rich in mineral resources, but problem is water is really a problem here. It has a negative water balance by many times. Continental water resources are overexploited and overallocated. There is a number of mining projects that are depending on water for their development, and there's been investment on desalination plants. Currently, there are 4 of them operating in this region, and we have a number of extra in the pipeline. So it's a good time to come up with a planification tool to look how to do it better. So the methodology in our tool is it's made of 3 steps. The first one, you identify the nodes of demand and supply, you locate them spatially, and you give them characteristics. Then you, based on the second step, is spatial optimizations. We see where and how to connect these points, and for that we use a cost raster. This cost raster, in a way, tries to summarize the cost of transport of water from one point to another. This cost raster includes data on topography, environmentally protected areas, etc. You can put whatever you want, or it's relevant here. Then, using ArcGIS tools, we find the best way to connect these points, and that's the output of the second step, the spatial optimization. And then we go, with all these possibilities, we go to the third step, where we actually optimize the network. We know how much water we have, how much water do we need, and by using optimization algorithms, we try to minimize an objective function that, in this case, is composed of an economic and an environmental cost, and we come up with a solution. And then we have a scenario analysis where we add extra nodes, or we increase or decrease availability or demand of water, and we see what happens. So this is the methodology behind the project. And as part of this big project, we are developing 2 tools. One of them is the actual planning tool that is aimed for stakeholders who are experts in water supply planning in both private and public sectors. And this is a tool that has an ArcGIS environmental interface. And the simplified tool that it's meant for to be publicly available, interactive, aimed to the non-expert stakeholders and educational institutions. The aim of this tool is mainly to kind of as a first step for the second tool, or to educate the people into the need of planning and the benefits of sharing infrastructure. Behind both of these tools are the methodology that I just explained, and the focus of this presentation is a simplified tool, which is what's been developed here. So the goals of the simplified tool were, first, as I said, to educate a variety of stakeholders from a variety of professional and socioeconomic backgrounds on the concepts behind integrated and shared infrastructure. It had to be interactive, so barrier-free platform that does not require any expert knowledge or computing skills to run it. It has to be very responsive. It needs to have an optimal user interface, regardless of where you are using your tool. But the main goal was to demonstrate through the tool the benefits and opportunities of, as I said, an integrated water supply infrastructure. So the approach that we took was, first of all, to simplify the underlying cost surfaces and reduce the spatial resolution while retaining the character of the data set. We meant to do it browser-based, that use pre-compute data, so to make it easy to explore. And for that, we had to dramatically reduce the data volumes in regards to cost surface and the modeled optimal path connection. So we went from gigabytes to just megabytes, in the order of magnitude. So how do we did this? So we have on the top there, we have the data that we're using for the planning tool. So with a 30 meters resolution, all these layers of these spatial layers. And all of this was resampled at 50 kilometers hexagons to have a game-based representation of the region. To go for this kind of game looking data for our simplified tool was due to two reasons. One to kind of simplify the data, and also because it looks like a game, people doesn't get put off because if people lives there and they go there and this is my house and this doesn't look at all as it's supposed to be, the fact that it's an hexagon, it kind of, okay, I can go with it and I can play. Yeah, I can play with the tool. So all the connections from every point to the other point based on this cost raster were again plotted and rescaled into this new format of hexagons. So we have all this data behind our tool, ready to use. This is at the beginning of the year, we had a prototype, the first prototype, and this is how it looked like. It's a very short video. So we have there the cost rasters going from environmental to just economic cost. We have the one source and we have the best connection to those demand nodes. We have there the elevation profile and also the costs of each of these connections. We took this tool on a tour, if you like. In April, we went to the region. We had 4 workshops, 3 in the main cities and 2 in the Copiapó, which is the capital city of the region. And we showed the tool and let people play with it. People attending these workshops were people mainly from the mining industry, from regional government, also from the agricultural industry and other consultant people that were working in the area. So the main feedback was that it was an amazing tool. People complained a bit on the fact that there was only the one source node and you could not change it, and also that the costs were not really telling anything to people. So with this aboard, we started to develop the second prototype, and with this I will leave Martin to explain what he did.
Hello, good morning. Thank you for the opportunity of contributing to this meeting remotely. I'm sorry that I can't be there live. If you're watching this in the allotted time slot, it's midnight here. And even if I were to stay up late myself, I'd be keeping the house awake trying to do the recording, or speaking so quietly you wouldn't be able to hear me. So we've gone for the pre-recorded option, and apologies if it's a bit clunky. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be a part of this project, Liliana and Pascal, Neil and Doug and the whole team. It's been a real privilege to be involved in something like this, which has really stretched our resources and experience on quite a few fronts, despite it having the word simplified in the title. This tool that you've heard a little bit about already combines some quite challenging scientific programming skills with web development, and also somehow needs to be easily understandable, which requires some communication skills, which a lot of us might have developed of our own accord, but certainly don't have a great deal of training in. So it's been a work in progress. We're far from finishing it yet, but it's been enjoyable. So we began last year, as you know, with this version, which by the time we'd finished it, we were actually really pleased with, because it manages to work, and crucially, it's actually possible to just email this. So this is just an HTML file with a bunch of instructions which a browser can understand. So all of these calculations that it's doing to make these lines and to read the data files that Pascal provided from ArcGIS, it's doing in JavaScript, which has just about enough maths in it that you can do this. However, we reached the limitation that we had to decide where the source was, which is this point down here, and that was fixed. So it's provided that you only have one place that all of these points need to connect to, you can do this whole thing in this quite basic language and wrap it all together and actually have a single file that can be emailed around. Surprisingly, even these features that you saw before, like changing the hexagon grid coloring depending on whether you're more interested in environmental or economic cost, and so on. And also zoom in to the map. So the reason this is possible is not as the JavaScript per se, the computer's not working this out. This is just reading from another website, which is doing all the hard work wherever it lives. So we can zoom right in. Unfortunately, there's not much to see apart from these beautiful contours of the desert here. But in other places, this will zoom in and give you a city. We'll come back to this detail a little bit later. So whilst we were pleased with this, obviously this is a big limitation in terms of a playground in only having one source. And also, whilst this is handy and interesting and engaging for the first time you look at it, it's difficult to really connect it to the story that we want to try to tell, which is about the value of sharing networks and the value of planning them in advance. So when we developed this, you can look at this next tool. What we wanted to do, first of all, is have the ability for the user to create any source and any demand point in this network. Now, to do that, this was very limited. This meant that the limiting nature of JavaScript or any other simpler language that would allow this to be packaged up for a browser was completely out of the question, because the list of connections before suddenly becomes a matrix of options. So we managed to do that, but now we had to have this actually running as a program. So it's written in Python, and that created some limitations when we come to sharing it, which I can discuss in a minute. But it is now possible to, as it says up here, double click anywhere to create a source. So we can create the source anywhere, even in the mountains if we really want to. We'll have a look at that in a minute. But what we're now wanting to do is look at how things might actually evolve in a real situation here, in that perhaps one mine or one industry creates a point here and connects it to a source. And then another one comes along. Now, perhaps the source is public, and the light blue line here is what would happen if they just made their own way to that source, built their own pipe. So a sort of limited sharing situation. They share the source but not the network. And then this dotted blue line, dotted dark blue line, sorry, is showing the connection to the nearest point on the network. And the Python is able to do this by having an array of the existing network, and it will look for the optimal path to that as you're actually rolling the mouse around. So to get it to do that fast enough so that it keeps up with the mouse was a challenge in itself, but we managed to pull it off. We had the trick is to essentially turn all of the files that Pascal built into binary files. So it's in a language that the computer can read very, very fast. It doesn't need to translate. Most of the timing would be taken up by translating the various formats, and it now doesn't need to do that. So a lot of the work is done in advance, a bit like for the computer, it's the equivalent of doing scales on the piano or the guitar, in the sense that if your fingers don't have to think about it, you can sight read pieces and play pieces very easily without using your active memory, because it's all stored in advance. Now, if this kept going, this network keeps expanding, then the advantage of being connected to the network rather than directly to the source continues. If you go all the way over here, of course, it is actually cheaper to connect to the source. But then if they had a site over here, maybe you just add another source point out here in the ocean. And if you kept building up here, then maybe you might also have a source point coming from here, although these sources were obviously in reality perhaps less interested in exploiting. They are there and people will use them. So the network can get quite complicated, and I should probably stop waving the mouse around now. Now, what we have up here, you've probably been noticing, is that blue line, which we're not showing just because it would make the screen a bit too overwhelming, were all of those options where everyone just builds their own pipe, does their own thing. And then this is the line we're actually showing, which is where they're shared. And this is already 36% cheaper, which is easy to believe if you remember how we were showing the individuals along the way. And then the last thing we wanted to show was some kind of indication of whether the network could be, in principle, even cheaper, even lower cost solution if we had known in advance all of these developments and planned for them. And that's what this button does. Now, typically what happens is you press this button and the changes are not huge, which is the case here, but there is an interesting difference. It has found a further saving here, and there are cases where the saving is very substantial. But whereas we started branching the network out in this direction, because we were building as we went along, we connected these two here and then the source. In fact, if you knew in advance where all the dots were, you'd build it along this green line, and you would actually make a further saving. And given that all of this is in billions and tens of billions, this type of approach is quite significant, as we know, hence why the project is in the real tool, which Pascal's building, is running and is important. Now, we've kept the feature of being able to change the grid using the silo, but now we decided we would just be quite cool to remove it, so that if you're interested, you can see where you've actually put all these points. And I probably will eventually start breaking this if I play around with it too much. But then it is actually possible to zoom in and look at the network and start connecting a little bit more to the reality of the situation. But I think that is one of the next steps that we want to do, is we've now made this work in this simplified hexagon world. So the next stage would be to get the best of both worlds and try to take advantage of the work that's gone into this framework, but now start to make the simplified tool useful to the unsimple problem of where to actually do this. So we might actually follow some suggestions of making the grid a little finer, so that when we do zoom in, each of these cells is perhaps 10 or 20 kilometers. So there's probably a sweet spot here somewhere, which is a little bit more accurate than the grid we're looking at the moment. Now, just on the again on the technical side, when we had to share this is a problem. Hosting a server which is constantly running a program and can run multiple programs if you're having a workshop is obviously beyond us to organize as a group. But now, fortunately, it is possible to do various. There are various solutions of this kind that can work in the open source community. So we set this up to run off a GitHub page which stores all this code, and then a site called Binder will actually build a version of this and run that for you, so you can see it on the browser. So in principle, it should be possible for anybody in the audience or online to pick this up from the QR codes here and run it. It does run on a phone, amazingly. It's not what it was designed to run on those, so you'll quickly find it a bit limiting. But if that's what you've got to hand right now and you're curious, then you can have a quick look at it. It does take quite a long to run, quite a lot of time to load. Sorry, so do be a bit patient. It's probably not broken. It just takes a bit of time to build everything in the background so that you're able to use it. So thanks again for the opportunity to present here. And sorry, I'm not there in person. I would really like to be, but I look forward to staying in touch with everybody and continuing this project online as long as it runs and as long as we can continue to develop it.
Okay, so that was Martin's presentation on how the development of the tool. And I just have to say this is the code, the Q code that he was showing. If you want to kind of go and play with the tool, if it works in the phone, I haven't tested it myself. And as a final remarks, that we do have a working prototype tool that does fairly well what we wanted to do, the goals of the tool. The next step now is to make it publicly available, because currently it's hosted in Martin's web space. We are looking at uploading it to the SMI ICE Chile website, which is the team that we are working with in this project. We have had an excellent reception from workshop participants that, as I said, include people from mining, government, and agricultural industry. And they were saying that it's easy to explore, to play with, and to interpret the results. So the idea came across pretty well, what we were trying to say. And also that there is potential to use the same kind of process that we work on here in terms of downscaling the data, the details of the data, and to make it more easy to work and to test to the public. Is that the intention of the project? So this is all that I have to say.
Thank you very much, Liliana. And the reason why I was stood up in a funny position is because I wasn't sure the online people could hear the video. So anyway, we're a little bit over time, but we've still got a chance for one or two questions. Are there any in the audience? We have from Shabir.
Thank you. It was really impressive presentation. A lot of work. I was just wondering when you were talking about this, environmental and economic cost. So when you talk about the environmental cost, does it have you monetize it, and what are the parameters, or what are the ingredients of environmental cost, and how did you account for the economic cost?
So the environmental cost at the moment is considered as environmentally protected areas that when we build this cost raster where we decide from where to pass the pipelines. So we have environmentally protected areas there that have a different legislation behind. So some are more protected than others, and based on that we create like a ranking to see which areas were not, we shouldn't cross, and which ones we could cross if we had to. So in that sense, we gave kind of a priority and a scale, and that scale went into the environmental cost or raster. There is a PhD student at the moment, Claudia Moreno, who is looking at monetize this environmental cost. In terms of the economic cost, we are consider that all the sources of water are operating. So we are not considering the cost of the desalination plant or the cost of producing the water. We are just looking at the cost of building the pipeline. So it's a cost for a meter installed pipeline. Plus we are, when we do the optimization, we try to minimize the required cost of energy for pumping the water from one point to the other based on topography. Because Chile especially, it's a very narrow country, a lot of different differences in elevation in a very short length. So energy costs are really, it's even higher energy costs of pumping the water, higher than the actual desalination cost in that region. So that's the way we integrate both economic and environmental. Because at the moment, but it's open to keep improving the data that we put in. if there is available.
Thank you. It sounds to me like Claudia and Shabir maybe could have a useful collaboration. There's a question here from Paul at the back.
Thank you. That's a fascinating piece of work. I'm interested to know if there are companies already using this, and also if they're not, what's your plan to move this type of tool into an operational environment, either with the regulators or with the companies? Because it obviously looks very valuable.
But at the moment, we are in the process of spreading the word, if you like, of what we are doing. This is the second year of a 3 years project, and the third year is mostly the goal is to do exactly that, to get in contact with people. But because we have had these workshops throughout the project, at the beginning online, but last year they were in person. I was there in November, and we had quite a few meetings with people from the government that were really interested in have this kind of tool available. At the workshops, we have a lot of participants from the mining industry, and there's been kind of an extra interest after the workshop, but nothing happens so far. So we are hoping that will change, and we get to simulate real scenarios with real data to have a more better outcome.
That's brilliant. Thanks, Liliana. And I know Mitsubishi have been supporting this work, haven't they? Yeah. So we'll move on to the next talk. But while we're setting things up, my quick question to you is: this has huge potential around the world, and is there thought going into where else we could apply this kind of gamification approach elsewhere?
Yeah, I mean, the data is there. It's just a matter of doing it.
Thank you. Right. Katerina and Éléonore. Thanks, Liliana. Really appreciate that.
The third time attendee, the first time presenter. Graduating. You've been presenting every year?
Yeah, I guess.
Seasoned. All right. I'll just hold this. You can probably sit down. Just sounds good. Especially because I just realized we didn't actually even show the slides to the rest of the team. Morning, everyone. So myself and Éléonore will present this project on behalf of a much larger team that somehow did not even see the rest of the slides, but that's hopefully we do them justice. And so yes, the team has been varied throughout the project, and there are a lot more people who we've talked to about the project, and who we've also cornered to be co-authors in some of the publications. Right, so I'd like to start by acknowledging the sponsoring company of the project, and that's the Metals Company. They were founded in 2021 through the merger of a company called Deep Green and the Sustainable Opportunities Acquisition Corporation. So for this reason, you may have heard us talk about Deep Green or the Metals Project as the name of the project. So a little bit about the company. Their headquarters are in Vancouver, and their focus are metals that are currently in high demand. So copper, nickel, cobalt, and manganese. So the metals, for instance, that are required for battery manufacture. So their website for those interested to follow up. And a quote I got from their website: they are a team of scientists, environmentalists, engineers, architects, and business leaders who see the climate crisis as the biggest challenge of our time. Another side note is that their flagship project is called NORI, and it is a polymetallic nodule exploration project in the Clarion-Clipperton zone of the Pacific Ocean, and it is ranked, currently ranked as having the largest undeveloped nickel deposit in the world. So with the company background in mind, the aim of our project with them was to develop an accurate and defensible projection of demand and supply for metals required in batteries by considering all relevant factors. Easy. So ultimately, we were required to deliver this information in the form of a series of peer-reviewed articles in a high-impact journal. So as a result, we decided to curate a special issue in a journal that was willing to entertain us. And in general, the publications would include estimates of future metal demand scenarios, predictions of the extent and likelihood of identification and industry uptake of alternative technologies, which may reduce demand for the metals of interest for the company, so copper, nickel, cobalt, and manganese. We could also analyze the contributing trends which govern the likely future uptake of metal recycling, consider source risks through a more detailed assessment of ESG challenges facing the key metals specifically required for battery manufacture, and lastly, assess the impact of complex ore body challenges to future supply of key battery metals. So as such, will increasing challenges lock up additional supply, or will innovations, for example, unlock it? The project in and itself started in April of last year and was estimated to end in December, but then we got a couple of extensions and the project is just wrapping up. So what we started doing was we started by putting a call for papers titled Future of Battery Metal Supply, which then ultimately became the name of the special issue, and the journal was Resources Conservation and Recycling. So as I talked about earlier, there were a few focal points that we were asking authors to think about, and to reiterate, these are demand scenarios, including assumptions, alternative technologies and substitution, particularly of metals in battery technologies and their potential to replace the more commonly used battery metals. We also asked them to consider recycling, including contribution of recycling to metal supply, and then of course primary source risks, and this is where the analysis of technical and ESG challenges would come into play. So how did we do in the end? In the end, we received 16 contributions towards the special issue. 3 of them were from the SMI, and we will talk, Éléonore and I will talk about these 3 in a bit just now. And out of 16, only 1 got rejected so far, not ours. Which is really good. And so all other papers are in various stages of reviews or have already been published. And of course, we got a variety of papers, and these include, eutectic solvents in lithium-ion battery recycling, to nickel flow in China, to aluminum use in passenger cars. So I'll talk in more detail about the paper that I ended up leading, and it is titled, Will Global Cobalt Supply Meet Demand? The Geological Mineral Processing, Production, and Geographic Risk Profile of Cobalt. And of course, cobalt is one of the metals of interest for our sponsoring company, but it is also a hot topic of discussion. So what we ended up doing as part of our investigation, we created there is no pointer, but in the top left corner, we created the demand forecasting model in the context of future electric vehicle production. So with the mind that cobalt is required for electric vehicles, we then also calculated ESG risk dimensions, and that's a table on the right corner, on the right side of the panel. So ESG risk dimensions for the 30 largest cobalt projects in the world, and we looked at the total score, in red being high and sort of bad. And we also put that in a regional context where we looked at the top 20 countries with reported cobalt reserves and resources and how this sort of traffic light diagram tracks around the world. So not surprisingly, up to 62% of global resources and reserves or reserves and resources is in the sub-Saharan Africa, a region defined by the World Bank. So that's the top panel there with an overall relatively high ESG score, and the red sort of lighting up the social dimensions. So the second largest district region, I should say, is the East Asia and the Pacific, and that includes Australia. Also with a similar total ESG score, but then the environmental dimensions lighting up. Cuba, Brazil, and Mexico being part of the Latin America and the Caribbean is the third largest district, sort of tracking overall similarly. And then, for example, in North America, down lower is in the green, which is sort of, I'll let you make your own conclusions about the competing dimensions to round things off, we created a diagram like this, capturing the global annual production of cobalt in 2022. And the height of columns corresponds to the reported tonnage of cobalt. So we started off by categorizing by countries that are reporting cobalt. Once again, the Democratic Republic of Congo is where the majority is found. Then we subdivided that into the different geological deposit types. In the DRC, majority of it is found in the stratobound sediment-hosted copper-cobalt deposits. We then tracked it into sort of underground versus open pit, with unknown being sort of undetermined at the time of writing, as is the case most of the time. And then we looked at, well, are the things actually producing cobalt? Or like where does cobalt end up? And that's the reality of it, that there is that much of it reported on the left-hand side. And on the right-hand side, this is how much of cobalt we actually end up with producing. Because the truth is that cobalt is a byproduct to copper or nickel production and ends up in the waste stream more often than not. Well, more often. And that is the complex nature of it. So in the end, and this is a summary of the paper, so we summarized all of these things, the future demand and supply of cobalt, the known reserves and resources, the common geological settings, the mineral processing routes, and the ESG risks that apply to all of these projects. So according to the USGS, there are 25 million tons of cobalt resources, and this number appears to meet the projected trends of the global cobalt demand, and we're being optimistic and also sort of conservative. So appears to meet it until 2040, and that is if the average linear growth trend is maintained. In other words, if nothing changes, we don't do anything different than what we're doing right now. However, the cobalt supply risk is rated as high, and that is due to the fact that it's primarily sourced as a byproduct of copper and nickel. So then copper and nickel, and Rick has already mentioned, those are the two metals that are not going to go anywhere, and they're going to continue being of high importance for the current economy and the future environmental stewardship efforts. So in that sense, it is likely that cobalt production will remain a byproduct rather than becoming a large mining sector of its own. So as a result of our compilation, we do try to make a couple of suggestions. So we're noting that cobalt will require a range of sources. And as a result, establishment of formal regulation and governance of artisanal and small-scale mining is something to consider, because that is definitely what's influencing a lot of operations in the sub-Saharan Africa region. And then our second recommendation is examining the secondary prospectivity of cobalt resources from mine waste and tailings. And of course, in the afternoon, we're going to hear all about the work done in that space. So implications of the ESG risk factors directly lead to pressures on mining companies to conform to society's expectations for mining practices. That means that any new projects coming on board, or even the current projects, will face pressures from international investment and the societies to address the ESG risk highlighted in this research. In the end, the study is an initial step and will benefit from including any of the evolving environmental policies and technological advancements. In other words, what we documented is the current and perhaps realistic scenario, also known as the worst case scenario. But the optimists that we are, we're also saying that things are expected and will improve in the future. With this in mind, I will hand over to Éléonore to talk about the other two papers. Do you want to do this?
I'll try this one. It's a bit faster. Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Katerina. So we have two more publications to talk about, but I'll try to be a bit quicker, conscious of time. Mentioning as well that Katerina's paper, the reviews came back and we have addressed the reviews and resubmitted. So this is the most advanced of the three papers. The second paper I'm presenting now, the reviews have come back and we are currently addressing them. And the third paper that I'll just quite quickly touch upon, the reviews haven't come back yet. So we don't know what's happening with this one yet. But I want to spend a bit of time on this one, which we have titled Mining Metals for the Clean Energy Transition, what to do with the mining waste. It's been led by Rick, and because the center of this paper is projections of mine waste generation, considering a clean energy transition scenario. So considering the metals that are needed, especially in batteries and their future demand, what is the waste, mine waste that will be generated as a result of this demand and meeting this demand. So that was really the core of the paper. But as you can see, we have also involved quite a lot of people in this paper. And I really want to thank and acknowledge everyone who has been able to contribute to this paper on the quite short notice, because we had a short time frame for writing this paper. And it's been great that we received that help from everyone. So I really want to acknowledge the people that helped us with this, as well as Liza and Amelia, who are not in the author team, but also were a great help in getting us to be able to submit this paper. I also want to mention that, okay, we're submitting this to Resources Conservation and Recycling, which is a multidisciplinary non-mining journal. So we also have been conscious of the audience that we were trying to reach, which meant that we sometimes had to simplify things. So I don't want things to like hurt the eyes of any specialists in the room, but you've been warned. And so, yeah, we've been looking at copper, nickel, lithium as well, and manganese. And we haven't looked at cobalt, also because we have a complete paper dedicated to cobalt, but also because cobalt being a byproduct of nickel and copper, the waste that is associated with cobalt is quite interlinked with copper and nickel. So how does it, yeah, okay. Yes. So just to show some of the graphs, so I'm just showing the graphs for copper and lithium, but basically the other two commodities are but similar. So on the left side it's the anticipated production. You may not see some of the stuff. It's a bit the font is a bit small, but it's projection up until 2050, and so basically demand is predicted to grow quite considerably for copper and lithium, and this will result in an exponential increase in mining waste. So that's really the kind of the first hit in the in that paper was to show, okay, we can expect under a clean energy transition scenario, we can expect an exponential increase in tailings production and waste rock production. And then we go on to talk about, okay, what does it mean for waste-related impacts? And we talk about how this big increase in mine waste has big implications for land use and the land use that is required for the deposition of mining waste, and how that land use may be competing with other land uses. So we're talking about socioeconomic and environmental context around the mine waste deposition. Another big challenge is chronic pollution and big phenomena like acid mine drainage, and we talk a bit about also catastrophic tailings dam failures, and how we've framed this is to show that because of these impacts, we need to achieve reduction of waste generation, but that reduction can mean three different things. We want to reduce the overall volume of waste that is generated, because that will have an effect on land use, but we also want to reduce the toxicity or the acid mine drainage generating potential of waste. And we also want to reduce the risk associated with the storage of tailings. So there is reduction in three different ways: is volume, toxicity, reduction in toxicity, and reduction in risk. So, and this is where we involved everybody. So basically what we got with the people that we asked to be co-authors on this paper is for them to write a couple of paragraphs on the stuff they know best. So we really asked, okay, what is the most promising approach, most promising technologies that you guys are working on at SMI? And that's an opportunity also to communicate about the research that we do at SMI and that we think has promise. So we talked about reprocessing of mining waste. We talked about in-situ recovery. We talked about ore sand co-production. We talked about, I can't see, dry stacking and commingling on top on the right. We talked about environmental desulfurization of tailings, and we talked about pre-concentration and coarse particle flotation. And at the end of the day, we try to summarize all of the findings from this presentation of the different approaches in this quite simple table where we looked at whether each of the technologies and approaches were able to achieve different type of reduction. So I talked about the three different types: reduction in volume, reduction in acid mine drainage generation, and reduction in the risk of catastrophic failures. But we also looked at considering energy usage and water usage, but this is very simplified again. It's not quantitative, and also what we talk about when presenting this figure is that we consider site level energy usage, for example, but we don't consider how the choice of an approach at one side has implications for other sites, because at the end of the day, we need to meet a certain demand. So if, for example, recovery rates in one site is lower, it means that the metal will have to be extracted somewhere else. So it's not, we need to consider finding numbers for these different technologies, but we need to assess these numbers in regards with the total demand and how we are going to meet this demand. I hope that makes sense. So just to conclude on this, so the first point that we made is that, okay, the estimates of quantities of mining waste and tailings implied for modeling a future production grade represents an exponential increase that carries with it significant social, environmental, and financial costs. So that's the first point that we're making in the paper: exponential increase in mine waste generation. These estimates represents the outcome of continued implementation of current mining, processing, and waste disposal practices. So this is a scenario where it's business as usual for the mining industry. The use of conventional approaches in the ramping up of production required to meet future decarbonization targets may not be tenable. So in light of what we're expecting to be an exponential increase in mine waste, with current technology, we're saying, okay, there might be a big problem here and we need to consider alternatives. None of the 6 alternative approaches that we've presented will achieve substantial reduction by themselves or without any significant and unwanted secondary effects. So that's probably the big highlight of the paper is we've talked about these different approaches. We've said, okay, what was their potential, how advanced they were, whether they had been applied in different places and how. But at the end of the day, none of them is a easy solution for all of our problems. So, and all of them have some unwanted secondary effect. So we conclude that solutions are to be found in pairing and concurrent implementation of several approaches. So we say pairing is at the site level. So for example, using desulfurization and reprocessing in the same site. Concurrent implementation is globally, so having implementation of certain approaches in some location where the context authorizes this type of approach, and another approach in a different geography, in a different location, depending on site-specific characteristics and local context characteristics. So that's really the highlight of the final conclusion, which is the choice of the approach, whether it's an alternative approach or whether it's a conventional approach, depends on site and local context characteristics. So I won't talk about the third paper because I think we're running out of time, just to say that we have a third one and that I'm leading it, and I'm happy to have a chat about it if anyone wants to talk about it during the break. And thank you.
Thanks, Éléonore and Kat. That was really interesting. I hadn't quite realised the depth of analysis that had gone in through your work. We are going to have to move on. So please save your questions for the break, and Ben will come in. But I mean, the highlight for me while Ben is setting up is just the sheer volume of waste that is implied in finding, in being able to achieve a renewable energy future, and also how inefficient we are in that. I mean, the idea that most cobalt will be present in waste and we're not actually extracting all of it, and it's a very inefficient process, is quite an eye-opener. Thanks, Kat.
Just trying to get this fixed up. Oh, in a minute. Hashtag awkward. There we go. There you go. Jill, is that all right? Jill's not here. Yep, cool. Okay. Brilliant. We're all already there. Fantastic. Well, welcome everyone. Thank you for getting through so far. I realize I'm the only thing between you and morning tea, so let's have a good time in the next 15 minutes. And we are okay. Yeah, there we go. Oh, Steve, I think this is the incorrect slides. Oh, no. Yes, this is the phase slides from yesterday, but it's okay.
Bear with us. This is going to be awkward, very awkward moment. Yeah, just put it in here. No, just carry on.
Right.
Yeah, we'll be 5 minutes. Sorry about that. That's an administrative error.
Just talk amongst yourselves.
Escape out of that. Why is that not escaping? So actually, while we're doing this, Kat, you may as well send the mic around for questions for the last talk. So here we go, and people will be asking you and Éléonore. Nick's got a question at the back.
Oh, no. Thank you. Just one comment in looking at all of that data and things like the USGS figures, we do need to remember that they quote resources, and that's not actually what we dig up. We tend to dig up reserves, and therefore there's an implied loss there already. And especially in, say, big orthomagmatic systems, the cobalt grades are low, but they get quoted in the resources, but tend not to actually be dug up and end up in the tailings. So I suppose the potential is still there, but they end up in a different part of the equation. So we probably need to be a bit careful, and maybe some of that reasoning that goes from left to right in that big Sankey diagram is related to resources rather than reserves.
Now, that's totally a rookie mistake on my part, because we did touch on that in the paper. And that's the difference between the, well, not defining what reserves and resources are, but the different values reported, and different groups report different things. And we did focus on reserves specifically because of the nature of cobalt, because it's a byproduct. And I didn't mean to say reserves. It's a rookie mistake, but thank you for pulling me up on that, because it is the 25 million tons is the reserve, and specifically applied to cobalt. But that's good. Yes, thank you. And we had a whole, I don't know, page in the paper on that, fully recognizing this that you're talking about. Yep.
Thanks for that discussion and for covering my ass. All right, now into Ben.
Okay, no worries. Okay, I hope you can still hear me online. So what makes a complex ore body complex? This has been well defined and discussed quite a few times over the last 5 years. One way into this question, though, and of course, which will still be relevant into the future, whatever exactly COB 2.0 and the other derivative projects look like, is you can answer that question by looking at the interconnected risk landscape of a particular project, or a particular complex ore body project, right? So what we were able to do, what I'm sharing today, is some results of a type of analysis called causal network topology analysis. And if you were at Yifei's confirmation yesterday, this is what he presented as well. This same idea. A different way of looking at the risk landscape of a project, or any kind of set of risks, really, to explore how we might think differently about managing those risks in a holistic and interconnected way. So as Steve mentioned, last year, we worked with MMG on looking at various options for the Izok Lake project in Canada. No doubt this was talked about a lot last year, I think, at this event. This was not presented last year. This was about, well, we had a go at applying this methodology to Izok Lake. So to start off, when you're thinking about risk management for complex ore bodies, one of the things that makes it difficult and complex is that there are many stakeholders and they want different things. And that translates to the stakeholders see different risks and set about managing them in a distinct manner. So a key question then is, how do you determine if risk overall is low enough to be acceptable? Whose risk? Which stakeholder are we talking about? And so complex project feasibility depends on, well, one of the ways to think about that, and there are many, and I'm not an expert at this kind of thing, depends on lowering the risk overall for all stakeholders. So project feasibility for complex ore bodies is complex. As I just mentioned, there are many often competing goals that are trying to be achieved, and therefore a diverse network of risks that appear and all need to be dealt with. Optimizing how we do this would be a good thing. So causal network topology analysis, or KNETA for short, is presented as an approach to help with optimizing project feasibility risk management. KNETA facilitates the translation and integration of risk information from all, or as many as possible, relevant stakeholders and data sources into what's called a causal network, like that down there, which is a network of interconnected risk events, causes, and consequences. And then it analyzes the structure or the topology of that network to help support risk management decision-making. So just to clarify, in that network diagram, all the dots, all the nodes represent risk events, or their causes or consequences or control failures. And all the arrows between them, so it's a directed graph, represent causal links. This approach provides insight about the whole scenario that perhaps wasn't obvious before when you were only looking at risks one at a time. The intention of doing this is to enhance how we make decisions about risk treatment and risk management more broadly to help to optimize complex project risk management. So the Izok Lake project, this is a rough map of that. In 2021, some of us here at the SMI supported MMG in looking at this project again from a feasibility point of view, and we were given the opportunity to perform Kineta on some of the potential process configurations, so mining configurations that were examined in that project, and I'll talk a high-level view of them through them in a second. So we took 3 of those different process configurations. Here they are. Approximately here they are. And we did a small risk workshop on each one to identify risks from across all the disciplines in the SMI that were related to this project. And we were able to look at the causal networks of each of them to see what we could learn. So for the 3 configurations that we looked at, the first one, just a high-level summary, obviously, the energy for that was energy technology was renewables. They were looking at 3 products in 2 different mining locations transporting north to the port. Configuration number 2 used a hybrid energy mix with just 1 product at 2 different mine sites, and again, transporting it north. And the third one was a bit different, just looking at fossil fuels, again, back to 3 products, but only looking at location in the south and transporting products south. Just to give you a rough distinction between the configurations. Most of the results today, I'll just show you the causal network results of configuration 1. So the way these risk workshops played out, so this translated to inviting participants from all the SMI centres who were involved in the Izok Lake project to the risk workshop, where we identified various risks that affected project feasibility. From mineral exploration, geology, mine planning, minerals processing, tailings management, water management, health and safety, conservation, and social impact as well. And as I mentioned, we analysed those 3. We did this for each of those different process configurations. Interestingly, because everyone in the room knew that the goal of that day was to take the results, all the risks that are written on the post-its there, and build a causal network, they started almost automatically drawing causal links, arrows, on the tables. You see on the right-hand side, someone's defaced a table there. But between all the post-its using whiteboard markers. Now, this was a surprising result, but a welcome one. And it changed the tone of the day. Instead of sitting down all day staring at a risk register in Excel, which is the typical way that risk workshops tend to go down, people were moving and talking and interacting. And it was quite interactive. And it was quite democratic. Anyone could add post-its at the same time. Anyone could draw links, avoiding the problem of the loudest voice in the room dominating. This is an example of how you can use the process of building a causal network to actually reshape how you do risk workshops. It's the beginning of rethinking how we look at the risk landscape of a complex project. So what did we do from there to get to the causal network? So you can see under those circles, that's the risk register. So the table we took the post-it, summarized the data in a table, and then you can see that there are causal relationships embedded in risk registers, right? So between the causes on the left-hand side and the yellow column, have a role, of course, in causing the risk events, which then have a role in causing the consequences. That's how a risk register works. And there are some controls in there in blue circles. So you can see just by drawing circles around the blocks of text, it's starting to look like a network diagram. Now, some of those consequences are going to cause other things further down the table, but you can't really see that just by looking at the table view. So you extract the logical relationships, the causal relationships between these events. We happen to represent that as an adjacency matrix just to encode that in the computer. And then from that representation, this is the visualized network of if we just were to continue the red and blue circles for the whole network, It's a bit of a summarized version of how you look at it. That's where the causal network comes from. So for example, consider the risk event in the middle at the top, altered wildlife behavior. One of the causes is site-generated noise and vibration, and there are two controls for this cause. So that's in the blue circles, two prevention controls. These cause and the two controls are converted into an AND gate, a Boolean AND gate, and that logic is captured in the adjacency matrix, which is then represented as the causal network. So what's the point? What's the point of this? How does Kineta help you think differently about complex project feasibility? Well, first of all, you can answer this question, or you can explore this question. Are there risk events I've missed? Am I missing key connections between individuals or between groups of risks, between islands of risks? You can also explore what are the key risks that are predominantly driving or derailing the project risk landscape, that are derailing the project. Of course, the traditional way we look at this is to look at the severity of individual risk events, and that's still really critical. You don't get rid of that, but we're looking at the same information, but we're looking at the embedded causal structure of that risk register. That tells us different information. The third thing that you can learn is what is the set of risks I should treat first to make the overall residual risk of the scenario as low as reasonably practicable, and what might be an idealized order to treat those risks in. Again, we tend to rely on severity and likelihood information, and I'm not saying we get rid of that, not at all, but we can also learn stuff from the topology of these networks, and I'll show you in a minute how to do that, that adds to our understanding of the order to treat things in. So for example, just by looking at the network, you can see that there are disconnected parts. That raises the question straight away, maybe I've missed some key risks. When you're looking at a complex project, it's easy to miss things. This is a way of being able to see exactly where I might be missing risk events. The next thing I can do is I can actually measure, I can calculate various metrics from the structure, from the topology. So for example, if you just look at the blue circle in the middle, there's a measure you can calculate called the betweenness. That's a count of the number of causal pathways that go through a particular event. That's a measure of its importance in driving a scenario. If you calculate the betweenness for the whole network, and I've colored high betweenness nodes here closer to red is higher betweenness, you can see that there are two in particular this is configuration 1 that really pop out as important. And these ones are, one of them is damaged community relations, and the other one is community or NGO blockages or activism. Now, there's a lot of other things we can learn from this, but what's clear is that reputation risks are really driving a lot of the issues here. But betweenness is just one metric. You can look at many things you can calculate from the network. So when we combine a couple of different metrics together, you see them here: out closeness, strength, and betweenness. If you want to know what they are in particular, I will ask me at the end. But you can see overall, those top three risks at the bottom: damaged community relations, community NGO blockages, undesirable media interests. What this is pointing at is that in terms of what's driving the risk landscape, not when we look at severity, but when we look at the place in the network, reputation issues are really central. And in our discussions with MMG, this point kept coming up again and again. The third thing you can do is, how do you figure out an optimal order to treat risks in? So one way to do this is to explore the network fragility. So there's an analysis you can do called a robustness analysis, where you take nodes out of the network one at a time, and to count how many nodes do I have to remove, what's the minimum number of nodes I have to remove before all the other nodes have disappeared. To interpret that in a causal network, you can find the best order to treat risks in, to prevent these events. We represent that by taking them out of the network one at a time, to most efficiently prevent all the other risks. So you can see here, for the blue line is for configuration 1, out of about 280 initial risk events, if there's a particular set of 84 that if I take them out first, as you can see the order of the first 10 on the right, if I deal with them first, if I prevent them first, then all of the other risks are prevented as well, because we know what the causal structure of the network is. Because when you take one risk event out, some of the other ones are left with no more connections. So this is what you might think of as an upper limit to risk treatment effectiveness. It gives you a clue of where to look first, what risks to explore first. So in conclusion, well, ask me about that at the end. In conclusion, to summarize, causal network topology analysis as an augmentation to existing project risk analysis methods. And it helps you, for example, find missing risks and causal links between events you might have missed by looking at the visualized network. It starts you to be able to reflect in a different way on what have we done here? What are we missing? The next one is that it helps you to look for key risks that might be derailing the project, like those reputation issues that came up when we looked at structurally what nodes hold important structural positions. And the third thing is it gives you a clue as to an optimal order to treat the risks in. So again, traditionally we would look at high severity or high risk nodes and deal with them first, and that's still important. This is another view into what might an optimal order of risk treatment be. But it's important to note that this is not a panacea. It doesn't replace what is already being done. It augments and transforms current risk assessment approaches for complex projects. It opens new doors and helps you to think differently about how to manage complex ore bodies. Thank you.
Large round of applause. Thank you so much, Ben. Now we're very late, so we will go straight into break. Helen Degeling, sorry to interrupt your texting. Are you having to rush off after your talk? Have you got lunchtime? Thank you so much. So Helen will start at 10 past, have a shortened break, come back at 10 past, and then Helen will be giving us a view from the Department of Resources on the impacts of the critical metals work we've been doing here and future directions. And Helen, we're really appreciative of you coming in and stepping in and doing that for us. It'd be great to hear from you outside of our own little groupthink. If you have questions for the speakers, particularly for Ben, Katerina and Éléonore, please approach them over break. And other than that, thank you very much. Okay, well, let's get started while people are still filing in. I'm very conscious of time, so what we'll do is we're moving this session back by just over 15 minutes, and we'll start lunch a little bit later. But right now, I'm really pleased to say we have Helen Degeling, who's going to come in and give her perspective on a lot of our work in critical mass space from her role as Director, Manager, Leader of Mineral Resources Division.
Something, yeah.
What is your official title? Sorry, Helen.
You can get it up there.
There we go. Oh, it is Director Minerals Geoscience. There we go. Thanks, Helen.
I'll just give everybody a second to come in. Quick, come on. All right. Well, thank you, Steve, for asking me to be part of the Complex Orebodies Day. It's a first for me, so glad to be here. And as many of you know, the Geological Survey of Queensland works very closely with SMI more broadly, and the BRC in particular. So many of you are familiar faces and collaborators indeed with GSQ. So I'm really glad about that. And in fact, our closest relationships within the BRC itself are with the Complex Orebodies group and the MyWatch group. Hang on while I work the technology. So I'm going to start with a little bit of a background as to why the work that geological surveys in general do, and of course each state does have a geological survey, why this is so important, particularly for mineral exploration. And then Hence why our collaboration with all of you is equally as important. As everybody here knows, I'm sure, exploration is essential for sustaining the ongoing production and supply of minerals and metals required not only for the global energy transition, as we've already heard this morning, but also to support global economies, infrastructure, and our modern standard of living. So without exploration, the discovery of new deposits is constrained. Without discovery, the value of a region's mineral resources cannot be realised. So this impacts not only the production of raw materials, but ultimately downstream supply chains and associated industries. And you can see on this graph up here, of course, produced by the Fraser Institute, they estimate that for every 500 or more projects, we will get only one exploration projects, we will get only one producing mine. So I'm an exploration geologist by background. I've only been in government for 4 years now. So I know, and many of you know here, that exploration is hard. The next generation of big deposits are unlikely to outcrop, so they won't stick out in rocks at the surface. They will be obscured, they will be hard to find, and they will probably be deep. So the government that I represent invests a lot of money in supporting exploration through what we call pre-competitive data, because without it, there are no new mines. It's our job at GSQ, and then with our collaborative partners, to ensure that the baseline data sets are there and they are available to industry to make exploration in regions like this possible. To illustrate this further, this is a map showing the distribution of known mineralisation by the little black dots versus outcrop. So that is the rocks that stick out of the ground, and then cover. So the dirt at the surface of the earth is the green in between the grey. That blanket of dirt covers about 80% of our state, and that's actually true of the whole of Australia. Our mineral endowment in outcropping areas. All right, so we know that our mineral endowment in the outcropping or the grey areas is pretty good, as you can see by the density of the little black dots. So statistically, there must be a similar density of mineralisation beneath the cover. But of course, that's much more difficult to see and expensive to explore. Add to that the fact that our sector is overwhelmingly dominated by junior companies, as is, again, the rest of Australia. So this map shows just how, it's a couple of years old, but it shows just how much of Queensland's mineral exploration tenure, so the licenses that give a company the right to explore, is held by junior companies, which are in the purple colour. This dates back to October 2019. We do have a new map being generated, but it wasn't ready for today. So that amounts to nearly 80% of the ground, the exploration tenure, being held or explored by companies with the smallest budgets. So the most amount of work being done by the company with the smallest or the least resources to actually do that work. So it's these companies that rely most on government support and joint ventures with larger companies or organisations to secure the funds with which to actually carry out their activities and make new discoveries. Oops. And so that's where the GSQ comes in to help. But as awesome as the GSQ is, and you can see us here, and I do believe that we are a leading agency amongst Australia's state and federal geological surveys, we are very small, and we simply can't do everything. The upside is that we are well funded. So you'd be amazed how many friends appear out of the woodwork at every state government budget announcement. Rick. Ultimately, we need collaborative partners to be able to achieve everything that we ambitiously aim for. And it is this very strong focus on collaboration, both across academia and industry, which I think leads to real and practical innovation and solutions for the exploration sector. One of the reasons that I get invited to events like this today is that one of our strongest collaborations is right here at SMI with, as I said, many of you. And I believe that that is because in the SMI and the BRC in particular, we have found, this is going to sound corny, but we've found our sister organisation, a group that has strong ties to industry and bridges the gap between the academic and the commercial. And so this is a quick highlight of some of the work that we love so much. First up, this is through the MyWatch group led by Anita Parbhakar-Fox. It's a bit of an old slide, but this group that Anita has developed and has made famous, I think, through the concept of secondary prospectivity, and that is developing our understanding of the enduring value in mine waste. And we've already heard some of the discussions and talks about that today. This is in fact laying the groundwork to define the huge value of mine waste and in fact redefining it as an asset rather than a liability. Oh, there's a timer on this, that's not fair. This project began in 2019 with Anita on her own. And I sent her a couple of field people out to go up to this site here and help dig holes. And that was to look at cobalt in copper tailings. Now, all of you know how much that group has grown, how much that body of work has grown. It now encompasses not only the rest of Australia, but sites overseas as well. So it's become something that all of us here can be immensely proud of. For the GSQ part, we are still going. This partnership has expanded beyond belief. It won't be slowing down anytime soon. And especially not when I personally now have regular approaches by companies that are using metal value in mine waste as their business model, and they want to know where they can access data and when's our next report on that coming out. So it's generating economic interest, environmental interest, government interest, and it's fantastic. A second flagship project, which again is collaborative through UQ more broadly, but SMI to start with, and SEAS, and as well as the School of Chemical Engineering. Is that right, Nathan? Yeah. Is that of the sustainable methods for rare earth processing. So rare earths are another one of those critical minerals that are vital to form permanent magnets for wind turbines or electric vehicles. However, one of the things that we hear over and over and over again is how hard they are to extract from the rocks that they come in. The truth is that we actually have loads of rare earths. Exploration isn't the problem. It's the processing, the extraction of the rare earths from the rocks themselves. So in this project, we're examining the application of bioleaching using bacteria, phytomining using plants, and low temperature, low acid hydrometallurgy for the extraction of rare earths. And you can see that the lead researchers coordinated and herded together by Nathan, but also with James, Gordon, Peter, and many more, are working through those experimental processes. We're testing a whole range of different rare earth ore types that are found in Queensland. This project has now been running for about 3 years. We've recently, of course, agreed to expand it beyond that original scope and then add further experiments, further investigation into different types of plants and bacteria and all sorts of things. And this image is courtesy of Anthony Van Dent. Last but not least, because I've only got a small spot, I'm going to finish with the overwhelmingly popular deposit atlas. So there is so much value in understanding the data and the information that collectively we as industry, academia and government as a geoscience community that we already have, but isn't pulled together in one spot. So the deposit atlas was Rick Valenta's brainchild, I believe. It was the idea of a compilation of all the data and information and knowledge pulled together in one place for key deposits in Queensland. And because everything is a collaboration, Vlad Lisitsin at GSQ then said, well, we couldn't just have a series of PDF documents. That was too old-fashioned. We needed the compilations to be presented as a series of downloadable 3D data sets for each deposit. So here is the snapshot of the Northwest Minerals Province deposit atlases scanned off the SMI page. There is, of course, one for the Northeast as well. And this work is still ongoing now under the direction of Nick Cook for his SINs. The graph down the bottom on the right there shows the results of a recent feedback exercise that we undertook with industry to ascertain the value of different data sets and work packages that GSQ have funded. And the deposit atlas was, as you can see there, overwhelmingly the highest value piece of work for explorers. So congratulations, SMI team, really, really, really fantastic. That's it from me. I am both proud and appreciative of the relationship that GSQ has with SMI. I called us sister organisations before, and I do truly believe that. So thank you to everybody here for being a part of our joint success.
Thank you very much, Helen. Any quick questions for Helen while we've got her? Great. Okay. I know you have to rush off, so I'll stay to lunch. Brilliant. Are you going to have lunch with us as well? Okay. Possibly Helen will be with us for lunch. And if she is, you can ask her more questions then. Okay. Next speaker, Christian and Kim.
Thank you. All right.
Yeah.
All right. Good morning, everyone. My name's Christian Antonio and Kim Runge, and we're here today to talk about the High Voltage Pulse Collaborative Research Program, which was funded by COB. This is going to be a tag team today. So I'm initially introducing the actual HVP technology, and Kim will be talking about the actual collaborative. So as we've heard already this morning, there will be an undersupply of materials such as copper in the very near future. This graph on the left here is just for copper, but it goes for a lot of the metals that we rely on right now and all the metals that will rely on this energy transition. So our ore bodies are getting poorer, so they're decreasing in grades, they're becoming more harder and more complex to actually process. So as a result, we're having to increase processing volumes, and the energy that's required to do this will just increase exponentially in the coming years. So there is really a push by the mining companies for a radical step change in technology to overcome these challenges. So one of the technologies that we're working on is high voltage pulse technology. So high voltage technology is the use of electrical energy to break rocks. So it's not a new technology. It's been around since 1970 and used by the Russians to comminute rocks to very fine sizes. But this process wasn't efficient, taking up to 100 kilowatts hour per ton of energy. So because of that, it wasn't taken up by industry. But there are very good benefits that you can get from HVP just by using it to pre-treat rocks. And that's the focus of the work we're doing here at the JKMRC, which was started by Professor Frank Shi in 2007. So we're shifting the use of HVP from a comminution device to a pre-treatment device to get these processing benefits downstream. So the pictures on the left are two of our systems. The first one is the self-rag unit, which is basically an industrial unit, but it's a batch process. The second unit is a bespoke unit. That's our flexible testing facility, which we built here a few years ago. So how does the HVP work? So basically, HVP is characterized by a fast rising electrical pulse discharge from capacitors. So if you take the schematic on the left, you have a charged up capacitor, which will be supplying energy to two electrodes there on the left. Between those two electrodes are rocks and it's underwater. So if you apply the pulse quick enough in this case, less than 500 nanoseconds, the electrical energy or the lightning between the electrodes actually go through the solids and not through the water. So in this case, that happens. If you miss that, I'll show it again. So once the electricity pulse is discharged, then you get that. So it's pretty exciting, and our collaborators were pretty excited when they first saw that. So HVP pre-treatment does have its benefits, and these are listed here. And the good thing is you can get all these benefits with very little energy input, so between 1 to 10 kilowatt hours per ton. So now I'm just going to go through some of the benefits that we do get from HVP. So the first one is the pre-weakening. So once you apply the electrical energy, you get a network of micro cracks within the ore itself, which makes the ore itself weaker for downstream processes. So images on the left there are X-ray tomography images of rocks that have been broken, and where you can see all the micro cracks, and that's done different scales. This one here is a synthetic particle, and you can see visually that it's full of micro cracks, and that's very easily deteriorate. So just as an example, the values here before HVP is for a rock which is quite competent, 31 A times B, and after HVP, it's increased to 84. So that's a significant change in the actual rock competence. The second benefit to HVP is the improved mineral liberation that you get. Because the electrical lightning basically is attracted by the conductive grains within the rocks, this allows the lightning to break along the grain boundaries as it goes through the rocks. Basically, you can get improved liberation at coarser sizes compared to mechanical breakage. And this can also then enable technologies like coarse particle flotation downstream to be implemented. So one of the main applications that we're using HVP for is size-based separation, because it is very selective, where it targets just the mineralized particles, as you see in the video before, where it breaks things up. You do get a size separation, or a size-based basic separation after the HVP. So if you look at the graph on the image on the top left, if you apply HVP to ores, it will break the mineralized ores and leave the barren ores alone. So you get a size difference. So if you apply a screen afterwards, you'll get two streams, a higher grade broken particles, fine particles, and low grade coarse particles. So you can have two streams which you can treat separately. So the graphs here are just an example of a gold ore where as received, you don't see any pre-concentration, the graph on the left, and HVP pre-treated, you can see, definitely see a pre-concentration there. So for 90% gold recovery, you know, you only need to recover about 70% of the mass. So basically 30% of the mass you can throw away up front, which saves energy down, you know, downstream in the processing. So a lot of this, a lot of the work here has been done in batch form. So you know, to get industry support and uptake, we really need to take this into to scale up into a continuous scale. So in 2018, Professor Frank Qi invented this a grizzly concept to scale the process up. So basically, a grizzly is used in the mining industry now for many decades. If we then electrify a grizzly, something like this, where the grizzly electrodes become the actual electrodes, and as a screen, we can combine processing and screening in one, and then we can scale it. It can handle a higher throughput and scale this thing up. So in the past couple of years, so that's what we've been doing. We've got students working on this project, and they've built a continuous HVP prototype that's currently hooked up to our flexible testing facility. And as you can see there, it's built up of a few different components. So we've got a feeder and a processing vessel, which is the gray bit there. The processing vessel itself holds the grizzly electrodes and is separated in two compartments. So the a compartment that collects the broken particles, the fine material, and the oversized material, which is the coarse. So just shows there. So this is a video of the machine working. As you can see, you know, the particles flow into an inclined grizzly, and the electrical pulses are being pulsed at a set rate. I think at this is about 4 hertz, but we can vary that. And as it goes through, mineralized particles get broken and end up down in this first compartment, and the coarse particles go off the end. So you have two streams there. So you can hear that now. That's so in the end you get 2 streams, very different in size and very easy to separate. So you've got that high grade material which we can process further, and the low grade that we can reject or treat differently. So as you can see, there are many benefits to HVP, but there's also a lot of gaps right there, so listed there. So now it's time to hand over to Kim to talk about the collaborative. Oh, no.
So in 2017, 2018, Frank, Christian and myself had a bit of a brainstorming session and said, okay, there's all these gaps to taking up this technology by industry. What are we going to do about it? And we decided what we would do is try to put together a high voltage pulse collaborative research program that would be funded by industry. So after 2 years of putting a proposal together, seeking sponsors, very long contractual process, we managed to get it up and running and established in October 2019. And the aim was to take the HVP technology and bridge the gaps identified for industrial uptake by doing R&D. And we also thought that there was a possibility by doing it as a collaborative research project of bringing the industry together with us on a bit of a partnership or a journey. In the end, we struggled to get sponsors because it was seen to be a little bit too far away from commercialization, but Newcrest and Newmont had the vision to support this technology, and also the Complex Orebodies Program. And that was really vital for us because Newmont basically said, if there's not 3 sponsors, we're not coming on board. So it really enabled us to get the thing moving. Now, the project's not just the SMI. The SMI is providing the mineral processing expertise, but we've also got a really strong and very productive relationship with Hwaseong University of Science and Technology, which we call HUST, and they're based in Wuhan in China. And they are leaders in the world in HVP generation. So in terms of some of the key questions that we wanted to answer, we wanted to understand what's the achievement possible using a continuous grizzly, what are the operational parameters that are going to maximize performance. Now we need to run this thing at high hertz for days, weeks, months, years. How do we really ruggedize the power generation and maximize energy efficiency? And the other thing is this has to be done underwater. How do we operate with dirty water? What happens when things become conductive? We also had a vision of doing work on ore amenability. How do we, where best to put this into our process, and how do we ultimately, if we're going to design processes, are we going to model it? Now, unfortunately, we didn't get enough money to be able to do all of these various tasks. So what we did as a group, we prioritized building the piece of equipment and doing proof of concept, because we thought that that was what needed to be done to then provide more, to get more interest by industry. So these are the kind of projects that we undertook, and the other projects are still to be performed. A lot of people come to us and say, well, what about this? And we say, yes, we'd love to look at it, but we need the funding. So in terms of the HVP Collaborative, it ended up being 4 main projects, 3 of them PhDs. The first was performed by Daniel Lane. It was a HVP parameter study in a batch type system. We then had one project, a PhD that's been running at HUST University, looking at ruggedizing the generator system and improving energy efficiency. We've got a project here at the JK, Flavio's undertaking, looking at building this continuous integrated system and then doing the optimization work to improve its performance. And then finally, we also did a short researcher-led project, which was looking at surveying HVP generation. We read 120 papers. In fact, Frank and Christian ran 120 papers and consulted widely all over the world to do that bit of review, with a view to having a pathway to commercialisation of the generator system. So these 2 projects, HVP01 and the short project, have been completed and thesis is produced and reports. The other 2 are nearing completion. So I can't go into all the technical achievements because a lot of them are confidential, but up at a high level, technically, we've built the small scale HVP grizzly electrode system. We've really got a much better idea of what are the parameters that significantly affect HVP break-it and pre-concentration. We've demonstrated that the HVP grizzly system can increase feed grades by 50%, and that's unoptimized because we're only just starting that work. And there's also one of the really big achievements was showing that the grizzly uses much less energy than the batch system, at least half, which is a significant reduction in energy use and makes this thing technically viable. We've also done a lot of work in terms of developing HVP generator componentry. We've also got a lot of academic achievements, PhDs conferred, journal publications, conference papers, and also a number of awards that the students have received in recognition of their good work. So in terms of the future, we've got some remaining projects due to completion at the end of 2020, and the projects that were in the centre should be completed by the end of 2023. But we are, as we hoped, starting to get more interest from other industry sponsors. We have one that's poised with their pen to sign as soon as we can get them the contract, and others showing interest as well, which means we plan to extend the collaborative over a longer period of time. The other big development for us is HVP has become a technology that's being picked up by the Trailblazer program. And this is which is a government initiative to support universities to boost prioritize research and development and drive commercialization. And what that's going to enable us to do is to take the technology and build a pilot plant, do business cases, do much more work around proving it as a viable technology so that it can get to the next stage of development towards industrial uptake. And that's being supported by Newcrest and JK Tech. So in terms of our overall research development plan, and this is quite an old slide, it's something that Christian put together a long time ago where we said, well, how are we going to get this to market? We thought we needed an innovative testing facility. We needed to prove that it would work. So we went and had one-on-one studies with various people just to test their ores. We then built the collaborative advanced HVP R&D, and then we plan to go to pilot planning as the next stage. And we've made progress in each of these different pillars. And we're also continuing to make progress. We've got new componentry that's going to be supplied by HUST to increase the kind of testing or the size of particles that we can break in our facilities. We've got a number of new projects, ACARP, a proposal to look at HVP in coal, and also a potential project in the ARC Centre of Excellence. We're seeking additional sponsors in the collaborative, and Trailblazer will enable us to go into the pilot planning stage. So in summary, HVP has many potential benefits for the mining industry: increased throughput, unlock low-grade reserves, improve energy efficiency, improve metal recoveries, and applicable to a wide range of ores. And the electrode grizzly, which was an invention from here at the JK, which we're very proud of, and I have to acknowledge Frank, who came up with that idea, of being able to perform pre-concentration by combining HVP breakage and size reduction into the one unit, allowing industry implementation. We want to thank Complex Orebodies for the support, because it allowed us to unlock and move this technology forward, and feel that it's a great example of a collaboration between researchers and industry. And just acknowledge the amazing JKMRC HVP team and our HUST people and our high voltage pulse collaborative program supporters. Thank you.
Thanks, Tim and Christian. It's such exciting technology. While we're transferring speakers, any quick questions for the team here? We have one from Carlos.
Would that technology work for any type of commodity, and also related, why is it concentrated the metals in the fine fractions?
So it works for quite a few different commodities, especially if you have conductive minerals in there. So we do have a database of quite a large database of ores that this will work for. The fines, for copper ores anyway, the concentration is in the fines because it's selective, so it breaks the material with the copper ores or with the chalcopyrite in there. So that's why it gets broken, it gets finer. So that's how the concentration gets into that stream.
Just quickly on the use of the water, we always get told electricity and water don't really mix. For you guys though, is it essential, or could you do it without water? Because the throughput on the Grizzly seems a little bit slow in the presence of water. Is that something that could be modified, particularly for mobile plant equipment as well?
That's a good question. So yes, that's my first thought initially. Electricity will just dissipate in the water, but because it's under 500 nanoseconds, the actual water becomes the insulator, and the breakdown of the rock or the solid is a lot less. So the electricity goes preferentially into the solids. At the moment, the Grizzly is static, but there are options to move that around to increase throughput.
Thanks all. So we'll move on to Lisa now. Take it away, Lisa.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. So I am here to talk about our other big collaborative industry endeavor, and that is the Collaborative Consortium for Coarse Particle Processing. And the great thing about giving a presentation sort of later in the day is that everybody who's come before you has already kind of given a lot of the introduction. Nonetheless, so we know that it's been said a lot that in order to enable the transformation towards renewable energy, we will require to do a tremendous amount of mining that is over and above what has been done at the moment, and particularly probably more mining in copper than has been done to date in the history of humanity. And all of that comes at quite a tremendous cost. We're going to have to dig very, very big holes, much like this one. There's, there we go. So that is a very, very big hole in the ground that is visible from space. And we're going to have to consume a tremendous quantity of resources in order to make it happen. So once again, these graphs have already been put up by various people who have come before me, just to indicate that the amount of mining and the amount of metal production that's going to happen in order to enable the transformation to renewable energy is staggering. And in order to enable the recovery of all of these minerals, we need to try and get there while causing as little damage to the environment as possible, over and above the damage that has already been incurred during the reign of human civilization. So currently, the way things stand, the typical minerals processing circuit looks something like this. You start off with a mine where things are recovered. You move on to a crushing stage, followed by a fine milling stage, where you separate the coarse rocks from the fine rocks that then go either to a flotation stage or a gravity separation stage. Flotation for more fine material, gravity separation for more coarse material. You recover your valuables and you send your tailings to waste. Now, what is important here is that these two stages is what we refer to as comminution. In other words, just crushing rocks. A very, very fine science of rock crushing. And so grinding energy is something that is the biggest contributor to the energy footprint of any particular mining operation. So a comminution circuit on a large scale mine takes up as much energy as a small city, and by small city I mean Brisbane. And the comminution energy all around in the minerals processing accounts for approximately 40% of all energy that is consumed in the minerals processing operation. So it is profoundly energy hungry. And so for base metals alone, this accounts for approximately 0.4% of global energy use. So once again, the amount of energy that goes into rock crushing is profound. So, but why do we need to do it? Like, why do we need to spend this much energy on just crushing rocks? Well, unfortunately, there's a very good reason. We need to do so because conventional flotation systems require a very fine particle size. So over here, what has become now the classic elephant curve, because of, you know, the elephant, shows that when you are moving towards rock particles that are greater than approximately 150 micron, our flotation efficiency falls off a cliff. And this has to do with the particular way in which that we operate flotation cells, in the way that we have to suspend the particles and get them interacting with air bubbles. And so good control and optimization of rock crushing and comminution circuits is absolutely paramount towards achieving good recoveries. And so, but why is that? So why do we need to float at such fine particles? Well, it has to do with the concept of liberation. You have heard the word being mentioned before. It's because when we are recovering metals from ores, we don't actually recover an elemental metal. We don't even recover a mineral phase. What we recover are particles. And those particles contain a variety of mineral phases that are then element rich. And in order for us to maximize the amount of metal recovered while minimizing the amount of gangue that comes along with it, we have to achieve good liberation of our particles, which is why we have to grind. So this is an example of a poorly liberated coarse mineral particle where you have your yellow particles are representing your valuable chalcopyrite and your gray representing your gangue mineral phase. And as you can see, if you recover a single particle that is well liberated, what comes across is basically pure chalcopyrite, that is over 40% copper. But if you recover a single particle that is poorly liberated, the amount of valuable material that come across with a single particle is significantly smaller. Conventional flotation is something that has over years developed in order to operate within a particular hydrodynamic environment. In other words, how things move in the slurry of water and air, such that you have to put in a sufficient amount of energy into the cell to create a good amount of turbulence to enable suspension of these particles and interactions with the air bubbles. And so what this does is it necessitates a very narrow particle size distribution, which is amenable to treatment with conventional flotation. In addition to this, because we now have to process greater and greater volumes of ore because our ore is being depleted in terms of its grade, the size of flotation cells out in industry has undergone an exponential increase to the point where an average flotation cell in industry is approximately half the size of this room. So this is not something that can be sustainably maintained. It simply is not a trend that can continue on forever. So, and so this is just an example of what happens. So this is what flotation cells used to look like in 1916. And this is an example of what flotation cells look like in 1920, which just really visually demonstrate the sheer increase in scale. And so there needs to be a change. Something needs to change because this cannot continue. And in comes the concept of coarse particle flotation, something that Robin Batterham, at the time Australia's chief scientist, had referred to as the technology for processing coarse particles by flotation is one of the foremost areas where significant improvements in energy efficiency are possible. And so what we need to do is we need to completely change the way that we do flotation so that we don't have to be constrained by the same hydrodynamic limits that we experience within conventional flotation cells. And so in comes this wonderful guy, and that is the Areas hydrofluid cell. This is not the only cell with this kind of design, but it is the first of its kind that made it onto the minerals processing market. So what it does, it completely radically changes the hydrodynamic design of a flotation cell, where instead of putting in energy through an impeller, you are instead causing a much more energy efficient bubble particle contacting through a fluidized bed. I'm not going to get into the technical details. We're short on time already, so I'm just going to gallop through all this. Point to say is that this is a lovely new invention and it's taking the world by storm, but we don't quite fully know how to truly operate it because there's only been one industrial installation in the world. And what has been shown from that one industrial installation and a few of the bits of work that have been done in the intervening years is that you can have tremendously higher rates of recovery for these very coarse particles that have a very low level of liberation that in a conventional cell wouldn't stand a chance. That would simply report straight to the concentrator. And so this is an example. This is a picture of the very first full-scale installation at the Cadia site. This is by our great partners in crime, Luke Follett and Bridget Seaman. And so where this can fit in within the minerals processing flow sheet is that you can put the coarse particle flotation device ahead of the crushing stage so that you can reject coarse waste up front. And so the amount of material that you are sending through to fine grinding is significantly reduced so that you do not have to put in this tremendously huge level of energy towards enabling flotation. And so, but we don't quite fully know exactly how to do that. And there is a significant amount of work that is still required in order to bring this dream to reality. And so this is where we come in. The CPR program stands for the Collaborative Consortium for Coarse Particle Processing Research. Who are we? Well, we are a UQ-led initiative, and we are sponsored by quite an illustrious list of minerals processing companies that has quite a large number of researchers and PhD students involved from the Sustainable Minerals Institute. And this is a photo from the very first in-person gathering that we've had for our research program since the start of the pandemic. Who is involved within the program? We've got Rick Valenta, who is the program chair, and Kim Runge and myself are the technical directors. We have a very strong team of researchers, and please believe me when I say this is by no means the only people who have been involved and contributed to the program over its 2.5-year run. So far, we have had quite a number of comings and goings, and unfortunately, I don't have time to list every single person involved, but we're very grateful to every single one of them. And in particular to our administration team, because as you'll see, quite a significant amount of time in this is spent on paperwork. And so how did we come into being? Well, our project kickoff was in June 2020, but that particular story started a long time before that. In 2018, Kim has been spurred on by the success of the initial HVP program collaborative structure, decided that we need to do something very similar for coarse particle flotation, and has secured an investment from the Complex Orebodies Program to bring somebody in from the outside to start to communicate with industry and to start to put this program together. And that someone was me. So now that all of you who are stuck with me, you know exactly who to blame. So we've spent the next 2 years painstakingly communicating with all of our industry stakeholders, building the program up. From scratch and determining what kind of work needed to be done, trying to sort out its structure. We finally kicked off with all of our sponsors in agreement in June 2020. Right as the pandemic was raging, we thought, no, this is going to last a few months and we'll be fine after that. And as we continued, we have continued to develop and deliver on a technical program, while at the same time adding more of the sponsors to the program, where the program continued to grow. And we have done our 3rd technical meeting in June this year, and we've just had our 4th technical review meeting in October this year, so quite recently. In terms of our objectives, while we aim to maximize the recovery of coarse particles, to predict how the recovery of coarse particles is going to proceed, to optimize circuit configuration, evaluate technical and economic advantages of this technology, but also look at the technology scale up. And we were quite lucky at the beginning of the program. We put together this big wish list, this big menu of projects. We said, of course, we won't have money to fund all of this. We're being realistic here. But ultimately, we got every single one of them off the ground, except for this one that has fallen through for other reasons. So we have been very, very lucky in our ability to pretty much do whatever we wanted to do in the first place, which was really, really cool. But in terms of where are we now, we've now been running for between 2 and 2.5 years, depending on when you start the counting. And what started off with an initial investment of $80,000 from Complex Orebodies in 2018, and an additional contribution towards the program as a co-sponsor, we have grown this program to the overall value of $3.3 million. We have 9 industry partners. We have 9 large-scale projects that cross over with 2 additional large research endeavors, the Newcrest Partnership and the ARC Center of Excellence for Eco-Efficient Beneficiation. What have we achieved? Well, we support 5 PhD students. 4 of them we provide financial support for, and 1 of them we provide material support for. We've published 7 magazine and news articles, again, depending on how you count them, that's a bit of a loose number. 4 conference presentations, 2 journal papers, 3 once Éléonore's paper number 2 gets published. And we've developed one new technology that we are now launching towards commercialization. In terms of our accolades, our students have won 2 sets of Ian Morley prizes for Hela Miseli and Conrad Demir. Conrad Demir also won the Bill Whiten Award, the inaugural prize being given out this year. It earned me the Engagement Award in 2020. And just recently, Kim and I have both been very lucky to receive, on behalf of the entire team, the UQ Innovative Partnership Award. And this one is very, very special because all of the hard work that we put into to put this program together has been recognized as a viable blueprint towards building further partnerships within academia and industry. So that was pretty special. And overall, we're halfway through. We've got 2.5 years to go. It's been fun. It's been painful. It's been very, very difficult and also amazing. And we just want to say thank you very much, Cobb, for making this happen.
Thanks, Lisa. That was a really good talk. And quick back to the envelope calculation. Your project has been hugely successful just in terms of industry engagement because you've got a 1 to 5 leverage by the end of it. You know, for roughly $50,000 investment or $80,000 investment, you got $250,000 from industry. So that's a measure of impact, only one. As we'll move to Qing, but as we're doing that again, are there questions for Liza in the room while we're setting up? Here we go, one at the back.
Hi, Liza. Thanks for your excellent presentation. I see the particle size is a very important factor for flotation. So my question is how to determine the best particle size for flotation to achieve the best recovery of the minerals?
Well, particle size and recovery relationship, as I've showed on that elephant curve, it has a very sort of classic relationship for conventional flotation, where you have to give them enough energy to become suspended and collide with bubbles. But if you give them too much, then they simply get torn away from the bubbles. And so there is a happy medium. And it's a relationship that's been known for the last 30 years. But what has become apparent for this new flotation technology is that in order to float the coarser particles, you have to completely change the paradigm and work through a fluidized bed. And so how to optimize the best particle size in a fluidized bed? We don't actually know that yet, but that is one of the things that we're working on with regards to one of the projects is dedicated towards finding the optimum particle size distribution for this new technology. And then another project within the program is dedicated towards optimizing hydrodynamics and fluidized bed properties in the device in order to get away with floating coarser and coarser particles. So watch the space. We're working on it.
Thanks, Lisa. We'll mic Qing up now and move on to his talk. But at the last 2 talks, we've seen technology that is vastly improving the efficiency of how we grind and separate rock. We've seen technology that's much better at processing and minimizing waste and can potentially reduce the huge energy bill that mining industry incurs every time it tries to grind. And the next talk is actually going to be focusing on a technology that's much lower down the technology readiness scale. So it's probably around technology readiness level 2, 3 in terms of an overall concept, which is in situ recovery. But the potential here is to eventually realize mining without a mine. So very low footprint mining. And in this particular case, it's applied to mine waste, but of course there are applications into hard rock environments. So we're ready to go. Thank you, Qing.
Thank you, Steve. All right, good afternoon, everyone. I think some of you still remember me. I'm Qing. I just graduated from SMI, just awarded a PhD, doctor this year, and focusing on the biogeochemical process within the eco-engineering of tailing soil from Professor Longbin Huang's group. And now I'm currently doing the postdoc in the Australian Centre for Water and Environmental Biotechnology. It's called ECWEB. So it's my honor to join this program. This one is collaborative projects, involves SMI and ECWEB with a variety of expertise. So the team include my supervisor, Bernardino Verdes, which is sitting behind now. He takes his expertise with electrical chemistry, process engineering, and environmental biotechnology. And also with Associate Professor Anita, and she, with her expertise with the geometallurgy, environmental geochemistry, and also mineralogy. And also the Professor Alice, which acting as the project management manager and coordinator. And also me, I'm conducting a lot like lab work, experiments with my expertise, the biogeochemistry, and tailing with management and soil science. And also we have the Dr. Anna Moyle. She also provides the expertise with the mineralogy and the tailings processing parts within this project. So yesterday, when I was waiting the bus at the Izok Lake station, I saw the electrical bus was testing there. And nowadays we can see there's a lot of electrical cars running on the road. And in the UK, and the government will phase out all the fossil fuel powered vehicles in 8 years. And I think in Australia and other countries also have the similar policies. So that's we need the more like renewable energy technology to be applied to meet the goal of zero emission. So to imply the renewable energy technology, we need the critical minerals to produce all the products within the technology, like the polar panel, solar panel, and also the batteries. But we need like much more and more variety of the critical metals, like rare earth elements and cobalt and copper, which mentioned previous presenters. But there's a problem that the current technology to process these critical metals is very, very not efficient, and also resulted in the air water pollutions, and also the decreasing grade ore, which means we need generate much more waste to acquire the same amount of critical metals as before. And also to explore the new mines, which takes a long time. So as we know, there's high number of critical metals can be found in the tailings. So there's a potential for us to mine the tailings for the critical metals. There's several traditional ways to reprocess the tailings to recover the critical metals, or have the in-situ bioleaching. But either of them may have the very high energy consumptions, or have a long-term process and hard to control. So we trying to use the electrokinetic in-situ leaching technology to recover the critical minerals. So what's the electrokinetic recovery technology? So the electrokinetic metal recovery is an electrochemical method that applies a targeted electrical field between two electrodes, which could be inserted directly into the tailing substrates, promoting the migration of ionic metals from a point of collections, extractions to the point of collections. So the mechanism governs this system is an electrochemical methods. So we can see the here in the anodes part. So the main process is the water electrolysis. So in the anode parts, the protons and also the oxygen will generate during this process, and the protons will migrate into the opposite charged anodes, electrodes into the cathodes directions. So the acidified substrates here will leach out the critical metals from the tailings minerals. So after ionic process, all the cations can move by the electron fields to the targeted places. And also the electro-osmotic transport, which involves the water movement, also is another driver to mitigate the metals into the target places. And at the cathodes, after the electrolysis, the hydroxides and also the hydrogen will generate it. After the reaction of the metals and the hydroxides, it will precipitate as a metal hydroxides in the targeted cathodes area. So this process can happen in an ambient temperature and pressure. So they have relatively wide range of critical metals could be covered. So that's some lab scale study has been finished to recover the copper. There's one study, the next slides, the other slides. Yeah, they have come up with the this idea to extract or recover the copper from the in-situ ore. So they have the wheels drilled there, and they have electrodes and cathodes between each holes, and then they let the lixiviants in the substrates to let the leaching of the metals from the ore, and then under the electrical fields, all the metal ionic metals will transfer into the cathodes part, and then they collect all the concentrated precipitations or the ionic metals there. Yeah. So there's also other metals can be recovered, like uranium, cobalt, lithium, arsenic, and also other rare earth elements. So the reported efficiency based on the lab scale experiments ranging from the 50 to 90% in weight, and extraction time ranging from days to weeks. So what's the benefits to use this technology for the critical metals recovery? So previously, this technology proposed for the ore, into the ore scenario, but it's specifically suitable for the very fine grained solid material like the tailings, because they have relatively high permeability and also the hydraulic capacity compared to the ores, which is very beneficial for the leaching process and also the migration process. And secondly, this process can be run in a ambient scenario, and also have a wide range of the recovery of critical metals we have mentioned before. So and also this system allow the control of pH and redox conditions within the substrates, and which can potentially selectively recover the metals, and without the extra additional of lixiviants. Because here we have the oxygen in the anodes, which can play as the oxidants to oxidize the metal sulfides. And we have the acidic conditions to leach out all the ionic metals from the mineral matrix. So, and also we can use this technology in a rural area by using the renewable energy like the solar power and wind power. And which means we can decrease the price of the energy use. And also this process can conduct to the electrical signal. We can control it remotely and with minimum supervision, which can meet our previous like ESG goal, like also benefits for the local communities to run the facilities. So in the cathodes, as we know, there's hydrogen production there. So there's also another benefits for this system. And by considering the remove of the metals, the heavy metals can also be get rid of the tailings, which is a way of like stabilize the tailings. So that's a lot benefits from this technology, which has been proposed in this this study published in Science last year. They have the lab work at dug very small part of ores like this size. And recently, just this month, have published in Nature. There's a team have used this technology to recover the rare earth elements from the weathered crust. They have the field experiments at the 2 meter high and 2.5 wide piles to use this technology to migrate these ionic metals and collect them as from the precipitations. So, so the main aims for this project is to examine the economic feasibility of using this system to recover the critical metals and with the in-situ leaching from the mine waste, such as the tailings. So we have designed a set of tasks involving the small scale experiments and larger scale experiments. So the small scale electrokinetic system for the short distance migration of the ionic metals, and also benefit for the fast turnover experimentation to figure out what's the best or suitable scenarios for the best transformation or migration of the ionic metals in the system. So on the larger scale experiment, we are going to conduct early next year. We'll have a longer distance migration of the metals and the long turnover effects of the efficiency of this technology. So we have done some of the tasks already. And this picture shows the small scale electrokinetic cells. We can see the anodes set two sides, the source and target chamber set in the middle. So the anodes will generate the protons and oxygens, and protons will transfer into the source part, acidify the chambers, but we don't need acid kind of the solution here. But in the tailing scenario, we need acidified environments. So the spike, so the metals in the source part will transfer into the target directions, which and also the hydroxides generated from the cathodes will transfer to the targets. That reactions will generate the metal hydroxides and precipitate in the target chambers. So by verify this experiment, we use the spiked solution, which means we have the soluble copper and cobalt solutions in the source chamber. And after running for 6 hours, there's nearly all the soluble copper and cobalt and transferred into the target chambers. And the main mineralogy of this, all the precipitates, is the metal hydroxides and metal carbonates. So we also, after that, we try the real tailings. The tailings we're using, they contain like 1000 ppm of copper and 500 ppm of cobalt, and primarily hosted by the metal sulfides like chalcopyrite, pyrite, or chalcosites. And the bar chart on the right, we can see that the transformation of the copper and the cobalt from the source part into the target parts. And there's 100 migration of the soluble copper and cobalt from source to the targets. And considering the contains computation, because there's a lot of other like contains in the system, but that computation doesn't play a major role in reducing the efficiency of migration of our targeted critical minerals, critical metals. But however, we found the total recovery is not very good enough as we expect, because we found that the bottleneck of this recovery process is the metal leaching. It's especially like oxidation of the metal sulfides. So next, we have planned the optimizing the leaching couples like oxidants and lixiviants. So we use the oxygen and hydraulic acid as our to mimic our system to compare to other oxidants lixiviant system. The oxidants, we can use the ferric iron as a traditional oxidants in industry, and also peroxide, which can potentially generate in the anodes in the system, and also other like oxidants. Lixiviants, we can use sulfuric acid, ionic liquids, and other organic acids like glycines or methane sulfonic acid. So we can use this system to optimizing the leaching process to release all the critical metals from the tailing minerals matrix, and then precipitate in the targeted places as the like metal hydroxides or carbonates. So after this experiment, a suitable type and concentration of the oxidant lixiviant system can be chosen. And also the leaching kinetics with the selected system under the design temperature and agitations can be used for the larger scale experiments. And by saying that our next the larger scale experiment, we will use an intermittent process to let the release process happen in the source like chambers, and then we will process the electrical field to let the metals to transform into the targeted places, which can minimize the energy consumptions. So based on our kind of results, we can sure that the feasibility of this technology to recover the critical metals from the mine waste, especially the tailings, and also other research also done like from the ores and also the AMDs. So there's a lot of opportunity to use this technology and into the mining sectors. So I think that the general introductions, we have a lot more detailed informations. And if you want to reach out more informations, you can contact us after the meeting. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Qing. So,
questions?
I mean, we've eaten into a little bit of the lunch hour, but I think we've actually got time for any questions on that. So if anyone has questions, please go ahead.
Yes.
Éléonore.
So I understand the water content of tailings is important for this technology, but is it possible to apply it as well to dry storage of tailings, like dry stacking?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I think it's a very important point. This system should be operating in like saturate, like water, like there. And if the dry tailings, they can't move based on that. But based on the ores, they can move within the solid, like minerals, but they take a very, very long time. Like this small part of ores, they take half a year to transform from here to here. That's from the ore scenario. But for the tailings, we already crushed it. We need to use the benefits from it. And with the water inside, not only the field, the migration of metals driven by the electric field, but also the water movements can also accelerate this process. Yeah, thank you.
Anyone else who? Yes, Rick.
Yeah.
What sort of concentration gradients can you produce in the fluids by the methods you're talking about? I'm thinking in particular, and we had some emails back and forth with Dino about this. I just visited one of the lithium operations in Chile where they have between 0.2, 0.4% lithium that they're then through evaporation concentrating that up by 10 times up to sort of 4 or 5%. Can you produce those sorts of gradients through electrochemical means without having to actually extract just to produce actual concentration gradients within the fluid?
Yeah, I think it's possible to do that, and the preliminary experiment we do is like 0.1 mole used for the spiked solutions, and in the tailings we have like a 0.1% of the copper, like in the solid phase. And I know there's other research have been still going on for like the acid mine drainage, also have a relatively low concentration of the like critical metals. They can also migrate these critical metals into the target places. So the low concentration, of course, it's will use like more energy to concentrate it, move it, but it is possible for this technology to be used there. And also like a rural area, the energy used come from the new energy like solar panel and wind power. So it's like we get a lot of benefits from that part. So I think it's, of course, possible to do that. Yeah. Thank you.
I see there's one question online as well, and we can go up here to Nick a second ago. Peter Ria, you asked a question of whether there's been any work on comparing recovery to grain size. I think that was for this talk, or it could be for the CPR one. Peter, do you want to speak on that?
G'day, Peter here. Just a question. I see your picture of electrode arrays and distance between electrode and the recovery with times. Have you similar data showing the grain size impact, like 100 micron, 80 micron, 200 micron, for instance, with tailings, how that impacts recovery?
Have you looked at how grain size impacts recovery?
We have managed the grain size of the tailings. Of course, as you mentioned, it's a very good point. The grain size is very important point to recover and to leaching, to make the leaching process faster. The grain size for our tailings is from like I think from 30. There's like 50% of grains under 38 micron, and the other half is around from 38 to 150 micron.
Thanks, Qing. So the last question, then we'll break for lunch, and we'll have just over half an hour for lunch. The last question is from Nick, but I do have one comment, which is if we think about the future research from an ESG perspective, my comment would be it would be good if you focus more on the lixiviant experiments that are more likely to be socially acceptable and less likely to induce contamination. So glycine is a really interesting avenue to pursue further.
So I suppose my question relates partly to that, in that everybody thinks acid mine drainage is a terrible thing, and yet it's this natural collector in some ways. And perhaps we should actually consider how we use that as part of that equation as well. I mean, it does need tailings sort of maximisation or splitting in some way, but how acid are the solutions that you're actually dealing with?
Sorry, you mean the concentration?
In this, you talked about sort of acidification, but how acid are those solutions, and can you obtain them naturally, say from pyrite breakdown, for example?
Yeah, I think the leaching process is very complex, and for the like a relative research like a leaching part, some of them like very acidic, like pH 1 or 2, and some of them they only use like slightly acidic, like pH 4 or 5, like by using the peroxides and combine with other lixiviants. So it's not necessary to use a very acidic scenario to leach out the metals. The thing is to oxidize the sulfides and then like also use the peroxides or the organic acids to extract out in the solution phase. So organic acids, you don't need to be too acidic. They have chelation on complexation with the metals, so they can extract out from the mineral matrix. Yeah, thank you.
Cool. All right. Thank you everyone for sitting through these sessions and for the morning. And thank you to all the speakers. It's been really good. For the next session, we're going to really flag and highlight the critical metals work, and Anita, Parbhakar-Fox and Nathan will play a leading role. And Anita's also going to lead a panel. How long have you got? Yeah. You have at least 25 minutes. So, yeah.
Should be okay. Okay. Thanks, everyone. My name's Nathan Fox. I'm a senior research fellow here at the BRC. I'm going to be presenting the results of a collaborative project that is partly funded by Complex Orebody, mainly from the support of the personnel involved, and there's a cast of many. Earlier today, Helen introduced the project. She gave me far more credit than I deserve for this. This is actually Rick's project that he incepted, and during the course of its evolution, Pagliero, who is kind of now sort of sidestepping a little bit from the BRC, was running the project, and during that sidestepping, he's now passed over to me. So it's great to sort of be able to sort of present some of the outcomes today. We have Stewart Parker in the room as well. He's going to talk afterwards about how some of the impacts of this work have kind of actually gone into real applications or potentially real applications. But just from the personnel side, I just want to say thank you to all those involved. James Vaughan, Peter Erskine, and Gordon Sullivan are kind of the group leads from the School of Chemical Engineering, CMLR, and the School of Earth Sciences, respectively, and all of their postdocs, and they change and they come and they go that have been involved, and then other people as well along the way, including Liza and Anita, have been part of this as well. And just to highlight that all of these projects are really strongly collaborative with the Department of Resources. So thank you to Matt Valentich, who's now moved on to Anglo, Vlad, who's here today, and also, of course, Helen Degeling. So in terms of background, the overarching aim of the project was to investigate the options for a really sustainable production of rare earth resources in Queensland. And as mentioned, this has been almost exclusively directly funded by the Department of Resources, but of course we've got the Complex Orebody tie-in as well. So the main thing that we're trying to do here is to create more sustainable hybrid processing methods. So how can we actually extract rare earths from materials sourced in Queensland and potentially try and keep that material onshore? We'll talk a little bit about the criticality of rare earths in the next few slides, but we all know that, like most critical metals, keeping materials onshore is one way to protect that supply chain. But the key thing is also open up new rare earth bearing material to different types of processing. So Helen did say rare earths aren't particularly rare. They are obviously naturally more enriched in certain deposit types. How can we utilize those deposit types using a range of different processing techniques? So as I mentioned before, this is collaborative. We are working really closely with some of the schools here at UQ, but also with industry collaborators as well. The main research is currently focused on Mary Kay, peak range volcanics, but also some of the phosphate and phosphorite deposits. And Helen alluded to earlier that we're going to start working on some other deposit types as well as we move into the next phase. On the side here, you can see, I think this is a repeat of the image that Helen showed as well. These are micro XRF images of some of the uptake of rare earths by plants, and that's a big focus of the project as well, and sampling for bacteria in some of these mine sites. Just for context, an infographic is a great way to show many things. I'm not going to go into too much, but essentially rare earths are essential. They are pretty much in most things. They're not the rarest, and they are in quite high supply due to the demand. They're used across multiple different areas, but the problem is obviously maintaining those supply chains. One of the main issues, and I'm not going to talk too much, but it's really the fact that they don't really have a robust spot metal price. Actually trying to find accurate prices for metals is really quite difficult. Probably the best source is the USGS mineral commodities summaries that was released this year, that actually tells you the spot prices that was at, or the average price that each metal was traded at in the last 12 months. These are a little bit out of date, and actually some of these are a lot higher than I've shown here. But it kind of comes down to that business model that needs presented. Yes, we know we have contained metals, but actually how do we sort of turn that into actual value after we consider the difficulties in processing? The main thing to bear in mind is obviously that we have the rare earths separated into heavy and light. The heavies tend to be slightly more valuable. The lights are typically more abundant when you look at the average continental crustal abundance. But aside from scandium, they're typically much lower value. So weighing up the proportion of heavy to light is a really important assessment criteria when looking at rare earth prospects. So what are these alternative technologies that we're looking at? So a key fundamental understanding is both in the formation or the concentration of some rare earth deposits, but also how we might actually use that technology or those phenomena to actually extract rare earths is microbial action, and it shouldn't really be underestimated. So Gordon Southern from CESA is leading that part of the investigation. From the phytoextraction perspective, so this is the uptake of rare earths by plants or hyperaccumulated plants that actually physically concentrate rare earths into their leaves and potentially could be extracted for profit. This has been led by Peter Erskine with Philip Nkrumah at the CMLR, and we've got some nice images that they've released recently. So then we move down into some of the more standard approaches, so hydrometallurgy and more on the process and the beneficiation side of things. The hydrometallurgy is quite well-trodden ground, but we do know that it causes quite significant environmental detriment. So we are looking at those alternative technologies to see if we can help kind of support the needs for the green energy transition through a green processing tool. It seems a bit counterintuitive to produce potentially toxic wastes or environmental detriment when you're trying to generate a clean technology in the first place. And then we've done a smallish amount of work on the beneficiation side of things, just more kind of how do these rare earth phases behave when we're actually going through the comminution process. But essentially, multidisciplinary, collaborative, and quite an interesting and diverse project. So in terms of the study sites in Queensland, we've mainly been focused on the skarn around Mary Kay, some of the phosphorites just south of Mount Isa, and the Peak Range volcanics, which is a peralkaline igneous suite. The table's a little bit overwhelming. I didn't really want to sort of bombard you with too much information, but just to get a sense that obviously each of these systems have very variable geochemistry. As I mentioned earlier, looking at the proportion of heavy to light rare earths is really important. So for example, here, Mary Kay is really dominated by light rare earths, whereas as we move into some of the phosphorites, we can actually see some of those heavy rare earths increasing. The Peak Range volcanics, we know they're quite low grade, but they have quite a nice mix of light and heavy rare earths. And we might hear a little bit more about that from Stewart later on. In terms of benchmarking, there's some really significant rare earth prospects that are actually moving into development in Australia. So Mount Weld is really held as one of the highest grade rare earth prospects or deposits. It's the carbonatite with the laterite over the top, and you can see the natural enrichment of a carbonatite lava by surface processes. And this is kind of a little bit where Gordon may argue, well, this wouldn't happen if it wasn't for microbes. So that's why we're trying to understand that relationship a lot better. And then on the igneous side, Tungai, which is down in New South Wales, which is another intrusive complex, you can see that we actually have quite elevated rare earth concentration. So these traditional rocks that potentially you may not seem particularly exciting actually could be the next resources of the future. And okay. So I'm not going to dwell too much on this. This is more kind of just a diagrammatic, but just if you just watch some of these, Mount Weld is set here as the benchmark of perhaps some of the higher grade average crustal abundance. These are the alkaline volcanic rocks from Peak Range volcanics, and we should talk a little bit about those a little bit later on. Moderately enriched. The phosphorites, again, still quite enriched relative to average crustal abundance. and then the Mary Kay towers. And the key thing to bear in mind here is just that really strong enrichment in light rare earths and almost crustal abundance of heavy rare earths. So that's the kind of an interesting part of that system. So Mary Kay is located up near Mount Isa. This is some of the photos from some of the early work that was carried out by the team in the open pit. Micro XRF was used quite early on to try and to see if we can actually understand some of the deportment of the rare earth bearing phases. Mary Kay is a really well trodden ground in that respect. We do know that allanite and garnet are really good hosts for the rare earths, but we also want to understand the mineralogy a little bit more. Are there any other phases that could be of significance? Compared to the old tailings dam, it's pretty small, 7.5 million tonnes, but the average grade is between 3 and 4% total rare earths. But we've done some deportment work. We know that 85% of those rare earths are held by allanite. But an interesting outcome of some work that's been done here at UK over the years is that actually there seems to be a large proportion of that, the total rare earths are actually held by a water-soluble sulfate phase. And the key thing here is that something that could be leached out quite early at low cost and potentially using water already stored on site. So kind of similar to Anita's plots here, you can see the distribution of rare earths within the Mary Kay tailings from drilling is quite heterogeneous. So that's another thing to bear in mind. Tailings dams are not just homogeneous mass, there's heterogeneity, there's facies variations. Where are the spigot points? Have they changed over the years? So there's a lot of things to consider when actually looking at trying to reprocess or even characterize these tailings dams in the first instance. So the water-soluble work was carried out by Gordon Sutton's group, by Alan Levitt, and this is one of the some of the results. Again, I won't draw too much, but you'll see on the top row the concentration of the feed, and then essentially we'll look at the recovery in percent after 20 cycles of leaching with water. It's not a phenomenal recovery, but it's enough to say, look, we can actually recover some of this initially very early on just using water. So these are some of the results, somewhere between 5 and up to 17% rare earths, but you'll see also some other phases as well. The origin of the sulfate or the rare earth bearing sulfate phase we haven't quite resolved yet, something we will be looking at, but it's quite likely to be a product of the previous leaching activity on site to recover the uranium ore. But Gordon being Gordon suggests this must be bacterially mediated. It has to be. Where else would it be there? So things we're going to uncover. The hydromet. So funnily enough, everything leaches in sulfuric acid, but the key thing is what are the best conditions in which to do that? How can we use less acid? Acid consumption is a major cost and a real deterrent to reprocessing. So James Vaughan and his team have worked on many experiments, and it's very hard to condense those all into one slide, let alone talk about them all, because James Vaughan talks a different language to most people. But he's definitely managed to recover the majority of rare earths using sulfuric acid leaching, and acid bake technique seems to work the best, and now he's moving on to different methods to try and reduce the amount of sulfuric acid that's being used. But the key thing, and I think this is one of the options, the really critical things for the success of this project, is actually producing a concentrated salt that we can then further refine to actually extract the rare earths. We can get things into solution quite easily, but how do we then actually start recovering the rare earths from them? And the key thing here is is really precipitating these rare earth double salts, and then selective leaches to actually remove some of the key rare earths of interest. And then phytoextraction. So Philip Nkrumah with CMLR has managed to grow a range of different plants within the tailings, and also sampling on site to identify which plants work best under which conditions to actually physically concentrate the rare earths. Again, these are the results of some of the work, and I've got some other images a little bit later on, but certainly we can see significant uptake of rare earths by these plants, and there's something very fundamental to the nature of these organisms that allow that to happen. The mechanics of it is slightly more specialized and something that Peter or Philip would probably be answering in person, but certainly it does involve the mobilization of phosphorus from the root zones, and then the kind of the parallel uptake of rare earths into the leaf structure. So it's not just the leaves, it's the soils around Mary Kay that are naturally enriched. So this is another part of Gordon's stream, where looking at some of the natural bacteria, the ammonium-loving bacteria there pretty much, it's assumed that they're there because of the former blasting activity. But there's no reason why naturally there aren't a natural enrichment in microbes that fundamentally love rare earth elements. And actually trying to understand how those are working is potentially going to be the key to unlocking how we can potentially process these ores as well. So again, lots of spider diagrams, but basically what we're just trying to show is we're seeing significant enrichment around these systems in lots of different forms. So the peak range volcanics, these are located in Queensland. These are, you can see them here in the red blobs, and then the square over here is this enlarged map. Apparently there were two parallel hotspot trains or trails essentially through the eastern coast of Australia. Picking up these alkaline volcanics is potentially really significant for an exploration targeting, because you can potentially follow these hotspot trails. There's a huge amount of work being done, initiated by Ross Chandler and his supervisor Carl Spandler, and Spandler still runs the monopoly on the most of Queensland. So his work is really extensive in putting apart the kind of the nuts and bolts of these igneous systems, and it's really fascinating. So it's really good to sort of tie into some of those projects. We have a PhD student that's going to be starting working on some of these systems as well, that's going to be based here as well. Essentially, I kind of want to just highlight that we have a series of domes. The key ones that were studied in this project are Christmas Dome and Clary's Dome, which are agerine rhyolites. There's another dome up here called Pitt's Dome. I'm hoping that Stewart might go into a little bit more detail about the context a little bit later on. So what was done on these? Essentially, you can see on the right-hand side another micro XRF image. The rocks are very fine-grained. Being able to find the rare earth bearing phases is actually quite difficult using a micro XRF. However, we do see some enrichment in background lanthanum and cerium, so we know there's something going on there. The beneficiation study that was done by Lizette Verster from the JKMRC found that the main rare earth bearing phases, bastonite and fluorescite and stillonite, were almost non-existent to very low. So Stuart, might be nice to talk about what other phases might be potentially be holding it, but we know this is very low grade, high gang materials. So potentially conventional mineral processing isn't going to work, which is why we're looking at some of these alternative options. So yeah, again, some of Lizette's work just showing the very, very fine grain size of some of these rare earth bearing phases, so between 10 and 20 microns, and again, a very low modal abundance. James Vaughan's work showed again, sulfuric acid leaching can effectively leach this material. There was a conventional process that was highly dependent on hydrofluoric acid. He's managed to develop a flow sheet that doesn't use hydrofluoric acid, which is a great change in the way that we actually process these ores. And again, I'm not going to go into too much detail, but essentially it's the selective precipitation stage that's really transforming how we can actually approach these rare earth systems and actually start concentrating the rare earths of interest. Unsurprisingly, the soils around the peak range volcanics are also enriched in rare earths, and this is clearly sort of showing that there's that natural relationship between the bedrock and the soil, and potentially the bacteria that's going on there. So again, Gordon's been out there with his team sampling bacteria, but we've also been looking with the natural plants that are growing around the site, and this is the work that Philip Nkrumah has been doing with the CMLR. So some of the natural plants taken from peak range are showing very similar uptake of rare earth elements. So that's a really positive sign, not only that they have uptaken the rare earths, but potentially as an exploration vector for rare earth mineralization in Queensland. And we've got a few slides on that a little bit later on as well. So recently, Philip was running some of these leaves. Now, this is actually from a herbarium sample. So going back to some of the archives of leaves that have been collected from around Queensland and rerunning these with a portable XRF, and also with a micro XRF, which is for the in-situ distribution of the rare earths. The lanthanum hasn't come out particularly well, but you can see that there's an inverse relationship between lanthanum and potassium for some reason in the tip of this leaf, but it does correlate well with manganese and calcium. And Philip has informed me that this is the necrotic lesion in the plant, and that has some significance in terms of the way that the rare earths are concentrated. So that's kind of a little bit of a work in progress, but always nice to get good images out of the micro XRF. So some of the work that has been going on recently with Philip and the CMLR, going back to the herbarium samples, I think there was an article in the news recently about the scanning of plants from herbariums around Australia. And this is an example here from Kew Gardens in London. There's a really well-documented spatial location of plants from around Queensland. These plants have been scanned using the PXRF and then validated in lab with solution methods. Essentially, these are some of the species that are known to uptake rare earths, and these are the typical yttrium concentrations. And we're using yttrium as a proxy for the rest of the light rare earths. But you can see in some cases we're seeing a range between 65 and up to 1,000 or 1,000 or more ppm, and that's a really good sign. So when Philip was able to map this out on a geological map of Queensland, we can definitely see a very close association between the location of some of these plants and particular geology. So there's definitely a relationship there, and there's an opportunity potentially to fill in some of those sampling gaps and actually understand the distribution and the geological relationship between more prospective rare earth prospects based on this work. Okay, in terms of a forward plan, we are going to be doing a lot more characterization and testing of the water-soluble rare earths at Mary Kay. Previously, the BRC was taking more of an organizational management role. We've moved into another phase of the project where we actually are ramping up that characterization. We have a plan where we're going to be doing more of the characterization and feeding that through the workflows. James is working still on the acid baking optimization. As I mentioned before, the microwave treatment is going to be really significant, and the aim there is to reduce the acid consumption. The other key thing that James stumbled upon in his work was that potentially lanthanum, whilst not very valuable rare earth, it had a really good affinity to actually uptake arsenic, and he's seeing this as a potential tool to recover arsenic from high arsenic ores as a way to kind of mitigate the deleterious nature of that element, and also reduce penalties on some of the concentrates. So that's something that has a potential application outside of rare earths. Philip will be continuing with the XRF scanning, and we recently acquired a LIBS, SciAps handheld LIBS, and we're going to see if we can optimize that as well for rare earth mapping, even though it comes with some challenges. Some of the new study sites, bauxite, red mud, laterite hosted clay, and ionic hosted clay as well. So there's a few extra deposit types that we want to tie into. And then another project co-funded by the Department of Resources, which is headed by James Cook. And that's really to look at the neodymium isotopes of some of the source materials that we have in this project, and then track them as we actually perform some of the leach experiments and see if we can actually, from some of the products, track the way that rare earth was concentrated. So this is potentially a kind of a way of traceability or ethical sourcing of rare earths. So if someone says to you, "Oh, this is my phyto-mined rare earth," really it wasn't just James Vaughan just leaching it with sulfuric acid and you didn't know. So we're trying to improve that kind of workflow. But that is it for me, if anyone has any questions.
Wow, Nathan. We're actually on time. So yeah, we can open this up to questions. Everyone's a bit warm and tired and fuzzy. Well, there's obviously here's Anita and Kim. Who was first? Kim first, yeah.
Hey, Nathan. So we're looking at fine particle flotation technologies and trying to assess them at the moment. Is there any scope for use of those technologies in this kind of space, or is it just going to be uneconomic to grind down to that size, I suppose, what I'm saying?
I feel like I should ask you that question, and you should answer. Looking at some of the hard rock sources, as Liza sort of showed, the liberation size seems to be around 10 microns. So certainly is that fine space for the ore phase, but I suppose the problems then come with the other gang phases. There's a lot of quartz, there's a lot of feldspar. Is there a way to mitigate some of those to actually help the process? I'm not too sure yet, but it certainly is something that with the data that's been collected and potentially stepping out to some of the other systems to see if that changes. Stuart's going to follow up with a talk with a little bit more detail about Peaks range that shows actually there's a lot more complexity than may have previously been thought. So ore variability and mineral variability might mean that actually we didn't sample the guts of the system, and actually if we target some of the higher grade portions, those mineral properties may change, and then certainly the grain size and amenability to other technologies could change as well.
Thanks, Nathan. I guess you showed some investigations in the herbarium, sort of identifying particular plants that yttrium was a fan of. Peter Erskine and drones and things, and it's probably a question that's relevant to Steve as well. Have you kind of mapped, or is there sort of a thought to map out using drones, sort of the distribution of some of those plants to help?
I believe that there was a drone study on the table for peak range volcanics, but it's probably what will that drone, what sensor will that drone be carrying, and can we pair it in the laboratory situations? Certainly, rare earths produce very nice spectral signatures in the visible to near infrared, and I think that is something that we need to be working on. There is a near infrared camera that and I need to check with Peter to see whether or not, as part of the imaging, if they've actually tried imaging the leaves with the near infrared camera. But certainly, Steve, if you wanted to chip in.
Yeah, well, that's thank you, Anita, for the nice segue. Yeah, we do have a big European consortium, and they're bringing over a drone with a hyperspectral camera that goes from visible right through to shortwave infrared, and that's really good for characterizing flora as well as detecting rare earths in soil and minerals. And Peter has done some of that work before. Rick, I saw you were commenting on that as you had your hand up to make a comment on that. A question. All right, there was a question in the back first. We'll just go there. But yes, watch this space. And I know Stuart's also going to mention an idea about drones in the next presentation.
Thank you for your presentation. I quite like a lot the pictures of the plants accumulating rare earth elements. So my question is, if for future there is a plan in place to sort of characterize the tailings, old tailings, and to test the potential of phytoextraction using hyperaccumulated plants for other critical elements rather than REE?
I believe as a bigger picture at the CMLR, that is certainly has been part of the study. Rick probably could comment as well, given he's going to get the microphone. But yeah, there are certain plants that do have a tendency to phytoaccumulate not just rare earths, but also cobalt. Is that right? And potentially copper and zinc. So yeah, there's a lot that can be done in that space. I suppose we're running to that kind of problem that I mentioned about. It's easy to get stuff into solution, but how do you then transform it into a salable product? The same thing with plants, we can get it into the leaves, but then how do we transform that into a salable product? And one of the things is that we'll hopefully try and feed some of that leaf material to James to see if he can do some of his selective precipitation or extraction as well from that material. But yeah, that's a good question. Thank you.
I had a quick question. I don't know if it's a quick question, actually, probably not. We've been sort of working on this project for a while now. If you sort of thought, what is the sustainable rare earth extraction facility? What does it look like? We're working on something that does a better job and cleaner job and more sustainable and everything. And based on the results we've had so far, what do you think that something like that would look like?
There's a good question. I often wonder what we mean by sustainable extraction. I don't really understand the sustainability aspect of it either. Are we trying to sustain our own resources? I
think what we mean is cleaner than throwing lots of sulfuric acid.
And this is the thing, if we're going to consume a lot of sulfuric acid, can we make that sulfuric acid potentially from other sources, maybe other mine wastes? If we generate an industry that uses sulfuric acid in Queensland, can we actually generate that material? Can we generate that sulfuric acid from pyrite that we source from mine waste is one example. But I think that's the timeline. I think most people want quick return on their investment. Some of the biological methods might take a long time to actually go into full, but whilst they could be sustainable, the timeline for payback may not be most people's kind of idea of business model. So it's a good question. I think it's going to look like a traditional plant, but operated more cleanly. Yeah.
Thank you for all those questions. Now, Stuart's just setting up the microphone, but I'm really quite excited by this sort of input into the day, where we actually have the perspective of industry, and earlier we heard the perspective of government from Helen. So we really appreciate you making your time to come here, Stewart, and also for Barry and Matt and Vlad, who will be sitting on the panel shortly after. So take it away.
Thanks, Steve. Thanks very much. Look, I'd like, first of all, like others earlier, to acknowledge the traditional owners on whose land we meet, those past, present and future, and I trust that they support our efforts to find a more environmentally sustainable future through critical metals. My talk is about the benefits that NorthX has received as a result of both government and university collaboration. And Nathan's presentation has probably already covered some of those points, and it's a great introduction to what the Sustainable Minerals Institute and the GSQ funding has done as a cornerstone for our exploration. My talk will try and cover three areas. First, what the Peaks project on the Leichhardt tenement is about, and then the 5 key areas that the GSQ SMI collaboration on this project are doing for the Peaks. The last thing I'd like to cover are a few future research directions that the SMA may be able to take forward. This image here shows the location of the Leichhardt project in the Southern Peaks Range between the Emerald, Dysart and Claremont coalfields. The actual Peaks Range itself isn't a coalfield, it's just a little window in between, basically an area where there's a lot of coal mining. First of all, I'd like to give a quick timeline of key events for the Peaks Range, really because the Peaks Range is a project that was developed or discovered by other people, and I'd like to give you a bit of a perspective of just how quickly a significant project may come from a discovery for a very small company like NorthX. 4 years ago, the tenure was granted to NorthX. 4 years ago in November, virtually to today. Ross and Carl were mentioned before, Ross Chandler and Carl Spandler, and they're partners in the Peaks project. And in early 2020, Ross and Carl reported a potential resource estimate of 630 million tonnes of 0.13% total rare earth oxides, 0.55% zirconium oxides with significant hafnium, niobium and tantalum grades. In 2021, NorthX received its first CEI grant in round 4, funding for a CSIRO classification study that then led on to an initial leaching study of some samples, very small samples collected from about 10 of the domes. Also in 2021, SMI partnered with NorthX and completed an independent processing study on sites from Christmas and Clary's Dome. And they used much larger 20 to 25 kilogram samples. Also in 2021, the SMI undertook some very promising hyperaccumulator research, and Nathan mentioned that before. More than 70 plants were analysed, some of those from Christmas and Pitt's domes. In 2021, NorthX also received a second CEI grant from round 5, and that funded the very first exploration drill hole in the tenement. The hole was drilled on Christmas Dome, was a core hole that confirmed the original grades that Ross and Carl had estimated from their surface sampling. What it did also was drill beneath the area that they had sampled and we had sampled, and it expanded the tonnage of those mineralised lavas by more than 430%. The hole was drilled down to a 240-metre depth below the base of the outcropping dome. And the tonnage that was calculated from that, assuming that it occurs in all 3 domes, and it certainly would, is equivalent to the tonnages of the rare earths at Olympic Dam. And Olympic Dam is known as one of the world's largest untapped rare earth resources. In 2020, the increased demand for magnet rare earths, especially neodymium and praseodymium, has driven their value, and the rare earths at the project are now represent more than 40% of the in-situ metal value of these domes. The SMI have taken some of these samples from that drill core, and their future processing for Christmas Dome is likely to allow a much better assessment of the economics and extraction of these magnet metals, along with potentially some partial extraction of other critical metals. The 5 key areas that I'd like to talk about for GSQ SMI funding and research that have made the big impact for NorthX have mostly focused on Christmas, Claries and Pitts Dome. I think Nathan mentioned that before with this slide. They're the 3 areas circled in the white fences. But there are at least a couple of dozen other domes, peaks and other felsic volcanic bodies that are of further exploration interest in the tenement. The first research support to really impact the project was the GSQ's round 4 funding. That allowed the CSIRO to complete a classification study, and that study found that the main rare earth minerals were carbonates and phosphates. The carbonates are the blue lines and the phosphates are the orange lines. So you can see that they dominate the mineralogy for the rare earths there. They identified only some of the rare earths, but these included bastonite, monazite, xenotime, and a yttrium arsenate oxide shinovite. This classification was then led on to a leach study of those same 100-gram rock chip samples. 2-hour leaches using 2 molar sulfuric acid at 80 degrees centigrade, showed that the light rare earth recoveries range from 73 to 95%. Unfortunately, the heavy rare earths fell off significantly. Terbidium, one of the high-value rare earths, ranged between 66 and 28%. Dysprosium, the other high-value heavy rare earth, ranged between 59 and 18%. Acid consumption was in the range of 32 to 43 grams a tonne. The CSIRO also looked at baking and adding some nitric acid, and in doing that, they increased the rare earth extraction for all the rare earths to above 30%. In round 5, the CI grant allowed the first drill hole in the project area to be exploration drill hole in the project area to be completed. It was a minus 50-degree core hole, and this intersected 342 metres of mineralised lava from 8 metres down, drilling from the edge of the dome to the end of the hole. This was a vertical depth of some 245 metres below the base of the exposed dome. The table in blue, light blue there, shows that the high-value magnet rare earths, and there in the middle column there, represented more than 25% of the total rare earths, and that the better grades are closest to the margin of the vent. The first 113 metres averaged 0.21% total rare earth oxides, 0.5% zirconium oxide, 0.011% hafnium, 0.1% niobium oxide. But by the end of the hole, the grades had fallen off by more than 50%. This is thought to be related more to the distance away from the vent margin rather than the depth. There is potential that grades may increase at greater depth near the vent margin. Independent of the CSIRO, the SMI undertook mineralogy and processing studies on those 2 bulk samples from Christmas and Clary's Domes. They looked at the grade distribution across different size fractions, and they looked at the rare earth mineralogy. Interestingly, they identified slightly different mineralogy. They identified the bastionite, but they also identified that one of the other main phases was allanite as the 2 dominant mineral rare earth assemblages. Part of the reason for this is that the minerals for the rare earths are in very fine phases locked up with the silicates, and so they're quite difficult to identify. The SMI's processing studies show that the recoveries were dependent, unsurprisingly, on acid concentration, reaction time, and reaction temperature. The SMI developed a new process for baking and mixing sulfuric acid with hydrochloric acid, and this significantly increased the dissolution of critical metals in the Peaks lavas. The process has the advantage, as Nathan mentioned before, that it separates the rare earths and it drops out the tantalum niobium. And importantly, it didn't require a hydrofluoric acid leach. Not having a hydrofluoric acid leach is a major environmental advantage. The SMI preliminary results indicate that with this high concentration acid solution, 90% of the rare earths, 67% of the zirconium, 28% of the niobium, and up to 12% of the tantalum would go into solution. The other really fascinating and I guess very positive result that the SMI have undertaken is in collection of those 70 samples. Many of those were from the Peaks range, and while the Heliconia species may have been collected from the University of, at least the museum, acacia wattle sampled on the site was found to be a very significant hyperaccumulator for rare earths, amongst the best of the known rare earth hyperaccumulators. High value magnetic rare earths, praseodymium and neodymium, are concentrated in these plants. And I think if you look at the praseodymium and neodymium, you can see that for both the acacia and the heliconia, they're better than the actual grades in the rocks. And more significantly, the heavy rare earth europium was up to 10 times the level that it was assayed for in the rocks. This has quite a few implications. One of them is for exploration, because yttrium, lanthanum, and the light rare earths are elements that we can measure using a portable XRF in the field. If we can sample, for instance, some of those acacias on areas where we have very poor outcrop, we may be able to identify where we have some of these rhyolite bodies that just haven't quite reached the surface. One of the other studies that the SMI undertook were microbial studies of the rocks and soils, and Nathan mentioned those before. I'm not going to say any more about it other than to say that there was no real concentration in the soils immediately over the rocks, as there are in older deposits, probably because these rocks are only 30 million years old and you just don't have enough time to concentrate them. However, when they looked at some of the trace elements, they were concentrated. Elements like cesium, which is potentially a high value metal, is quite concentrated in the soils. So where does this research lead? The next phase of processing studies that this SMI are going to do on crushed core has particular implications for the magnet rare earths. Their recovery will have a significant impact on the economic assessment of potential mining at the peaks. While we know that we can get high neodymium and praseodymium out of these rocks, things like the dysprosium and the terbidium, increasing their recoveries will make a huge difference to the value of processing these samples. Further processing into the recovery of other high-value minerals like the zirconium and the hafnium and the niobium may also be very important in determining their recovery, particularly if it can be environmentally and economically viable. The identification of the hyperaccumulator plants is not just relevant for exploration. They suggest, in my opinion at least, that rare earths like praseodymium, neodymium, and europium are readily mobilised, and they may have been mobilised into the groundwaters. And this may provide a further exploration option using bore water data. My question is, and it's a question I guess to the SMI, is can we use bore water data to identify anomalous rare earth gradients like we do for uranium exploration? And I think they've already mentioned that they may be able to use isotope geochemistry as well. This is a radiometric image of the Peaks Range tenement area. There are over 100 blue dots showing the locations of water bores in and near the Southern Peaks Range. As yet, we've only sampled 2 of those, but they do show a significant gradient between one sample taken from the drill hole and one sample taken well away from the drill hole. Another thing that may develop from the SMI research is that osmotic membranes, based on the mechanisms that those plants like the acacia and the heliconia are using to concentrate rare earths, may be also used to recover rare earths from aquifers enriched in critical metals. I guess it's a longer term research area, but I think it may be an area of real potential. I would like to see UQ's expertise in drones used to help develop the tech for drone radiometric surveys. This is something that has worldwide applications for critical metal deposits. I'm not sure how my time's going, but almost all rare earth deposits have a radiometric signature. Many are missed by regional airborne radiometrics because they only have a small surface exposure. A typical carbonatite in Western Australia is 1,000 metres across, maybe a lot less in many cases. And an unconformity rare earth deposit can only be a few tens of metres across. The regional airborne rad that we have covering Australia is mainly at 400 to 600 metres line spacing. We are lucky in many cases, and in the Peaks Range is a typical example, where 3 lines might cross a mineralised body. Heliboyne surveys are way too expensive. Unfortunately, they're around 5 times the cost of fixed wing. So developing drone-based rad surveys would seem a logical way to go in us finding more future critical minerals deposits. Thank you very much. And I particularly would like to thank the SMI and the GSQ. There's 18 people listed on that list. They've all had a part in encouraging the success for the Leichhardt critical minerals potential. There's other people that aren't on the list, people like geophysicist Matt Greenwood, who's in here today, and he and Dave Purdy visited the project for a couple of days earlier this year. It's researchers like you that are really the ones that are going to drive the success of whether a project like this gets up and running or not. So I thank you. Hopefully there's no time for questions.
Little unlucky in that regard, Stu, because we're going to actually now be sitting up for a panel, which means while we're doing that, there is opportunity for questions. So if you keep your mic on, and if anyone does have questions for Stuart, then please go ahead.
Look, just before we go in, one thing Nathan mentioned, he thought that I would talk a little bit about the Pitts dome, which is one of the 3 domes that has been studied. The Pitts dome is actually the dome that has the highest zirconium values of those 3 domes that we focused on, but it unfortunately has the lowest rare earth values. So there is a slight variation in the value mineral geochemistry. The reason we don't focus so much on the Pitts dome is because it's very difficult to extract those zirconium out of the rocks. It's a silicate mineral, and recoveries, unless you're using those very high acid concentrations, are just not being recovered. Whereas we can extract those high value magnet metals from the rare earths, and so domes like Clary's and Christmas have more potential as a less impactful environmental mining operation.
You managed to talk your way out of questions there, Stuart. Oh, there is one at the back. So Tom's question was, what pH was done in the tests?
Yeah, I haven't done much rare earth element stuff, but in cases where they're all in phosphates and carbonates, and you have this acid eating away at it, and then the rare earth comes out and it's all happy, but then as soon as it gets away from the acid, it just jumps straight back into another phosphate or carbonate. I wonder if it's easy to get them out, but then they easily go back in. I wonder what the
It was quite the test work that was initially done on quite a low acid concentration, it just went into solution. It wasn't taken in. Those solutions were analysed, so there was no time really for it to go into any other carbonate rocks. If we were looking at, say, for instance, in-situ leaching, which may be a possibility at the peaks, then you may have an issue where it keeps jumping into other carbonate rocks. There isn't a real lot of carbonate in the rocks. The same as at the peaks, there isn't a whole lot of toxic metals. There is very low sulfide. There is very low uranium. Uranium values there around about 30 ppm. Uranium values less than 100 are considered fairly benign. And there is very little arsenic. So it's a very low sulfide, I guess, low deleterious metal environment for these rocks.
Thanks, Stuart. That's great. And really appreciate your contributions again. More questions at the break and at the end of the day. So now we have opportunity for the panel to come forward. And I also want to say thank you, not just to Matt and Vlad from the Department of Resources, but also Barry Sheen here. And online we have Katerina, who is on site at Mount Isa, coming from the Glencore perspective. So we actually have in the room representatives from government, from a major company, and from, well, Barry, how would you describe yourselves? A junior or a mid-tier? Mid-tier. Yeah. And Anita's going to run this session. The session's just helping with the camera. And I guess we can go in a minute or two. There we go. Thumbs up from Sasha.
Excellent. Thank you, Steve. And thank you to the panelists for volunteering your time today. We do want to have a stimulating discussion about a few different topics, and certainly we've briefed you with questions, so nothing should come as a surprise unless we've got some rogue contributions from the audience, which I would encourage. And I will give you an opportunity to put your hand up, so please don't feel afraid to give them a bit of a grilling too. But before we kick off, I'm just going to go around the panel and ask you to tell me a bit about yourself and your contributions to the minerals sector. So I'm going to start with you, Barry.
Thanks, Anita. So my name is Barry, obviously, originally from Cape Town, South Africa, graduate from UCT. Worked for Anglo Platinum for 2 years before going and doing my PhD at Imperial College London, the Royal School of Mines, before coming across and working for Xstrata, Mount Isa Mines for 2 years, and I've worked around Australia since, have since joined 29 Metals, which is the owner of Capricorn Copper Mine, as well as Golden Grove in WA, who also own a few ore bodies over in Chile. So mid-tier in size and looking to expand. So that's me.
I'm Vladimir Lisitsyn. I'm manager of Mineral Systems team in the Geological Survey of Queensland. I originally came from Ukraine, worked early on in Ukraine, Russia, moved to Australia in 2000, spent about 10 years in the Geological Survey of Victoria. And so there I was fascinated by the problem of trying to assess undiscovered resources, how to do essentially prospectivity assessment, how to define the most prospective area for exploration, and assessing how many deposits are likely to be undiscovered, for how much endowment they're likely to contain. And I liked that game so much that I made a PhD out of that in the Centre for Exploration Targeting in University of Western Australia. I was fortunate enough to be able to convince two great people to be my supervisors, Ken McQuaig, who was the director at the time and at BHP now, and Alec Powell, who was one of the most influential people in prospectivity mapping since early 2000s. And he was so influential that some of his mistakes from his university days are still repeated today in 2022. So it's a true testament of influence. And when I was trying to do my PhD, I was trying to find that universal combination of tools and techniques which can answer all the questions. 5 years later, I just realized that the universal solution doesn't exist, because in most cases, it's not about the smartness of the algorithms you're using, the combination of techniques, but almost always it's about availability of the right data and knowledge of the right kind, scale and resolution and coverage. And so that's why ever since coming to GSQ, I spent the last 8 years managing, directing, designing projects and programs, trying to acquire the data which can help people in actual exploration. So that's me.
Yeah, much more shorter bio here. My name is Matthew Greenwood. I'm a geophysicist. Stu added me as a geophysicist. Don't get to do too much geophysics anymore, Stu. I joined the Geological Survey of Queensland 12 years ago after finishing a master's at Monash University primarily in geophysics, but also in 3D modelling. I came up to GSQ to do 3D modelling and prospectivity analysis, and then moved into geophysical inversions, and then more into geophysical acquisitions and survey planning. And now I'm currently the manager of the Regional Compilations Group at the GSQ. So Vlad's Mineral Systems team starts at the mineral systems of the mine deposits and moves upwards. My team is the broad regional geoscience, geochemistry, geophysical programs, and looking downwards to reduce that area of interest to those smaller where the mineral potential is potentially valuable. And so that's really my focus is those broad regional geophysical programs and geochemical programs, and also moving into the data availability and making our data open and fair on our data portals.
Yeah, g'day folks. Peter here from Mount Isa, representing Glencore, or in this case, Mount Isa Mines Exploration, who I've had the pleasure of working for since 2010. I currently am a principal geologist looking after exploration for copper, lead, zinc, resources in the Proterozoic Western Succession here. Previously have worked from a range of junior to mid-tier companies starting in Townsville in the late 80s, working on VMS, did a master's degree through James Cook University on a VMS depositor greenfield, bit of diamonds in WA, bit of nickel, you know, quite a few different resources. And I'm quite passionate about metallurgical extraction. I really believe the moment you find something, you need a diamond hole and you need to start saving your met samples so that you've got something to work with later on. So it's been a great day.
Oh, that's a good segue to my first question. I was going to stay with you, Peter, and I wanted to learn a bit more about what emerging technologies or approaches most excite you for the future.
Yeah, well, I guess I wrote down on your questions here that thorium reactors, and the reason is that we've come out of an industrial revolution that started 250 years ago, and particularly the last 150 years, we've become addicted to cheap energy, and we're going to need that going forward. Thorium reactors, even though they've got all sorts of problems with fluorine-based chemical circuits, yeah, it's an avenue for producing electricity with wastes that have short half-lives. So I think that's really exciting. I know there's a long way to go with it, but yeah, all of our wages are based on cheap electricity. So yeah.
That's a very good point. So I think just in the interest of time, I'm going to ask you a question, Barry. And what I want to know is, what do you see as the biggest risk in exploring for or extracting critical metals? And these can be technical, they can be community, environmental, or governance related.
Well, Anita, I think we've covered quite a few of them here already today. Could go on for quite a while. Water security is a big one. Tailings is a real issue. It's expensive building tailings dams. It's expensive doing arrays on the walls of tailings dams. Power is very expensive at the moment. But there's other ones there too, which we haven't mentioned today. What's interesting, for example, is commodity prices at the moment. You know, things like copper traditionally linked to your supply-demand curve. The last few weeks, months, we've seen record low copper actual stocks available, yet the price hasn't budged. We saw the cobalt price graph, I think you put that up, and it looks a bit like a roller coaster. We've been to $20,000 a ton, $100,000 a ton. Now it's at $50,000 a ton. Where's it going to be next? The issue with these variable metal prices is, you know, when you have to justify for projects and spend large amounts of capex, it's very difficult, where you really could take a tail on the price. You know, it makes it difficult to justify because variability suggests uncertainty and to a degree risk. So attracting investment, although it's exciting because new technology and there's big prices at the moment, it is new. And, you know, there's a reason why there's no big cobalt extraction plants in North Queensland at the moment. And hopefully that will change in the coming times. But another one that hasn't been mentioned today is actually skills. Finding it very, very difficult at the moment to recruit. I know Glencore down the road has similar challenges. It's you know, there is just a shortage of suitably skilled graduates. And another thing that I think industry is guilty of is not fostering graduate programs. Everybody wants a graduate with 2 years experience. No one wants a graduate straight out of university for obvious reasons. That's unfair to graduates. You know, I really always try and encourage, certainly my company and other companies to invest in graduates. We all want somebody with 3 to 5 years. There's just not an ample supply of them, and we need to, you know, foster graduate programs and, you know, continue to grow skills. So yeah, that's just a few off the top of my head that I could think of.
Thanks, Barry. And I guess just staying on that, I mean, you mentioned cobalt, and certainly there's, cobalt's something that's, it's no secret that Capricorn copper has a little bit of cobalt associated with it. So I guess in terms of sort of thinking about the emerging technologies or approaches question that I asked to Peter, I suppose, do you have some views on that too, in terms of cobalt at your site? Yeah, emerging technologies or approaches that,
Yeah, look, I mean, our view of it is, to be honest, it's been really pushed along by the SMI. The work you guys have done on our existing tailings dams has really driven us to have a look at our existing live tailings and how we could potentially leverage off that. So it's early days for us. Extraction of cobalt doesn't seem nearly as challenging as rare earth elements. It's fairly well understood. It is done in places. I think the challenge is extracting it without having to use pyrometallurgy and getting a good leaching process that doesn't require essentially having to go the pyromet route. So to have a look at the efficiencies there and the opportunities there is something we're starting with. And I know there's a few other juniors in the area who are also starting to have a look at what the potential is. It's an exciting time.
Thank you for that. So I guess just thinking about, understanding a bit more about these ore deposits in the Northwest. Vlad, I wanted to ask you, a lot of data has been compiled through the Atlas series. What kind of benefit do you think that's actually really had in terms of pushing people to think about, other ore deposits, or even just reimagining thinking about, styles of mineralization? I mean, obviously, if you see something in the waste, it makes you then think about going back to the core and thinking about, what did mineralization of cobalt look like? How many events? And in terms of technologies that have sort of helped to unravel or unlock that, I mean, certainly using things like micro XRF are good, but we have obviously the issue with cobalt and iron. But obviously, I know that there's been a lot of teamwork and other sort of things that the GSQ have been pushing along. So if you just wanted to talk a bit about that.
Thanks, Anita. Well, we spent a fair bit of effort over the past 4 years, essentially characterizing what's in the ore, and it was driven a great deal by critical minerals, because we realized pretty early on that lots of critical minerals, they're actually sitting in, but where are the critical mineral deposits, where they're actually in deposits of actual commodities. And quite often when we started this exercise, we started from collecting existing information. So how much cobalt is in copper deposits, how much of rare earth is in iron oxide, copper, gold. And so there was a great shortage of that information, full stop. And there was lots of misconception around. So there were a few dedicated studies focusing on particular iconic deposits. And there was an assumption that all the deposits with the same name in the same class, they're just like that. And that's what we discovered through a fair bit of work, just basic characterization, what's in the ore. And it became quite clear that even though something is called iron oxide, copper, gold, that's a very diverse family, and you need to collect much more information to be able to say whether or not you are looking to extract rare earths or cobalt from that. So basic characterization, just a basic geochemistry of what's in the ore. You mentioned micro XRF. We're going down the micro XRF route to figure out exactly in which minerals these critical minerals are sitting. And a great deal of efforts are going further and further into the micro scale. Yes, we're doing pretty much we're into mass production of SEM mineralogy. So we are into hundreds and thousands of sections where we're trying to quantify which minerals are there and what are the genetic relationships of minerals with critical minerals compared to ore minerals. And that's why I find it very useful to integrate these results with what's happening on waste characterization.
Oh, thanks, Vlad. And by the way, if people have questions or comments in response to any of the panelists' sort of contributions, just put your hand up and we'd love to hear from you. Just staying with, I guess, the government theme and sort of thinking about international efforts. And so obviously there's a lot of people right now over in the UK, in London. It's, I guess it's one of those Minds and Money conferences. I think Tony's over there, right? So I guess knowing that the Australian government has been discussing a lot, opportunities of critical metals with, the Americans, the Canadians, etc. I guess, Matt, what I wanted to ask you was, how do you think our systems and regulations compare and contrast with other nations in exploration and extraction of critical metals?
You asked the geophysics question. It's a good one. Yeah, look, I think I'll take that particular part of it there. I guess the role that the Geological Survey in this element can play as a section of the Department of Resources is enabling as much of that discovery and that work as possible by making that data as freely and openly available as possible. In terms of the regulations and making that data available, that's probably more of a, I'm going to pass on to Vlad in that question, because really in the minerals processing space, that's very much more in Vlad's space. But I think particularly that data availability and open and fair data principles, that's really where we can contribute a lot as a Geological Survey of Queensland, both in the current data, but the historical data of what's been done in the last 100 years in that area. So making sure all that data is available for those studies to use it. And that relates to any of that data, basically. So do you want to take on that, Deb?
Okay, thanks, Matt. I'd say that on international comparison, we're comparing quite favorably, but we're a traditional mining jurisdiction, and so we have a pretty healthy regulation, both regulating positively, encouraging, and enforcing it. It's actually very good, very helpful for the industry to be well regulated. That creates more confidence in society. It's very helpful to have the reporting regime that whatever is done by industry is actually reported to government and gets available to the next explorers. That's a system which we are in this country take for granted, but it's not that given. There are large jurisdictions which don't have anywhere near that access to historic exploration data. We have a very strong supportive government, both federally and at the state level, like encouraging exploration, encouraging development, and specifically for critical minerals, it's sufficient to say, we are talking today for pretty much the whole day about lots of activities which are greatly supported by government through funding. And so we have extensive funding to critical mineral research at the federal level. And since 2019, that's pretty much a wave of support from different levels of government. So I think we're doing quite well.
Steve, you've got your hand up. Excellent.
Thanks, Anita. Oh, I mean, on that question, we've obviously got two industry representatives here. Yeah, I'd love to hear from you guys about what you think the gaps are, and if the answer is you don't think there are any gaps, that's fine as well.
I certainly find the regulators to be really, really helpful. The last two places I've worked, we've got a real culture of report everything. And the reason we feel free to do that is because we know that nearly every time the regulators really is helpful. They really help recommend through what we should do, what actions should be taken. And that's environmental space and health and safety space. So I find the regulators to be really, really helpful, really approachable, pragmatic. Regulators in terms of enforcing guidelines, it's very much let's help you get there as quickly as possible where it needs to be. And actually, I think the culture has become one of really helping each other, and it's generally quite a pleasant experience, to be honest. I don't know what Peter thinks.
Peter, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, as someone who works in the exploration space, obviously things have changed a hell of a lot since I started in the 1980s, where access to ground was basically a faxed request for 4 pegs somewhere in the paddock, and you phoned up the farmer and took a newspaper and a carton of beer, and you were generally welcome. I must say most country people are wonderful, but for these days, there's a lot more businesses that are corporatized. And so, yeah, there are extra layers of complexity, both within landholders and the many tiers of land ownership, you know, between Indigenous, native title, environment, forestry, water resources. Yeah, it's quite complex, and the sheer number of hoops that have to be jumped through sometimes to get onto the ground does take time. They're not insurmountable. It's just they cost both in money and time. And you know, some of us have developed some skills in going through these various hoops and barriers. In terms of a regulatory system, you know, the security of tenure in this nation is fantastic compared to many other countries. We have a good rule of law, and yeah, that's very highly valued.
Yeah, thank you. I guess if we were to move on, I guess this is a good question for everyone to answer. And, you know, I'd like to also, you know, hear from the audience in terms of what your views are on this one. But where do you think the biggest opportunities and low-hanging fruits lie in the sector? And I'm going to start with you, Peter. You've obviously had a fruitful career.
Yeah, no, look, as I said, metallurgy. MIM has a long connection and tradition of developing improvements in metallurgical recoveries. And if you're producing 100,000 tonne of copper metal a year, and if it's valued $10,000 to the tonne, a 1% improvement in your recovery is $10 million. It's not to be sneezed at. So I was really thrilled to see that fluidized bed flotation cell. I think that is just gold to see that. Interested in the electrostatic grizzly. I'll be very happy to see the process there. I don't know how it goes with disseminated ores, but I know it'd work a treat with the underground copper breccias here in Mount Isa.
All right, thank you. Matt, what do you think the biggest opportunities and low-hanging fruits are?
Look, I think data is the biggest opportunity in what we've got, and I'm going to rabbit on about data all the time. But you know, we have hundreds of terabytes of open file data with the Geological Centre of Queensland, and with our recent data mineralisation program, making that available online, up in the cloud, and looking at how we control the vocabularies and the ontology around that data means we can have projects that utilise that data in much more data-driven ways. So there's some great examples of machine learning applied to particular problems that really utilise that data. There's a great example that Ethan's going to talk about after the break on visualisation of our data in 3D. And so the work we've done in standardising and making that data available, there is gold in that data there, and there's a pun in that is meant to be there because there is gold in that data. So all these cobalt or there's vanadium or whatever you want in that data. Yeah, there's everything in that data. So data.
And you, what do you think the biggest opportunity?
Okay, well, I will support Matt. I knew Matt would say that, and I was going to pass the question to him. And that is actually, it is indeed true. It is the biggest opportunity, and well, it is not that low hanging, but probably it should be addressed anyway, because we accumulated massive amounts of data, massive amount of information, but lots of the existing data storages, they're just these wonderful databases, they're just data graveyards. So there are some shady alleys, there are some pleasant places, there are some beautiful monuments, but overall it's kind of a sad place. And it takes a fair bit of effort to get to the usable data, and to get that more educated, mature use of machine learning, artificial intelligence requires the data to be much more easily accessible, much more easily discoverable, much more easily usable. So that's a massive thing which needs to be addressed. And the sad reality is that in my previous job in Victoria, there was all the rage about the word which took me a while to learn how to pronounce, interoperability. So how the databases talk to each other, how at a click of a button, you can get information from anywhere, any point, and use it as is. Well, that's still a promise. So it's not that low-hanging fruit, but it is worthwhile. And in terms of where do we go beyond getting value out of existing data, I would say it's pooling resources. So quite often the conversation goes, if only we had more money, we could do all those wonderful things. You know what? We do have a lot of money. And quite often there is a fair bit of duplication going around when different groups are trying to do something their own separate way. So they're competing for resources when in fact the best use of their time and resources would be pooling it rather than pulling it apart. Sharing ideas in an open environment, and I think that's already happening. We don't have anywhere near as much conversation of can't say anything about that, that's competitive advantage. And only 10, 15 years ago, it was all the rage in the industry where poor junior geologists were scared of looking at each other, can we say anything or not, because everything is competitive advantage. And right now, like I am finding it a much more pleasant environment to operate, where there is actually lots of willingness to share, to collaborate, and to find solutions to common problems.
I'm going to get to ask you that as well, Barry, but just staying on data, and obviously we mentioned a little bit about international sort of collaborations and sort of looking at what our partners are doing across the world. With those databases, do you see that there's an opportunity to standardize those globally? And, you know, how good would that be, hey? I mean, even nationally, you know, working with a few different state surveys, things are very different. So I guess what sort of steps do we need to do to get to that very happy place?
Look, that was a big push of our geoscience data modernisation program. There is a consortium between all the state surveys and Geoscience Australia, a geoscience data working group that work quite closely together. They're looking at how we can bring that data together. One of the pushes for that data modernisation program was everything was open. So everything we did is publicly available. It's on GitHub. All the code is published. We've shared that with all the other surveys. We've got MOUs with other nations to share that IP and that data, and we're more than willing to share and talk about data, as you can probably see, whenever people want to talk about data. So, but I agree that and there's been some recent work down at ANU at just standardising vocabularies, how we describe data, what the term used and the term I use, making sure that we talk about the same thing, because that's the biggest problem in data. You know, we looked in our old Merlin system, and there were several thousand ways you could describe just the assay values from copper, and the you know, Cu ppm, Cu percent copper ppm. There were several thousand ways you do that. So if we can just standardize that, it means we can have machines to talk to each other. So there are lots of low-hanging fruit in that. And like I do like the idea of a unified data system in the end. So federating data, so we don't have to all have the same data on different data portals, but you know, one data interface, you don't care where you get the data from, as long as you get the data.
Barry, biggest opportunities, low-hanging fruits.
Yeah, so we've covered it a bit today about mining of tailings, waste resources. I mean, it's really happening at New Century. It's happening at a few other places. But certainly low-hanging fruit, if not today, definitely in the next 10 years. I think we're going to see a lot more of that in Australia. Certainly already in places like South Africa. Reclaim of gold from tailings dams has become really big, and I think Australia will follow. Going back to Peter's point on metallurgy, I mean, it was really exciting to hear about this coarse particle flotation thing, because in many regards, mineral processing has not changed very much. Most cutting-edge technology is still considered getting a new isomill or a Jamison cell. Both of them have been around for 30 years. They're not cutting edge anymore. And looking at a rethink in the way we do it, I'd like to see a little bit more focus on pyrite selectivity. As we see our copper head grades dropping, and they will, most of those ores are pyritic, and being able to make a saleable grade is going to rely on us being able to selectively float with lower head grades against higher pyrite contents. And I mean that it's a ages-old issue, is the pyrite selectivity one, but you know, it's one that I think we still haven't really solved and need to be looking at some more, as much as it's not particularly exciting to everyone. Well, I find it exciting.
Hand up, excellent. Hi, Éléonore here from Rio Tinto. I'm a geometallurgist in a group of people who are not dissimilar to the group here. We are researchers, we're into R&D. We definitely, Peter, share your desire to have high quality data at the beginning of a project. Particularly we're working in the space from sort of order of magnitude to feasibility on projects. And we work, as I said, in a very technical space. We work with Anita, and we've seen here today a whole suite of brilliant technical solutions at varying degrees of maturity. Inevitably, when we come to a project hurdle in the technical space, there's usually a way around it, whether it's putting more resources in, whether it's networking with people who know a lot more than we do. There's usually a way forward. The biggest hurdles, hands down, that I personally am seeing are around ESG and license to operate. And often when we look at projects, we put an NPV on it. We try and put a metric around it, try and value a project, try and put toward a business case and try and constrain it and move forward that way. And one of the challenges I see is that we do not have good and robust metrics for ESG. And a lot of the work here, we try and capture the value, and we do in the way we know how and in the best way, but it doesn't capture the value of ESG. If we don't have license to operate, we don't have any project. We have NPV 0. And a lot of the closure work, Anita, that you do is often devalued in a lot of business scopes because it's a long way down the track. So is there a way, or have people here looked at ways of trying to put metrics around some of those ESG, for want of a better term, in some of the technologies they're developing? It's a curly one, and it might not be in the remit of these groups. I'm gonna put that back to the panel. Is that challenges that you faced at all?
Yeah, in terms of putting a metric around it, you're right, it's difficult. I mean, we do a high level, low level risk assessment where you try and categorize the risk around it, but it's limited. It's not ideal, and it's probably come back to the same place you're at. How do you quantify it? Well, you don't. You try and manage risk, but that doesn't always cover it all completely, does it? I might hand to Vladimir.
Thank you. That's a cool one. Yes, that's a good question, and that's what I would put as one of the key risks for the industry overall going to the future. That license to operate, once it's withdrawn, the rest doesn't matter. And it has happened before, and it went to the extent that some bright mining executive described some time ago their corporate exploration strategy for a multinational. So how do you look for major base metal deposits while you're finding the suitable place for tailings dam and hope to find a deposit somewhere nearby? Because to go the other way, it's a very risky strategy. It's not that extreme in real life. It's for example, there is a benefit of operating in a well-regulated environment like Australia, and there is a lot of a conversation of traceability of the source of metal. So this has happened. I think it started from blood diamonds. I think it goes into copper. I think conversations go into rare earth extraction, and it can be an easy early start, just tracing the provenance of the metal and the way they were extracted. So, like that's one of our current projects where SMI is involved and JCU is driving, is about traceability of critical mineral and rare earth in particular extraction technology. So that's one metric: the provenance and the way they were extracted.
Thank you, Vlad. Steve, you want to make a comment? And I think we should hear from Peter as well on this.
Sure, yeah. We will go to Peter straight after me, and then we'll probably have to wrap up. But that question is very relevant to SMI. We do a lot of work here on ESG risk. Éléonore Lèbre, who spoke earlier in the day, has developed some tools that can help. But more importantly, straight after the break, we're going to hear from Alan Littleboy about resourcing decarbonisation. And that project, a big focus of that is actually going to be mapping out source risks for critical metals, and that will include consideration of tailings and the community environmental governance complexities that lie around that. To you, Peter, last comment.
Yeah, I guess it's fair to say that MIM, Glencore, you know, obviously values our place in the town here, and for many years, Mount Isa Mines had a policy of favouring residential workers. I mean, COVID has sort of changed that, and obviously we do have FIFO people, myself included. But no, regular information sessions with the community here, trying to keep the community updated on the progress of mining operations here, things like our tailings facility and environmental studies on that. We obviously have air quality and other monitoring facilities here around the operation. It's all public domain data. And I guess also when we go to start exploring on a piece of ground, we have a compensation agreement with the landholder, and we're engaging with the native title holders because we need those folks to sign off on any ground disturbing activities. So being part of the community is very important, and a town like Mount Isa, we'd like to see it have a long life. But yeah, cost of energy, I guess, is one of the things that will impact all of us, and we look forward to maintaining the operations here with, you know, good workforce, which we have to invest in, and yeah.
Thank you. So I think some key themes that I'm hearing certainly are positive communications, collaborations, traceability and transparency, and also, you know, thinking internationally in terms of standardization. So I think there's some key themes that have come out this afternoon from this panel. We are going to have to draw it to a close, but this is probably not a question that I'm going to ask, but it's probably a question that everyone should ponder after hearing all the talks today. And that's about thinking about the future. So the last thing I was on my list of questions to ask you was, can you paint for us a picture of what you see as an ideal future and the steps we need to take to get there? And I think for everybody in the room, you've listened to a lot of things now, we're all obviously working in the minerals sector. What do you think that ideal future is going to be? And what are the steps that you personally are going to do in your research, in your activities, in your collaborations, your communications? What are you going to do to help drive us there? So I think that's something to think about as you step away from this day in an hour or so's time. So thank you, panel, for your time. Really appreciate you coming here. Thank you for joining us online, Peter. It's been lovely to see your rocks in the background in particular. So thanks very much, panel. Let's give them a round of applause, please.
Yeah, thank you. I've just been told we have the stairs. So actually the room is quite well populated for the end of the day and for the last session. And obviously it's always a difficult session for the speakers, and speakers always feel resentful that they are in the last session of the day. But I think in this one, this is going to be a very important session for us. Not only do we hear from Shabir and from a commercial partner who's been working with us in the development of a digital twin, but we will have an interactive session with Anna Little Boy. So there's really good opportunity here for the brains trust in the room and online to shape the future of COB. And so with that, I think we'll launch straight into the talks. I know there's a few people who are still outside grabbing tea and coffee and lunch because lunch was late, but we can start running and they'll just dribble in. Thanks, Ethan.
All right, that's everyone. Okay, so hi, I'm Ethan Bellicott. I'm the solutions manager for a company called Euclidean, and I'm here today to tell you all a little bit about a Digital Earth project that we've been embarking on with Stephen Micklethwaite at SMI and Matthew Greenwood at GSQ. So to back up and tell you a little bit about Euclidean, is it a click? Up and down arrows, there we go. So Euclidean, what do we do? We are a software company. We've been around for quite a while, existing in the game space. But recently we've actually moved to geospatial data, and our specialty is big point cloud data. So trillions of points coming together to make the kinds of models that you can see up there on the screen. And actually, that one on the top there is some seismic data that is part of the Digital Earth project that I'll be talking about. So what do we do that's so special? We can view these big models in real time. And the way that we can do that is by just streaming in the bit of the model that you are intending to look at. So it makes it very efficient to work on low specification devices, on the web, on your phone, on mixed reality headsets, all that sort of stuff. And so our main things are UD Stream. That's our desktop application where you can view your data. We've got UD Cloud, where you can host your data. You can have it local and on premises, but we obviously offer that service as well. And then UD SDK, which is the kind of software development toolkit, which everything is built on top of. And that's what we've done a lot of the work for the Digital Earth in today. So what is the Digital Earth? So as I said earlier, Euclidean, UQ, SMI, and GSQ have all put our heads together to try and solve the problem of what do we do about data? So you would have heard Matthew Greenwood talking about how we think that's a really pivotal issue. Obviously, in our current year, computers have existed for a long time and we've built up loads and loads of data in lots of different formats, and it's just really hard to look at. Just the volume of it for one thing, but also the formats for another. And so our goal is to try and actually create a sort of comprehensive digital twin, a data discovery tool that we can use to inspect that data. So that sounds nice and easy, but actually there's kind of quite a few edges. So today I'll talk a little bit about a top-down view, a little bit in depth on some of these points, and the sort of past, present, and future of what we've been doing. So as we can see here, we've got a couple of different points. We've got the automatic pipeline. So our key target for this project so far has been the Northwest Minerals Province. And we've been focusing on that mineral exploration data from the GSQ Open Data Portal. And what we want to do is build an automatic pipeline so it doesn't require human effort to go through, download the data, convert the data for every single one of the sort of hundreds of thousands of different data sets that you'll find online. Of course, the other side of that is that we need to then develop those data conversions and visualizations. So sometimes it's relatively straightforward and sometimes it's not. In almost all cases, we're working together as our software developers at our company with various experts at SMI. And of course, that then needs to be given to people. So there's no use making a lovely model of it if you can't look at it. So putting it in the web, doing integrations with GeoRes Globe, and creating a sort of standalone viewer are our big focuses. So as far as the work that we have completed so far, in the last year or so, we've completed phase 1 of the work, which has basically been a quick touch point and proof of concept on just about all of these. And in the next 2 years, what we hope to be doing is bringing all of this work up to a level where it's publicly available and production ready. Where we are right now is probably at the GeoRes Globe integration stage. So we're working currently supporting the Esri team in bringing our technology together with that. So to talk a little bit more detail about the automatic pipeline. So again, we've got the GSQ Open Data Portal. Thankfully, a really helpful thing for us has been that it has an open data API. We've chosen to build a backend for that in Python, so we can really quickly pull bits of this API together, pull our converters together, and then integrate that in a way that it's going to be easy to modify and change as time goes on. So At the moment, it's not a very pretty interface. One of the things that we hope to do is integrate it a little bit better with standalone viewers and standalone tools so that someone doesn't need to be a software developer in order to, or a system admin or something like that to interact with it. It's going to be the sort of thing that anyone who can get into the data, who can do quality assurance, who can be the sort of expert that signs off on that, is going to be able to use it. The trick here for us is going to be making sure that it doesn't just work one time for one type of data, but in all occasions with all types of data, and that it can support that sort of long legacy that we have behind us. The next step is obviously the data conversion. So this is the sort of fun one. These are examples up on the screen of some of the different types. The first phase of work, we've tried to do a bit of a broad scattershot of different types of formats that might be interesting to look at in the context of a digital twin. So we've got all sorts of things like the seismic, the aerial electromagnetic, magnetotelluric data there, all transformed into point cloud form in one way or another. Though, of course, the main thing that has been the focus of the work has been the drill holes, the drill core photos, and the geochemical samples. So the trick there being that while it is a little bit more rudimentary, obviously, as someone from a non-scientific background, I'm a lot more engaged with all of the colourful pictures. But the real meat and potatoes, obviously, is that you can put all of the attribute data, all of the assay data, mineralogy, lithology, into the drill core, the drill holes, and then we can start to inspect it in a little bit more of a complicated way, as well as having all of this data in one comprehensive scene. So web integrations. So looking at the data is the next trick. So one of the things that we've done so far is we sort of did a little bit of a spike to demonstrate that we could really integrate with anything. So one of the key things that we wanted to avoid is being locked into a specific platform, into a specific way of looking at the data, because that obviously can be a bit of a death knell for a model like this. So we've integrated the model into the Cesium platform and into the Esri platform, with the goal obviously there being to do the work that we are doing now with GeoRes Globe. What you can see up on the screen on the lower half is that you're able to, we've demonstrated the ability for you to be able to get a spatial extent in a little polygon in your web browser, and that can be shared across to your desktop application where you can then use that. So one of the key goals with our integration into GeoRes Globe is to create that kind of shareability. So if you're looking at some interesting data, you can easily send that to a colleague without having to reproduce a set of steps in some sort of complicated way. And of course, to make a standalone viewer. So this bit is one of the things, it sounds like quite a big job on the face of it, but what we're actually doing is taking the plumbing of our existing application and then basically making a new storefront over the top that's going to cater to what geoscientists, geological experts are going to expect to see. So what we've got on screen here is some examples of the kinds of tools that we want to be able to implement. So we've got a simple query tool that is an example of it in action. So using the different attributes that we can put on drill core data, you can say, I want to see the parts of the models with this much copper, with this much iron, and so on, and it'll filter it down. So that's one example of it there. Other more basic things like putting hyperlinks and legends and so forth in, as well as things like the spatial capture tool and putting your attribute notations. Am I looking at ppm? Am I looking at PCT, PPB, and so on? So the trick with all of this work is that unfortunately, well, not unfortunately, but in this case, all of this has been implemented into our core product UDStream. Which is good, but the unfortunate thing about it is that it is competing for your attention with lots of other tools that have been made for other industries like surveying, like transport, and it means that it's part of a little bit of a complicated interface. So the advantage of us for stripping out all of the complexity and focusing on just the things that you might be interested in seeing from a mineral perspective, from a geological perspective, is going to be, it's going to be much more streamlined. It's going to be much easier to use, and it's going to be the sort of thing that bridges that gap between the public user who can download something on the web, go into the browser and see the model, and then it's going to be the sort of thing that an expert is going to be able to look at on their desktop and really inspect that data in a bit more of a meaningful sense and get that kind of insight. So with that standalone viewer, that kind of represents the ends of the current phases of work that we have lined up. But obviously it's an idea that has a bit of growth potential in that our unique technology means that you can kind of render any size of thing. So the next steps are obviously to try and pull from different locations. So if there is an endpoint that's got open data, right now we're looking at the GSQ's open data portal, but there's nothing stopping us from taking other places with other data and then starting to pull that into our pipeline. There's also other types of data. So obviously what I showcased in my presentation today has been more on the scientific data visualization side, but there's nothing stopping us from implementing photogrammetry, MLS data that might represent a more visual fidelity angle and might show off, for example, bits of infrastructure or geological features in the landscape that you might be relevant to your inspections. So another angle is public and private partnerships. So in this case, we've actually got some interest already from the private sector in terms of adding their own data to the publicly available data. Obviously, it's one thing to have public data there, but as we know, the private companies have got quite a lot of their own data, and seeing all or one in context is not necessarily the most helpful thing. And of course, expanding to new fields and industries, so things like oil and gas. Another facet that we have not touched yet, but we would like to in the upcoming phases of work, is to work with mixed reality headsets. So as we speak, the team is hard at work getting UD Stream optimized on Microsoft HoloLens 2, which is work that we are doing incidentally, but I think it would be a fantastic opportunity for us to explore how that might help us interact with this data in a more interesting way. If there's value there, there may not be, but that would be something that would be fantastic to explore. And then, of course, taking advantage of scalability. So obviously, our focus has so far been the Northwest Mineral Province. Our goal is to expand that to all of Queensland, but going across state borders and going across even international borders, we've got plenty of interest from a variety of people. And I think we're just really waiting for the project to reach its critical mass before it starts taking off and starts reaching those new areas. So yeah, that was the Digital Earth project. Try to be nice and quick. So I don't know if there's, but is there plenty of time for questions? How did I do?
You did great, Ethan, and it's actually really good to have someone, even though this research is being led within SMI, it's great to have the commercial aspect and viewpoint in the room. So yeah, any quick questions before we move to Shabir? We have one for Shabir. Okay.
So I assume that data is available, as you mentioned, from open sources. Are there some restriction? And the data, I'm interested, do you have that is also captured on these emissions, carbon emissions, or those kind of things? Or this is just the drills, holes, and that?
So the focal point for us has been to capture the mineral exploration data first of all. But as we move forward, we basically want to translate as much data from the open data portal as we can. So there's really nothing that we're not interested in bringing across into it as far as I'm aware. Yeah, all of it at this stage is from open data, from pre-competitive data. And what our hope is that it's going to be a login-less, authentication-less thing, so that when you go to GeoRes Globe, you can go and tick, I would like to look at the Digital Earth view, and then without having to log in or do anything particularly different, you'll have access to that there. Of course, we want to try and add some depth to it so that the the more expert users are going to be able to go, okay, I don't just want to look at it. I don't just want to search through it. I want to actually go, inspect the attributes of the model and all that sort of thing. So I think that's where that sort of data would add value.
It's a good question. The ultimate vision for something like this, which will probably be 2-3 years down the track, will be a place where you can go and you can find in the one location all geoscience information you need from a microscopic scale to a regional, alongside native title information, hydrological information, landholder information, mine lease, and so on. All the data sets that the industry needs to gather in order to operate. And we're aiming for a place where that can all be hosted in the one location and visualized alongside each other. And so you can not only identify it and download it, but you might even be able to use it to come up with decisions much quicker, accelerate your decision making effectively. And on that question, what is at the moment it's a proof of concept, but what's the file size so far, and what is the limit?
Well, functionally, really, there is no limit. So the name of our rendering engine is unlimited detail. So because of the fact that you're streaming the model, you're not streaming a server-side render, you're actually streaming blocks of the model in. There really is actually no limitation. Functionally, you're probably going to start hitting some gaps when you start to hit, petabytes and petabytes of data. In terms of certain things might start to have problems, but at this stage from our early phases of work, well, I don't think we've eclipsed terabytes yet. I think we're going to anticipate that by the end of the second and third phases, we're going to start hitting several terabytes of worth of data. But actually, what we've found is that our models scale relatively well compared to the data size of the data they're being converted from. So they don't tend to expand too much especially when you're talking about the things like seismic data, aerial electromagnetic data. I've found they scale quite well.
Yeah, great. In the interest of time, we'll need to move on, but thank you very much, Ethan, for making your efforts to come out this afternoon. And apologies as well, because I just realised on the agenda we had you as Christian Wares.
No, that's all right.
Yeah. So one last round of applause.
Good afternoon, everyone. And thanks, Steve, for giving me an opportunity. My name is Shabir Ahmed, and I'm at the Institute of Social Science and Research. I came to this project, Complex Orebodies, I started 2 years back. Although we started the conversation, me and Rick, way back. That time I was at business school, but the time I started this, and I was at the Institute of Social Science and Research. So as it is clear from the topic, so my interest was just to look at the socioeconomic development indicators and also looking at the innovation and productivity issues in the mining sector. So I will spend most of the time on the productivity, but I'm just going through what I was having in mind. Everyone knows improving the well-being in mining regions, that has been come on the limelight, and particularly with the introduction of the Sustainable Development Goals. People have different views about the socioeconomic development, what indicators should be included, and how that could be related with those issues. And most of those, the existing literature and the work has been done that is that usually accounts for national level socioeconomic indicators. But that may underestimate the living standard or those socioeconomic condition living in a particular mining areas. So that prompts to look at the subnational level socioeconomic indicator, which could be mapped around the economic activities or mining activities which are happening in different mining regions. That was the idea to look into those. And then this lot we have been listening since this morning about ESG risk, which has become the top priority risk as well as the opportunity according to Ernst & Young in the recent ranking. But people don't take into account usually the uncertainties. When I talk about the uncertainties, so we allow the boundaries among all those economic, social, governance indicators, the variation in that, and then if that uncertainty is accounted for, how the ranking would change. So that's why mapping spatial and temporal human development, those indicators with mining activities may provide better picture. So that was the idea which I'm still working on. But what I have accomplished so far, that is the innovation and productivity. So there are two views. One is the economist views. Economists look in a different perspective, the productivity, but the mining people, they have their mining lens. So I have just tried to blend those economic and the mining lens just to account for different perspective how to measure the productivity. And one other thing which is basically sometimes confusing the reader or the listener or the audience. So people generally don't distinguish between profitability and productivity. Profitability is not productivity. Basically, it is more than productivity. Profitability, I will show you in a minute in one of these slides. So basically, profitability is a multiple of the term of trade and the productivity. So we have the price recovery and we have the productivity, and that is the multiple of the profitability. So just looking at the term of trade might not be giving you a good indication. We have this instance in 2000s, late 2000s, when the term of trade was deteriorating. The prices were not basically deteriorating. So prices were, there was a boom in prices. The term of trade was improving, but productivity was falling. So that's why we have to be very careful when we are talking about the productivity and profitability. And there are multiple factors, multiple drivers that explain the productivity. We talk about the resources allocation, appropriate use of input resources. We talk about the scale and scope economies. We talk about the best management practices. So each has a different economic interpretation as well as the policy insight while we interpret the productivity. And last but not least, the productivity with the undesirable outputs that has become very important when I talk about the undesirable output. So we are talking about all kind of emissions, waste, tailing. So that is basically how that affects the productivity. Mostly people look at the production cost. So that has been, rising in the recent years. So mostly concerned about the capital, energy, and the labor cost. So that has been on increase, and people perceive that was one of the causes of the productivity decline. Apart from the other factors, so there's so what I'm talking here, one is basically the input, the other is the undesirable output. So this is basically the scope 1 emission in aluminium, 2000 and 2004 and 2020. So look, there has been shifting due to the different sources of energy that has been used. The upper part is showing the intensity, and the lower part is showing the total emissions. And we can see clear differences that in some countries like China and other those Asian countries that has been on increase. So I tried to incorporate those carbon emissions into the productivity, as well as taking into account all those costs of inputs. So that is basically the theme of this presentation. So as I mentioned, profitability versus productivity. So here, if you look at, so the profitability is the revenue over cost. And if we further split the revenue, revenue is price into quantity, price sold into quantity, and cost is input prices into input quantities. And if we just rearrange, so this P over W is the term of trade, which has been happening in 2008, 9, 10, when there was price boom, but the productivity was falling. So this term of trade may be so improved, that would be driving the profitability, but that would not affect the productivity. So term of trade into TFP, or total factor productivity, that is basically the profitability. So when we talk about the productivity, we define productivity, the output ratio, aggregate output ratio over aggregate input ratio. So we are not taking into account the value addition. So value addition, I mentioned earlier, so that might be reflecting the prices issues. So that is basically the productivity. And then the productivity change is a 1 period ratio of aggregate output to ratio of aggregate input compared to the other period, say 2020 with respect to 2004. So that is the concept of the productivity. And then the other thing, what we have to account for, actually, I will come shortly. The different commodities we have taken into account, there are 8 commodities I will show you shortly. So we gather data for 8 commodities from 1991 to 2020 from S&P. And so these all commodities are using different technologies. So bringing under one frontier, so this is the gray line, the light blue is the big frontier where you take into account all the productivity, all the commodities as one output. But there 3 sub-frontiers are basically representing the different technologies. Say in gold, we have open pit, we have underground, and we have combined. In aluminium, their source of energy, for smelter, for example, the source of energy is coming from gas, from nuclear, from renewables, and all those are basically the different technology. So we want to see the technology gap and productivity gap between, I'm just skipping this one. So these are basically the 8 commodities we took into account. So we estimated the meta frontier, as I showed in previous one. And then we estimated each frontier separately. And then we took we compared those two, and these are basically showing the technology gap or productivity gap in each commodity. So that is basically happening due to the use of different technologies, different inputs. So that is what I wanted to show. That has been accomplished. And then once we estimated those frontiers and computed the technology gap, then we looked at different sources of productivity. As I mentioned, so that we only were able to get the carbon emission for aluminium and for the gold. For the aluminium, we collected the smelter level data from 2004 to 2020. There are 271 different smelters. We collected the data which are using different sources of energy, as I mentioned, oil, gas, nuclear, as well as the renewable. So the carbon emissions when we adjusted the output for aluminium and gold, so there was a significant differential, and there was significant change in their ranking, productivity ranking, because of those adjustment of carbon emission. So we estimated the productivity without taking into account the carbon emission, and then by taking account the carbon emissions. And we also found, as you have seen in the previous those histograms, so there were significant disparities in the efficiency between mines across different countries. So that was mine level data, what we have collected. And as I mentioned, the change in productivity ranking due to CO2 emission was clearly seen. And there was significant technology gap in the productivity. And the other thing, what we looked at, the resources misallocation. So we estimated the shadow prices. That is very important when we have undesirable outputs like carbon. So it's hard to assign the monetary value. So then you have to estimate the shadow prices, the shadow cost. So we estimated those shadow prices, and we observed there was a productivity differential that were due to those resources misallocation. We also looked at the scale and scope economies in our analysis. And this is just a kind of demonstration for only 4 commodity: copper, gold, platinum, and aluminium. Look, the productivity from 2011. So initially it was declining, but there are considerable productivity differentials. That is for the aluminium, but here I have the component, the drivers of productivity, the total factor productivity, the management practices, what we call the technical efficiency. We have the scale, mix efficiency, economies of scale, and scope. And this I have already discussed. I just here tried to show gold and aluminium differential. So these are the 4 sources of energy that have been used in the smelting aluminium. So the technology gap was significant. So this is gold open versus underground versus combined pit. So that is basically what the productivity is. As I mentioned, I have not done much on socioeconomic indicator yet, but I have developed the analytical methods so far. So what is my next task is just to mapping those national and subnational socioeconomic and environmental indicators. As I mentioned, so subnational HDI is one of the examples. Now the Human Development Index is available at subnational level for 160 countries for almost 1,600 different regions. So I will start with that one, and I will create those index by using a mixed method approach, both quantitative and to some extent I will incorporate the qualitative information. And the other issue which is more important is the aggregation of those indices. If you have 100 indicators in one of the indices, so assigning the appropriate weights, that would be another issue, another challenge. So for example, that's why I was using, if we don't find those environmental monetary costs, we could use the shadow prices, or we could use the linear programming, which is one of my expertise. I've been doing aggregation of different inputs and outputs, and then incorporation of the uncertainty that could be done through Bayesian methods. That work is in process, and I will first demonstrate with the Brazilian municipality level data. There are 7,000 municipalities data. So there are aluminium, copper. So this is municipality level, those mines are available. So I have to map the data, and then I will use those HDI indices and then create those socioeconomic indicator to proxy for the ESG. So this is what I have planned, and what I have done so far. So this project was also fetching some collaboration with the University of British Columbia and University of Delaware. Both they contributed $7,500 to purchase aluminium data, smelter level data for the last 20 years or so. So there was the paper, one paper is ready on gold, which I presented in the last complex ore body. So that has been under review for a long time. So we are hoping to get outcome very soon. But we presented that data in efficiency a workshop in a European workshop in efficiency and productivity analysis. This is one of the biggest event in the productivity arena. And the other paper on aluminium has been accepted in Australian Agricultural Resource Economic Society, which is next year. As I mentioned, the publication is under review. The gold paper is also available on SSR, and if you are interested, I could send you the link. So my future plans is to finalize those ESG indicators mapping on subnational level, and finalize the remaining two more publications on this productivity, and then looking forward for some collaboration to apply for further funding. So this is what I wanted to show today. Thank you.
Thank you, Shabir. It's always being very hard. It's always very hard to take up the last two slots of the day, but it strikes me that you have a lot of overlap with some of the other work that's been presented both today and in previous COB iterations. Obviously, some important collaborations and synergies, I think, there with Éléonore Lèbre as well. So we should really get you two together in the same room. And we haven't really got time for questions. We're going to move straight to Hannah Littleboy. But what you're about to hear from Hannah about resourcing decarbonisation, I think there's some useful synergies there as well. So we should certainly talk further about future funding opportunities. Thank you. Right. This is the last session of the day. Thank you everyone for hanging in there. And we're hoping it's not going to be technically difficult. There's going to be a Miro board and opportunity for everyone to throw ideas out. I'm going to try and capture it. If you're online, I have put the Miro board link in the chat. So please tell me if you can't access that. Okay. Just give you a mic. Oh, can we have the mic, Shabir?
Awesome.
Oh.
So, Steve, I think you've rather unfairly set me up for failure. You've mentioned what I'm going to talk about so many times that I feel I need to manage everyone's expectations. This is not a detailed presentation. I was going to get you all up, sitting around a bit, because I Googled how to create energy in the audience at the end of a long day, which you've all had, but I'm not going to because we're already very late. But hopefully you can try and spur yourself on for the last sprint of the day. I've been working with Steve and Rick for a while now about what happens when a strategic program in SMI finishes its funding. I'm one of the program directors for another program called Transitions in Mining. And so we're doing a lot of thinking about, how do these programs evolve? Are they permanent fixtures? Do they come in, catalyze something and then move on? And very acutely, we've been thinking about when the funding for complex ore bodies runs out. It's about, 4 weeks' time or something like that. What next? Because it is undeniably really powerful for us as researchers to be able to put just a little bit of skin in the game of the research that we're undertaking. Gives us a little bit of flexibility to do some thought leadership that maybe industry isn't wanting to fund. to help show the way, to help with coordination. And I think Complex Orebodies has been a really good example, if you like, of how this can work. So. That was supposed to be the summary slide that Steve used at the beginning of the meeting. And the reason I put that in as a placeholder, which one's? So the reason I wanted to just take you back to the beginning of the day was to just remind you Complex Orebodies has had a very large span. It's been looking at a whole range of issues, and those issues have spanned thinking about the ESG risks associated with mineral supply, technologies to actually improve our ability to get stuff out of the ground efficiently with high levels of productivity, understand the impact that we're having on people and place, and doing it in a way that makes the best use possible of some of the wastes that have been produced from over the last 100 years. So a very broad span and a very large number of successes, and you've heard about a lot of those here today. When we started thinking about where next for Complex Orebodies and also my program, we started thinking, well, the first thing we need to do is to try and find an ongoing stream of seed funding so that we can help with this process of seeding research. You will have seen today a lot of research coming out of Complex Orebodies that is around what I'm now calling resourcing decarbonisation. It's a catchphrase that seems to be working at the moment. The whole idea and where that's come from is really this idea that we may have some inkling of where we're going to find the kind of resources required. Well, let me start again. We all want to save the planet. We all know there's an issue around climate change. Energy transition is now a massive dialogue globally, and we're all making pledges towards net zero and implementing renewable energy technologies. These are massive commitments that people are making. One of the things that is less discussed is where we're going to find the source materials to actually build those technologies. It's being discussed in Complex Orebodies. It's being discussed in a few other areas around the world, but it's not big on the public rhetoric around climate change mitigation. It involves, as you've seen from the Complex Orebody work, the pulling together of skills and expertise from a number of different areas. So we last year made the decision to try and persuade our Vice-Chancellor and the University of Queensland to give us a bit more extra money so that we could morph Complex Orebodies and do more work specifically around this idea of resourcing decarbonisation. And blow me away, we were successful in getting some funding. So we've received 1.5 million from the University of Queensland over the next 3 years to seed research that is going to contribute to this initiative we're calling resourcing decarbonisation, which is, in effect, if you'll forgive me, a bit of a love child between Complex Orebodies and transitions in my neighbourhood. So one of the pathways forward for Complex Orebodies is this initiative which we're calling resourcing decarbonisation. And on this slide, I'll just give you a few of the, framing language around this. Now, we only got this funding about a month ago. There is always a period of time once you receive a grant such as this, where you have to go through working with your partners to refine what this actually looks like and what money might actually be used for. We're at the beginning of that journey. So there is a lot to play for, particularly for the people in this room who have grown up through Complex Orebodies and actually have potential technologies, research projects, partnerships, networks, and ideas that are already playing straight into this place. So I've already articulated the basic proposition, which is that this is a key risk for our pathway towards net zero globally. We've identified 5 kind of issues that might become themes, that might become areas of operation. So the first one, which draws directly from the original mission of complex ore bodies, is about the complexities of supply and the ESG risks to the supply of energy minerals. We are focusing on energy minerals. I'll have a debate with anyone about definitions of critical minerals, technology minerals, energy transminerals, rare earth elements, but not in session because I don't think it's a good use of our time at the moment. Now, that really is about building on the work that's been done, particularly in partnership with Geoscience Australia, the Geological Survey of Queensland, where we're going to find our critical minerals. If we can find them, are we going to be able to get them out of the ground? And that's a critical additional element in here. Éléonore Lèbre's work has begun looking at that by layering data sets around ESG factors over the top of the technical complexities of getting critical minerals out of the ground. We need to continue that work and take it on further. And there are issues there such as, it's a question I would have loved to ask you, Shabir, actually. We're talking about productivity and profitability. In my experience, many of the issues that swirl around the ESG space are because people have very different definitions of value. They value things differently. And this is quite a subjective area of work. How on earth do you begin to reconcile different perceptions of value into thinking about how much we're willing to pay to get this stuff out of the ground, and to do it in a way that protects what we think is important, whether it's biodiversity, whether it is cultural significance of the land, whether it's jobs and livelihoods for the community. Very complex area. Directly following on from some of the things that Complex Orebodies has really tried to grapple with. The second theme, and again, Complex Orebodies feeds directly into here, is it's a carbon mitigation theme. It's how do we get this stuff out of the ground with lower intensity on the environment. So circular economy thinking begins to come in here. So can we take some of Anissa's work, for example, and start to make better use of the material that's still encapsulated in our tailings? And additionally, in this area are issues of more eco-efficient beneficiation, carbon capture. The third area is really, are we actually ready to, there's a bit of a conversation this morning about regulation. Our business is actually ready to understand the implication of saying they're going to walk a path towards net zero. There was a paper produced out of our business school recently that sort of looked at, I don't know, 50 top 500 companies, Fortune 500 companies, and said they're in no way are they ready business-wise to actually deliver on their promises of moving to their greenhouse gas emissions promises. So there's a piece there which is about, do we have the right incentives in place? Are businesses ready to make the change required to deliver to net zero? The fourth area, and I come back here, I suppose, to the kind of question that Éléonore raised earlier, policy protections and social safeguards. There are consequences. My biggest fear at the moment is that two of the things that have driven my career today, which is let's do something about climate change and let's try and not leave a mess with mining, are going to come head to head and clash when suddenly everyone realizes how many of these minerals are needed. And everything we've gained over the last 20 years around environmental, social and governance protection flies out the window because all of a sudden there's an economic imperative to produce renewable energy technology. So this fourth area pulls on a lot of the work that is done in ISSR, but also in the Centre for Social Responsibility in Mining, which Éléonore comes out of, and which has been quite closely involved in a number of projects in complex ore bodies. That's really where we can bring in the research to actually look at how do we make sure we don't stuff up something else in our desperate race to address climate change. And the fifth area, and again, I'd point here to Ben's presentation around Izok Lake, where he was trying to look at a different way of seeing how a whole range of risks from a whole range of different areas that are sometimes not put in the same frame, how do they come together and interact with each other? So that fifth area is how do we bring all of this together and make sense and offer solutions, because that is what we're all about. I'm going to zip through the rest of the slides because I really just wanted to spend time here and sort of say what resourcing decarbonisation is all about. What I would say is we've got aggressive growth targets in resourcing decarbonisation. We're talking about growing it to an initiative that might be maybe 5 million a year. So something bigger than complex ore bodies has been. That means we've got to use our money very wisely next year. And 1.5 billion, maybe it's not so much. Or maybe we say, actually, it's a really good symbol from the university, which is, everyone is suffering from, a difficult financial situation as we pass through COVID. It's a really good symbol that the university wants us to really do some good work here. This is just some of the numbers. On the left-hand side here, as you look at it, is the funding that we have received, some of the targets. On the right-hand side is what is emerging as the way that we can allocate the funding, particularly in 2023. And I'm very happy to say that, Rick and Steve and I have been working on this. I'm confident that we will exceed the external revenue target for resourcing decarbonisation next year. But the reason I'm able to say that is because of all the great work that Complex Orebodies has done in the past 5 years. Next year is not the issue. The issue is what do we do in the following years from there. Steve, that was me talking about the resourcing decarbonisation pathway. You did also want me to facilitate a bit of a discussion about other future pathways for complex ore bodies. I might just stop there quickly to see if there are any questions around resourcing decarbonisation specifically. There will be a lot more communication around this as we run workshops, feedback to our partners, and roll out what we think this is going to look like.
Anita.
I guess not so much a question, but Anna, obviously there was a lot of people involved across UQ in putting this together. Do you want to elaborate on that a little bit more?
Yeah, so there are 5 kind of faculty institutes that were involved in supporting this proposal that went up. The Centre for Policy Futures, ES, which is the engineering faculty, in particular some of the chemical engineering, doing some great work around net zero Australia. The School of Earth and Environmental Sciences, so some of the technologies that we've seen being developed with Gordon Southam, for example, some of the skills that they have there around mapping location of resources. Yes, the Institute for Biotechnology and Nanotechnology, and the people who've been doing work there around bio-leaching in particular, and working into the bioeconomy and looking for some of those synergies between mining, biology, and economic features. So those are the 5 partners at the moment. And then we have 15 industry partners. I have to say, at the moment, no one has had to commit funding. So it was easy to be a partner in this. Any other questions?
We have one at the back, Mark. I'm going to have to pass the microphone up.
Thanks, Anna. So I share your concern over those item 4 and 5 on the resourcing decarbonisation about in the rush to unlock mineral potential, what are the risks? And I think we probably think a little bit about what are the risks to our gains, as you mentioned, around environmental, social improvements. But I'm concerned around the geology, mining, metallurgy, feasibility study, the accuracy of the studies that we'll do to actually extract these minerals and produce them, where we know that if we don't take studies in a cohesive, integrated manner through to completion logically, the projects have a bigger risk of achieving their gains. Either they won't start up or they won't achieve production or etc. And we see, the potential for not meeting those deadlines, costing them, 10, 20, 30, 50% more than expected, taking longer. And I think that's something that we need to think about collectively as well. Perhaps it's around the risk, perhaps it's about, early start, rushing these studies, which we're going to need to do to get capacity, has other risks around meeting expectations. And how are we going to manage or preempt those that people aren't surprised when we have potentially, less successes than typically? So it's not a surprise, but it's part of the need for urgency.
There's an awful lot behind that question. And I come back to, I really enjoyed the panel you facilitated, Elisa. But for me, there were a couple of things not in the room during that panel. One, I think, was eloquently pointed out by Éléonore. And the other, you asked a question around regulation. And I had a feeling that the response to your question around regulation was really around permitting. And it was wonderful that Peter gave such a, drew out the complexities of land ownership and tenure and that kind of thing. When you get into operation, regulation does get more complex. And when you get into closure, it gets more complex still. And that's where you start to lose control even more. Not trying to say it's easy at the permitting stage. That's where you start to lose control of your timelines and your costs. So, and that is a massive issue. And the other thing I spend my time doing is thinking about closure, which is where you get costs really blowing out. And if you're not a sensible mining company, these are unexpected, which I'm sure anyone in the room is a very sensible mining company. So I can't answer your question. Lots of concerns. We've only been given 1.5 million. The question is, how do we use that to best address some of these issues? 4 and 5, all my 5 things, really important to me, because those are the things that easily drop off when you push comes to shove. It's the social environmental teams that get decimated when the commodity price falls. It's a conversations between community, industry, and governments that are often very, very difficult to manage and handle. So I can't answer your questions, but bring it to the conversation. Do you want me to, or should we just give people the mirror board for homework? I don't know if I do that.
Yeah, we're conscious that it's now 15 minutes over time. We could do a speed date thing where we ask the question very quickly and just get some feedback from the audience, and then I can capture that onto Miro. So I was thinking maybe just 2 questions, like which aspects of things we've heard about today would you guys think would fit really well with resourcing decarbonisation, and which aspects and what other ways forward for COB do we need to consider that have nothing to do with resourcing decarbonisation? So what other avenues of development
would you guys like to see? So
There you go, let's do that.
speed date.
Speed date.
Okay.
So really it's the top two questions here. Here on the left with just a bit of a dump of the kind of things that could be done. I have completely skated over talking to you a bit about impact from research and research impact, which is very big in the Sustainable Minerals Institute. It's about understanding we produce all these great outputs, but what is the consequence of that? What is the impact of that? So we want to be thinking about how to get impact from what we do. So with that as a bit of framing, what activities do you think should fit with this vision of resourcing decarbonisation that I've just been through? And what else do we need to be finding a pathway forward for?
Well, just one comment from before, and it was it's obvious when you look at Queensland and the exploration side that there's a big junior exploration sector, and we've talked about this briefly, but when it comes to finding critical metals and actually having a market for them, there isn't an end user that is basically available to us in Australia. They have to go outside Australia. There is essentially no processing for rare earths and most of the critical metals in this country, and there's no real public marketplace for it. It's either driven by end users such as VW or those people, or it has to go to another country. And we have a real problem there that even if we find things, it's going to be really hard to get the funding to bring them to market unless it's a major. And that's a real problem I see.
So can I make a suggestion, Steve, that you perhaps try and capture this?
Yep.
Katerina, would you?
Thanks, Steve.
So that, I think, Nick, was a plea for, can we do something to encourage the development of a processing sector around critical minerals in Australia, which I think is on the government radar. And, if you look at, there are other initiatives that we're involved in as well, which, are about encouraging a vanadium processing facility up in Townsville, for example. So I think that's worth capturing, Steve, in the mirror board, which should be coming up soon. Anybody else want to offer something we should be doing? Something we should be doing around resourcing decarbonisation or taking complex ore bodies forward?
I'm going to vote for.
Look, I agree. It is developing the supply chain. But first of all, there are three things we need to consider. Finding them, and we just mentioned that now. And the junior companies are probably the ones that are exploring, and they're very poorly funded. And there's really no way around that because the majors aren't really stepping up in most cases. So government and universities are really helping there. And the second one is then extracting them, and that is an area where we have to look a lot more smartly, and certainly extracting them environmentally is the big issue. And we don't want to go do a China and mess up the environment trying to get them out. And then the third thing is being able to process them or being able to sell them, and maybe sell them elsewhere other than into China.
So thanks for that. Kind of risks in the supply chain should be the goal, Steve, but risks in finding them because of funding around the juniors, extracting them where we need to really think about the ESG factors. And for me, that's a three-way conversation. Everyone's got skin in the game around that, not just the mining industry. And then processing them, which doesn't exist in this country at the moment. Is that a fair summary?
Hi, obviously I'm particularly interested in the fifth theme, but about the first one that you mentioned about the complexities of the source risks. I think that work like Éléonore's and other related work like that could be enhanced in the next phase of this to, in a sense, put the complex in complex ore bodies in a in a much richer and sophisticated way. There's an awful lot of work done outside of our industries around complex systems and complexity thinking and measures and other things like that in various fields. And this isn't a giant point like the ones that have just been made, but I just thought that there might be some value that could be gained from what does it mean that one operation is more complex than another, and how does that play into our understanding of risk? And that's a different question from just asking about uncertainty. It's also a different question from the kinds of questions that the causal network stuff is asking at this point. So I just thought that was might be a helpful addition to the first thing.
So would it be fair to call that something like unpacking complexity? One of the issues I talk a lot with the director of our Centre for Water in the mining industry is the fact that the context of an operation is really, really important. And, the work that's been done to complex ore bodies, which has really raised the awareness of supply risks around ESG, use big global national data sets. If you downscale that to thinking about the specific issues in a region or around an operation, you actually get quite a lot of differences coming in. How on earth do we handle that level of complexity and difference? I am a geologist by training. It's not dissimilar to the complexities that geosciences handle. Anita, did you have a...
Anita did, but I was actually just, before I go to Anita, going to ask either Peter or our friend from Rio, whose name I've forgotten, what the majors' thoughts might be in that space. We've talked about the juniors, but would either of you like to comment? Peter? You're on mute.
Yeah, the mute button's very good sometimes. Resourcing decarbonisation. Yeah, these are very, very difficult issues, I guess, not least because we are so reliant currently on fossil fuels, and it's not my place to really discuss that. We all know that's where we are at the moment. And from my point of view, the value in things like coal is in use for plastics for the next 1,000 years or whatever. But in terms of what commercial activity, areas of research for these critical metals, to a certain extent, I think that if governments provide the framework, build it and they will come. So if the energy price is right and the social governance and the rule of law is in place, as it is in this country pretty well, we're very fortunate. People will come to invest here. And, investment in industry in this country has diminished in the last 20, 30 years as we've seen the opportunity to buy stuff cheap from overseas. So I think we will learn to make stuff again. I'm sure companies like Glencore in Mount Isa will continue to be involved in research and do our little bit towards recovery of metals. We did have a copper cobalt project here 20 years ago to get cobalt out of the high-grade Northern Deep copper lodes, but it fell at the last hurdle when there was a sudden diminishment in the cobalt price at that point in time. So, yeah.
I do agree very much with the comment that if you have a policy there, it makes things easier. Certainly when we look at jurisdictions where we want to explore carbon capture and storage, for instance, it's easier if there's a policy in place. I don't know that we need to wait for the policy because sometimes that can take some time. So certainly if we've got it there, that's great, but I don't think we need to wait for the policy to make those changes, certainly not as an industry. One comment about the risk and the project structure that we've been having, there's certainly, and the comments around looking at things on a global scale, and perhaps that's not the right approach, and that every project is bespoke. The traditional way of doing a study is to have a project study guideline where you walk through all your chapters and you do your due diligence and you tick your boxes, and it's really thorough. And it's kind of like ore bodies, like, there's a porphyry, but is any porphyry actually a porphyry? There's always an exception, kind of that argument. It's the same for projects, right? So the trend, at least in my mind, is moving away from that structured global approach to a more agile, for want of a better word, agile, diverse, pivoting, to a more risk-based project landscape. So you build your projects around risk rather than around a set of universal guidelines. So, yeah, that's my 2 cents.
Are you capturing some? I mean, I think just trying to play it back to a bit there, the issue about a policy will help. And here I probably would refer to the recent, in Queensland anyway, the recent, the Energy Transition and Resources Roadmap. I mean, it's not a policy, but it is a statement of direction, if you like. So clearly there is an alignment there, and I'm with you. Let's not wait for the regulation, because it took 4 years, I think, to do the Financial Provisioning Act in the middle of the 2000s. So policy would help. I think the issue about how do we handle the fact that every project is different. But I want to just come back on that one a bit. If you're just responsible for the operation, absolutely every project is different. But for people living in the area or aquifers under the area, lots of projects, you're not necessarily going to be that, you're not going to make that much distinction as to where it comes from. So I think the scale issue, the multi-scale issue between you need data at an appropriate scale for the question you're trying to answer is really important here, because I think for many of the ESG issues, if all you give them is a problem with an environmental impact or a social impact assessment, you've got to get strategic about it. And there are systems for doing that coming in now.
Hi, Anna. Bit of a separate point. Didn't really see it in COB, and I don't see it featuring here yet. But it is about, and I think Barry touched on it, it's about skills shortage and training. And I'm not talking here about older people, sort of university age. I'm talking about kids. Like one of my sons, he is, devout. Like when you say, what do you want to be when you grow up? I want to be a climate activist. Kind of, I suppose, doesn't realise his parents in some ways are climate activists with our rare earths and our cobalt. But, I suppose, is there going to be an opportunity in resourcing decarbonisation, maybe to seek co-funding from educational bodies to go into schools and actually, because it's a cultural change. It's got to be embedded in their mind. I think I heard Lucy Crane from the UK say that, if you want to get something in a kid's mind, you've got to tell it to them before they're 8 or something. So is there an opportunity in the funds? And I know it's a hard thing to sort of see how you get the benefit, to quantify it with, I suppose, a dollar figure, but is there going to be scope for that type of activity?
So one of the things that the university has said to us, they've given us 500 a year for 3 years, 500K a year for 3 years, but they've said they've left the door open for us to go back and ask for more. And they've also put some constraints around the way we can use the money in terms of it's not really there for new capability at this point in time. I think your point, though, which everyone is talking about, is the kind of thing where we could use some of the funds we've got now to work out what the proposal would be to do that in a really good way. And what you often hear when we're all busy doing our day jobs is that people often don't have the time to even do the thinking about what that would look like. So I think the funds can help us think about what that might look like. They probably can't help us go and do it, because if you think about the scale of that issue, it's pretty large. And the other thing I would just say, there is something else that Steve mentioned earlier on, which is there is a critical minerals trailblazer, which UQ is part of with Curtin University and James Cook. And in there is quite a lot of funding, if you like, almost ring-fenced around skills development. But again, it's not really a school level. It's the graduate geologists, it's the taking people from the bush and giving them different kinds of experiences so that they can get skilled up for the industry without necessarily having to move to Brisbane. Okay.
Yeah, that's great. And I noticed in your slides you had on the sort of the road mapping of policy and ideas where we can exert thought leadership. You mentioned a white paper.
Yes. So I'm suggesting at the moment, and this is all for discussion, that 25% of the funds we ring fence for what I'm calling thought leadership. So putting together some thinking around what directions we need to take, and then 75% is used to leverage or augment, if you like, industry funding. And one final thing, Paul Nichols was here this morning. He's the new Executive Director for Research Partnerships here at UQ. He's all over what we're trying to do with resourcing decarbonisation, and his key performance indicators are things like build a new $10 million a year initiative in energy transition. So we've got good support from corporate UK to do this.
Yeah, it was brilliant to see Paul in the room. And so we're going to finish now on, I'm aware that the most creative minds in this room are actually the early career researchers and students. So I'm going to, you may not have a contribution, but I know you guys are very creative in your ideas. And so I'm just going to ask specifically Olivia, Kristen, Tom, Rob Chatterjee. I'm trying to recognise other faces here, even Katerina. Have you guys got one other comment on alternative funding streams or developments for COB?
I was just going to say the only thing not up there is sequestration and real sequestration, not planting a tree. That just makes me so angry when you plant a tree. Yeah, I think that's all I was going to say. Site-specific mineral carbonation or CCNS, no more planting trees. Cancel the trees.
So mineral carbonation was something that was explicitly mentioned in our proposal. Real sequestration, and I hear you, is the kind of thing where if we want to do something at scale in that space, we need to make the case to get more funding to come into it, but we can work with people to do that now. I also have a problem with carbon offsets, which don't really do much to help the problem.
Rob Chatterjee, PhD student. I might be showing my ignorance, but I saw something about market incentives. Are we looking at the opposite, penalties, and in that taxes and developing a better tax on I mean, this may be too large an area for this particular research initiative, but I feel that a lot of these things like sequestration and removing decarbonizing going forward will really spur on if you can tax the emitters or the providers of the carbon, and are we doing anything in that area to make these not voluntary but actually?
So I think these are some things that we have to do in order to incentivize sequestration. So the third pillar was called market incentives and business readiness, and that really is around what is it that we need to do at a governance level or an organizational level to promote some of this stuff. And tax, yes, that could be a lever in there. And then the one right next to it was policy protections and social safeguards, which is what we need to do to actually try and protect what we need to protect. You know, if on the one hand we incentivize people, how do we put bound guardrails around that so that we don't do what's the word? Have an unwanted consequence.
Well, thank you very much. We're going to draw that to a close because everyone is well over time and we're dying to get home. But a quick round of applause for Anna. Really appreciate that final discussion, Anna, and all your contributions in the room. I think, I'm not going to waffle on anymore. So thank you for the day. Thank you for coming. Thank you for hanging on to the end of the day. And watch this space for both the future of COB and the future of resourcing decarbonisation.
And let's give Steve a round of applause because he's done a really good job.